Chapter 480. They had surrounded the Mystic Essence Sword sect, but did not kill them because they were waiting for Lu Ming to arrive. Moreover, Xue Chao and Qiu Changkong hated and feared Lu Ming at the same time. They would not be at ease until they confirmed that Lu Ming was dead. Rumble. The Solar Legion and the Decimo Sword Sect's legions spread out and surrounded the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Xue Chao waved his hand and a jade table and a few jade chairs appeared. The table and chairs floated in the air, and Xue Chao sat on one of the chairs. Qiu Changkong immediately took out a pot of wine and poured a cup for Xue Chao. He also poured a cup for himself and accompanied Xue Chao as they waited. Lin Shui and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They're trying to use psychological warfare to force those with weak wills to surrender. They're trying to humiliate us. Hua Qi said in a deep voice. The other party had a martial king expert and could easily crush them. However, they were not doing anything. In their opinion, they were trying to humiliate them. Sigh. Lin Shui sighed. Even if they knew, what could they do? They were not as strong as the other party. Stay at your post and wait for any changes. Lin Shui ordered. He sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate and stared at Qiu Changkong and the others. Then Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the other higher-ups also sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate. Remember, if you want to live, surrender now. It'll be too late by the time I change my mind. Xue Chao drank his wine, and his cold voice spread throughout the Mystic Essence Sword sect. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, many people had different expressions. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and were ready to die. Some people's eyes flickered and wandered. Time passed slowly and the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword sect became more and more oppressive. I surrender. I choose to surrender. Suddenly, someone ran out from the foot of the mountain and shouted loudly. A middle-aged man ran out frantically. It's a deacon of the White Tiger Institute. Damn it, he's been with the Duanmu family for too long. He's a traitor. A golden-robed elder roared. Ha, good. We won't kill him if he surrenders. Sect leader Qiu, he'll be part of the Decimo Sword sect from now on. Xue Chao laughed. Yes. Qiu Changkong nodded. I surrender too. I want to surrender too. At this time more people shouted and ran outside. There were more than 10 people. Traitor, damn traitor. Someone roared. The crowd could tell that these people were originally from the White Tiger Hall. It's good that they're gone. Lin Shui said. Then everyone fell silent. However, the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword sect became even more oppressive. The first day passed just like that. Apart from the dozen or so people who had surrendered from the White Tiger Hall, no one else surrendered. On the second day, the people's hearts became even more unstable. Some people became more and more anxious. This was like waiting for death. Who could endure it? Although Lin Shui and the others knew, there was nothing they could do. The third day, I surrender. I surrender. On the third day, someone finally shouted and rushed out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. This time, it wasn't limited to the White Tiger courtyard. People from the other courtyards also began to rush out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. There were bronze-ranked disciples, silver-ranked disciples, and even elders. Alas! Lin Shui sighed, as if she had aged a lot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. On the fourth day, the number of people who surrendered suddenly increased greatly. I surrender. The people who were shouting to surrender were all over the place. There were at least a few thousand people. There were people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. Damn it, traitor, damn traitor. Ling Patian flew into a rage. He wanted to rush out and kill those who surrendered. However, the number of people who surrendered continued to increase. On the fourth day, there were close to 4,000 people who surrendered. On the fifth day, there were fewer people who surrendered, but there were still about 1,000 people who surrendered. On the sixth day, Xue Chao suddenly slammed the table heavily. More than 5 days have passed, and Lu Ming still hasn't come. In my opinion, Lu Ming is already dead, Xue Chao said. Senior brother, why don't we wait a few more days? What if Lu Ming isn't dead? Qiu Changkong said. He was afraid of Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, what are you afraid of? Let's attack first and take them all down. It won't be too late to wait, Xuechao said. Then, all right, let's do as senior brother said. Qiu Changkong nodded. Shua. Xuechao stood up and took a step forward. Bang. At this moment, Lin Shui suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from her body. Who will fight with me? Me. Ling Patian roared. Me. Me too. Shangguan Ming, Yin Quan, and the other two half-step kings from the Mystic Essence Sword sect in Crimson Cloud Valley, as well as some golden-robed elders, all responded. Their auras erupted and gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. Roar. With a low roar, a tall figure appeared beside Lin Shui and the others. It was the Golden-Eye Blood Zombie. Haha, mere half-step kings, and some ants who aren't even half-step kings, want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourselves. You're courting death. Xuechao sneered. A dog like you dares to attack the Mystic Essence Sword sect? You're even more overestimating yourself. You're courting death. As Xuechao's voice fell, another cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Xuechao and Qiu Changkong's bodies shook violently as they cried out involuntarily, Lu Ming. As for Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the others, their bodies also shook violently as they cried out, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Everyone couldn't help but look toward the source of the voice. In the distant sky, a bolt of lightning flashed and flew over. Too fast, it was really too fast. A moment ago, it was at least a few dozen li away, but in the next moment, it was right in front of them. With a flash of lightning, a handsome figure appeared in the sky. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? Good, I've made it. Lu Ming's gaze swept over, and he immediately felt relieved. In these 5 days, he hadn't slept or rested as he madly rushed over. He had finally made it. Lu Ming, why did you come alone? The other side has a king. Hurry up and leave, and report this matter to the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui hurriedly cried out. That's right. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. As Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they actually abused their authority and mobilized the Blood Zhao Empire's army. This is against the rules of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. As long as you report this, I don't think they will dare to do anything to us. Hua Qi also cried out. The other side had a king, and Lu Ming wasn't their opponent at all. It was better to leave first and report the situation to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming was an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and his status wasn't something they could compare to. As long as he reported the situation, the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would definitely pay attention to it. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and Lin Shui and the others quieted down. Unknowingly, Lu Ming already had great prestige in the hearts of Lin Shui and the rest. Chapter 481. As soon as he said that, Xuechao and Qiu Changkong's faces darkened. How dare you insult my master? You're courting death. Xuechao shouted. Insult your master? I called him an old dog because I think highly of him. Today, I'll kill you first and then kill that old dog in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. Lin Shui and the others were stunned when they heard that. Although they didn't know who Xuechao's master was, Xuechao himself was a king. Therefore, they knew that Xuechao's master was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, what did Lu Ming just say? Kill Xuechao? Kill a king? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you want to kill me? You're the one who's going to die today. Xuechao laughed maniacally. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward toward Xuechao. Lu Ming, don't be afraid of me. I'll let you have a taste of my new ultimate skill, the Immortal Lightning Slash. Xuechao roared and a battle sword that was flickering with lightning appeared in his hand. The aura of a martial king erupted from his body. He became one with the sword and turned into a lightning sword light that charged toward Lu Ming. Be careful. Lin Shui and the others shouted in horror. However, it was too late. The sword light arrived in front of Lu Ming in an instant. It was too fast. At that moment, they were in despair. They thought that Lu Ming would most likely die under the sword. However, what happened next petrified them. Whoosh! With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming used his other hand to slap him. Then, Xuechao's attack, sword chi, and lightning were all defeated in an instant. Slap! A loud slap resounded throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming's slap landed on Xueqiao's face. Xueqiao flew a few thousand meters away and spun a few hundred times in the air before coming to a stop. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Not a single tooth was left in his mouth, and blood was flowing down his face continuously. However, Xueqiao didn't seem to have any reaction to this. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Qiu Changkong was stunned, Qiu Wuyang was stunned, and so were the experts of the Solar Legion. On the Mystic Essence Sword Sect side, Lin Xuei, Ling Patian, Hua Qi Yinquan and the others were completely dumbfounded. The entire place was silent. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Xueqiao was a king-level figure. 5 days ago, Xueqiao had destroyed the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's grand formation with a casual slash of his sword. His strength made people despair. But now, such a powerful king had unleashed all his strength to kill Lu Ming. But Lu Ming had sent him flying with a slap as though he was a chick. What was going on? How was this possible? Everyone's brain seemed to have short-circuited, unable to react for a moment. Martial King Lu Ming, you actually broke through to the Martial King realm. After a while, Xueqiao finally let out a hysterical scream. His voice was filled with disbelief. How long had it been? Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm. He simply couldn't accept it. After all, he had been a half-step king for several years, accumulating strength for several years before he was lucky enough to break through. But now, how long had it been since Lu Ming had broken through? Monster, he's a monster. Xueqiao felt his heart trembling as he emitted endless fear. Hua! Xueqiao's scream ignited the entire Mystic Essence Sword Sect. What? Lu Ming, he broke through to the Martial King realm? Martial King, ha ha ha. My Mystic Essence Sword Sect finally has a Martial King. Hey, Lu Ming has already left the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. I don't care, I'm sure he's from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Such a young Martial King, this is unbelievable. We're saved now. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect or the Crimson Cloud Valley, they were so happy that they were about to lose their minds. They only knew how to shout crazily to express the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts. Among them, there were even many old elders who were the same. As for Lin Xuei, Ling Patian and the other higher-ups, they were not any better. They were all trembling with excitement. Martial King, Lu Ming has broken through to the Martial King realm. Lin Xuei roared, his voice trembling. If Lu Ming could break through to the Martial King realm in the future, he would not be surprised. But now, Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm. This was simply too shocking. How old was Lu Ming? Not even 20 years old, right? A Martial King younger than 20 years old had never appeared in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. How is this possible? How is this possible? Let's go. Qiu Changkong screamed. He was scared out of his wits. He frantically flew away, as far as possible from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply going to become his nightmare. Leave. Qiu Changkong, you have nowhere to go today. Lu Ming looked coldly at Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong's body was emitting cold air. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. At this moment, boom, boom. Suddenly, 5 auras burst out from the army of the Shifeng Sword Sect. Each of the 5 auras was boundless and as heavy as a mountain. These 5 auras were all of the auras of Martial Kings. Moreover, each of them was much stronger than Xueqiao's. In particular, one of them was extremely terrifying. It was vast and mighty, like a surging ocean. The terrifying pressure covered the entire area. Many of the weaker cultivators fell to the ground. Then 5 figures stepped out and floated in the air. They were 5 muscular men. They were extremely burly and their muscles were as solid as steel. The man in the middle had a single eye. He was the one who had released the most terrifying aura. 2 of them are early stage and 2 of them are mid-stage Martial King. The middle-aged man has reached early stage Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw through the man's cultivation. Lin Xuei and the others opened their eyes wide in fear. Martial Kings, more Martial Kings. Moreover, 5 Martial Kings had appeared at once. Judging from their auras, each of them was much stronger than Xueqiao. How could this be? The Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a Martial King for thousands of years. Even Lin Shui and the others, who were half-step martial kings, had only seen a few martial kings in their lives. But what was going on today? Why were there martial kings appearing one after another? What was the purpose of these martial kings? Lin Shui and the others had a bad feeling in their hearts. Lu Ming, you can't kill anyone today. On the contrary, today is your doomsday. At this moment, the one-eyed man in the middle spoke. His voice was filled with killing intent. Lin Shui and the others were shocked. Were these martial kings here to kill Lu Ming? Who are you? Lu Ming's eyes were calm as he asked indifferently. You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that we are here to kill you. The one-eyed man let out a hollow laugh. Do you really think I don't know if you don't tell me? It's none other than that old dog, the Thunder Hall leader. That old dog is so cunning. In order to kill me, he has set up a series of traps and sent so many martial kings here, including a third-layer martial king expert. Chapter 482. Now how could Lu Ming not understand? Since he had accepted the mission, it had been a series of traps. While he was doing the mission, Song Ku and the bald man had been bribed by the Thunder Hall master to kill him. It would be best if they could kill Lu Ming during the mission. If Lu Ming did not die, they would tell Lu Ming about Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao attacking the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming would definitely rush back at all costs. Furthermore, the Thunder Hall master had already placed experts here, waiting for Lu Ming to take the bait and kill him in one fell swoop. It was a series of traps, one after another. Their goal was to put Lu Ming to death. After hearing this, the one-eyed man and the others laughed coldly, but did not say anything. It was a tacit agreement. Haha, Lu Ming, let's see how arrogant you are now. Today is the day you die. When Qiu Changkong saw the appearance of the one-eyed man and the others, he finally stopped running away. He gathered his courage and looked at Lu Ming with disdain as he burst out laughing. Kill him for me. No, don't kill him yet. Beat him until he is crippled. I want to kill all his friends and family in front of him. I want him to watch his family die in front of him. I want him to regret it and die in regret. Xueqiao yelled crazily. After being tortured by Lu Ming time and time again, his hatred for Lu Ming had penetrated deep into his bones. If you two dogs don't run now, you won't have the chance later. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao. The two of them could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. However, when they thought about the presence of the one-eyed man and the others, their courage was boosted. So what if Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? He had just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. The difference between each layer of the Martial Emperor realm was huge. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to fight against the one-eyed man who was 2 layers above him. Furthermore, with the help of the other 4 experts, Lu Ming was doomed. Lu Ming, cut the crap. Die. The one-eyed man exuded an astonishing aura. Big brother, he's just a brat who just broke through to Martial King. Why would he need you to take action? I'd like to see what kind of ability this Eastern Sky Divine Guard has. Another large man walked out, holding a spear in his hand, showing off his sharpness. That's fine. 5th brother, you go first. Let's see what skills this Eastern Sky Divine Guard has. Some people are very strong in the Martial Ancestor realm, but after breaking through to the Martial King realm, they become ordinary. Therefore, just because the Martial Ancestor realm is strong, it doesn't mean that after breaking through to the Martial King realm, their battle prowess will remain strong. The one-eyed man said, even if Lu Ming is a genius, he can still fight those above his level. That great Han Dynasty cultivator is only at the early stage of the 2nd layer Martial King realm, so he should be able to protect himself. The one-eyed man thought. Haha, good. The burly man strode towards Lu Ming. The aura on his body was incomparably violent. He coldly shouted, Lu Ming, die. Whoosh. The long spear in the burly man's hand was thrust forward. A sharp spear pierced through the air, aiming at Lu Ming. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way first. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. True Dragon Strike. Roar. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, and a tricolor True Dragon lunged forward with a furious roar. Bang. The spear of the burly man was shattered by the tricolor True Dragon's claw. The tricolor True Dragon did not stop there, and continued to lunge at the burly man. Fifth brother, watch out. The one-eyed man yelled. However, it was too late. The tricolor true dragon fiercely collided with the burly man's body. The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying backward like a broken sack. Blood spurted out from his body in midair. He was severely injured in one move. Die. A thunderbolt spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a wave, the thunderbolt spear turned into a flash of lightning, thrusting toward the burly man. It was too fast for the burly man to dodge. Slash. The thunderbolt spear pierced through the burly man's chest, leaving a large hole. Ah, big brother, avenge me. The burly man did not die immediately. He let out a blood-curdling scream before his life was cut off. Fifth brother. Fifth brother. The remaining 4 burly men let out blood-curdling screams one after another. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lin Shuai and the others were dumbfounded. Although the Martial King realm was beyond their knowledge, judging from their auras, they knew that the 5 burly men were extremely terrifying experts. Any one of them was several times stronger than Xue Chaoqiang. However, such powerful experts, such existences that they had to look up to, were killed by Lu Ming in just 2 moves. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply beyond their imagination. Heavens, how long has it been? Lu Ming has already grown to this stage. Indeed, the Blazing Sun Empire is too small. It's like a quagmire, and Lu Ming is a true dragon. Only when a true dragon leaves the quagmire can it soar to the 9 heavens and display its true brilliance. The ancestor of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangguan Ming, muttered to himself. On the other hand, Qiu Chongkong and Xue Chao were the complete opposite. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Especially Xue Chao, who was drenched in cold sweat. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him just now, he would have been dead already. When he thought of this, he shuddered. How can this be? How can Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Why? How did he cultivate? Heavens, why are you so unfair? Why am I not the one who is so strong? Qiu Chongkong stared at Lu Ming with jealousy as he roared in his heart. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my 5th brother? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Kill. Let's attack together and tear Lu Ming into pieces. Don't let any of his family members go. The one-eyed burly man roared. Kill. Kill. The other burly men's eyes were bloodshot as they emitted a cold killing intent. A long spear appeared in each of their hands. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 4 burly men joined forces and unleashed shocking means to assassinate Lu Ming. You will be the ones to die. Lu Ming shouted and waved his hand. Between heaven and earth, endless power of thunder and lightning gathered and condensed into a long spear. This long spear of thunder and lightning exuded a terrifying thunder concept. Thunder and lightning flashed, just like the power of heaven. The experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Sun Core, and Decimo Sword sect, such as Qiu Wuyang, widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. Under this pressure, it was as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Their bodies trembled and they almost knelt down. Is this Lu Ming's strength? They thought with trembling hearts. Level 1 lesser success lightning intent. Impossible. Didn't you just break through to the Martial King realm? How is this possible? The one-eyed burly man roared in horror. Kill. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. He shouted and thrust his long spear out. Whoosh. Whoosh. For spear radiances instantly pierced through the void and stabbed towards the 4 burly men. Bam. 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 For explosions sounded, and the attacks of the 4 burly men were destroyed at the same time. The lightning spear did not stop and continued to pierce through. Following which, 3 blood-curdling screams were heard. Apart from the one-eyed burly man, the other 3 burly men followed in the footsteps of the previous man. Their chests were pierced by the lightning spear, and their hearts were burnt by the power of the lightning. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. Although the one-eyed burly man had escaped death, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and screamed. Big brother, leave quickly. This man is monstrous. You are no match for him. One of the burly men roared before he breathed his last. Ah, Lu Ming, I will fight you to the death. Chapter 483. The one-eyed man did not try to escape. Instead, he charged towards Lu Ming. Swoosh. Zhan Mao streaked across the sky and instantly traversed a distance of a few thousand meters, charging toward Lu Ming. Run! Run! On the other side, Xue Chao and Qiu Changkong were screaming in fear as they flew away. They did not dare to stay any longer. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a devil. It's too late to run. Lu Ming sneered. With a thought, the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. Extreme Dao Strike. Swoosh. Man and spear became one, forming the Extreme Dao Strike. Poochie. When Lu Ming's figure appeared, there was also a big hole in the chest of the one-eyed burly man. Lu Ming unleashed his most powerful attack and killed the one-eyed burly man in seconds. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and sucked in the blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others. Lu Ming devoured all of them. Immediately after, Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Xue Chao. In the next moment he appeared in front of Xue Chao. Oh no! Xue Chao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was pale as he retreated frantically. Xue Chao, I said that you will die today. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. It won't do you any good. Xue Chao screamed in fear. Don't worry. It won't be long before that old dog, Palace Master Lei, will accompany you. Lu Ming said coldly. Soon after, he stabbed out with his spear. No. Xue Chao roared crazily and used all of his strength to block the attack. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's spear pierced through and all of his resistance turned into ashes. Blood splattered as Xue Chao was pierced through by the spear. Xue Chao was dead. At the same time, Xue Chao's blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. His storage ring was also taken away by Lu Ming. With a turn of his body, Lu Ming disappeared. Run, run, run. Qiu Changkong's face was pale, and his lips were trembling. But in the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Qiu Changkong roared. His body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down his face. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. Just as Qiu Changkong was overjoyed, Lu Ming continued. Because the person who killed you shouldn't be me. Bang. Lu Ming directly kicked out at Qiu Changkong's dantian. Violent energy surged into Qiu Changkong's dantian, directly dispersing the cyclone. Qiu Changkong's cultivation base was crippled. Lu Ming, you crippled my cultivation. You crippled my cultivation. You bastard, you bastard. Qiu Changkong screamed in despair. Nonsense. Lu Ming gave Qiu Changkong a slap, sending him flying dozens of miles away to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Take him down. Lin Shui shouted excitedly. Immediately, an expert flew out and took Qiu Changkong down. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Qiu Wuyang and the experts of the Sun Corps were all scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily, wanting to retreat. But how could an army move so quickly? Today, none of you will be able to leave. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the sky above the Sun Corps. King, please spare us. We are from the Great Sun Prefecture, and our old ancestor is also a king. An armored general roared. But what answered him was Lu Ming's punch. This punch contained an endless amount of power of thunder, and it exploded out directly. Sizzle. Countless lightning bolts flickered in the sky. Below, the soldiers of the Sun Corps screamed. In an instant, at least a few thousand soldiers of the Sun Corps were killed by the lightning bolts. Including the few half-step kings, they were all killed. Attack. Everyone attack. Annihilate the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps. Lin Shui roared. Everyone attack. Ling Patian also roared. Shua. Shua. Figures rushed out from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and charged towards the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps. Kill. In addition, those martial artists below the martial ancestor realm also roared furiously and charged out of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. How could this be? The sect master of the omnidirectional sword sect, Qiu Wuyang, let out a mournful wail before running away. As for the rest of the omnidirectional sword sect, he couldn't care less about them. Even if everyone died, how could it compare to his life? But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming. Qiu Wuyang roared in horror. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He kicked Qiu Wuyang's dantian, and Qiu Wuyang immediately followed in Qiu Changkong's footsteps. Sizzle. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air, and dozens of lightning spears appeared. The next moment they shot out. Puff, puff. In the army of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps, all martial artists above the 9th martial ancestor realm were pierced by the lightning spears and killed. After killing these people, Lu Ming didn't attack again. He stood quietly in the air and began to refine the blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others. Once the higher-ups of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps died, the rest were like a sheet of loose sand. They were no match for Lin Shui and the others. It was a one-sided massacre. Therefore, there was no need for Lu Ming to attack. Rumble. The blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others was extremely rich. Lu Ming converted half of it into true essence and used the other half to upgrade the second bloodline. After a while, the second bloodline shook and the 6th silver chakra appeared. The second bloodline also upgraded to the 6th level of the king class. After a while, the second bloodline reached the limit of the 6th level of the king class. Lu Ming's cultivation also improved a little and reached the peak of the early stage of the martial king realm. 1 LV3 martial king, for LV2 martial king, and 1 LV1 martial king can only improve my cultivation by a little. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that he would need more resources to break through to the martial king class and improve his cultivation. Not far away, battle cries shook the sky, but it was a completely one-sided situation. Soon the battle cries died down. Only a few of the people of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps escaped. Most of them were killed, especially the higher-ups of the omnidirectional sword sect and the sky demon sect. This time, in order to annihilate the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in one fell swoop, the 10 Directions Sword Sect had sent out 90% of their experts, and the Heaven Fiend Sect had sent out 80% of their experts, but all of them had been annihilated in the battle, including the sect leaders of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Sky Demon Sect. Roar. At this moment, a roar was heard. Lu Ming looked over. Golden-eyed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie was wrapped in an extremely rich blood chi. The blood chi gathered and formed a huge blood cocoon in the air. Golden-eyed blood essence has also absorbed the blood of the one-eyed man and the others. It seems that it's going to evolve again after absorbing the blood of a king-class expert. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Shangguan Ming Yin Quan, and the others appeared not far from Lu Ming. Greetings, Lord King. Lin Shui wanted to call out to Lu Ming, but she quickly reacted and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings, Lord King. Chapter 484. In the world of martial arts, strength was the most important. The stronger one was, the higher one's status. It had nothing to do with seniority. At this moment, Lin Shui and the others looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. A king. The Blazing Sun Empire had finally given birth to another king. Moreover, he was so young. They were trembling with excitement. 5 days ago, Xue Chao had displayed his king's strength and destroyed the Mystic Essence Sword Sect Protection Array. How powerful was that? They were already in despair. However, they did not expect that the moment Lu Ming appeared, the situation would be completely reversed. With Bai Enai Tianxia's spirit, he had defeated his opponent. In the crowd, Yin Quan had mixed feelings. In his mind, the various situations of the Mo family in the Yin Moon Empire appeared in his mind. At that time, Lu Ming was so weak. Compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, after a short while, the situation had completely reversed. Now Lu Ming was much stronger than him. This is the legendary supreme talent. I didn't expect to meet him. Yin Quan sighed. Let's return to the mountain gate. Lu Ming said. Outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, there were naturally many people dealing with the aftermath. As for Lu Ming and the others, they had already returned to the mountain gate. Lu Ming, I beg you, let me go. Please let me go. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the mountain gate, Qiu Changkong begged hysterically. At this moment, Qiu Changkong's cultivation had been crippled and all his meridians were broken. He was even worse than an ordinary person. He lay on the ground and begged miserably. Changkong, what's there to beg for? The winner takes all. The worst that can happen is death. Qiu Wuyang was similar to Qiu Changkong, but he was much more stubborn. He sat on the ground and shouted coldly, "Shut up, old man. It's all because of you. I, Qiu Changkong, was a genius and had a bright future. It's all because of your ambition that I offended Lu Ming and ended up like this. It's all because of you, old man. Hurry up and die." Qiu Changkong stared at Qiu Wuyang and shouted crazily. Qiu Wuyang stared blankly at Qiu Changkong. He could not believe that Qiu Changkong would talk to him like that. "Lu Ming, it's all because of this old man. It's all because of this old man. He was the one who instigated me. If you want to kill someone, kill him. I'm innocent." Qiu Changkong shouted. "Really?" Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He then moved and flew toward a mountain peak behind the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. There was a small mountain behind the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. On top of the mountain, there was a courtyard where Lu Yuntian and Li Ping lived. "Brother Tian Minger should be back. Will he be all right?" Li Ping said worriedly. Just now, Qiu Changkong and the others had shouted Lu Ming's name, and it had spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Naturally, they had also heard it. "Minger is a prodigy. He should be fine. Don't worry." Lu Yuntian consoled. Although he said that, his eyes were filled with worry. The battle just now was too shocking. It was as if the heavens were shaking and the earth was shaking. It was like the end of the world. This kind of scene had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry that Lu Ming had encountered an unimaginable enemy. "Master, madam." At this moment, a burly man rushed in. "How is it? How's the situation?" Li Ping asked anxiously. "Master, madam, it's a great victory. Young Master Lu Ming has returned and killed his opponent. Now Shifeng Sword Sect is almost destroyed." The burly man said excitedly. Really?" Lu Yuntian widened his eyes in shock. In his heart, Shifeng Sword Sect was an invincible force that dominated the Blazing Sun Empire. Now it was almost destroyed? How was that possible? Did Minger do it? Lu Yuntian thought to himself. "Old Master, madam, there is another piece of great news. Young Master Lu Ming seems to have become a king. A high and mighty martial arts king." The burly man said excitedly. His voice was trembling as he spoke. "What?" Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were stunned. "A martial king? Ming, or has become a martial king?" After a while, they came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and excitement. With their previous status, it was naturally impossible for them to come into contact with a martial king. It was even difficult for them to come into contact with a martial king. However, they had heard of the martial king many times. They were legendary figures who were like immortals that had the power to destroy the world. They had a lifespan of thousands of years, and could overlook the changes in the world. There hadn't been a martial king in the Blazing Sun Empire for thousands of years. Now their son had become such a figure? They thought they were dreaming. "Lu Chun, is it true?" Lu Yuntian's voice was trembling. He used to be a real martial artist, so he knew what it meant to be a martial king. In the past, Lu Yuntian had worked hard to reach the martial king realm. As for the martial king realm, he didn't even dare to think about it. Now his son Lu Ming had reached it? It's true. There's no doubt about it. The burly man said firmly. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled, and a figure emerged. They were shocked, but when they took a closer look, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Ming. Li Ping hurriedly walked in front of Lu Ming and looked at him carefully. In her eyes, whether Lu Ming was a martial king or not, it was the same. He was her son. "Father, Mother, Minger is back to see you," Lu Ming said. "Minger, you broke through to the martial king realm?" Lu Yuntian asked with a trembling voice. He looked at Lu Ming expectantly. "Father, I was lucky to break through 5 days ago." Lu Ming scratched his head and said. "Ha ha ha. You really broke through to the martial king realm. Ha ha ha, that's great. My son is a martial king, and such a young one." After receiving Lu Ming's confirmation, Lu Yuntian was extremely excited and laughed loudly. He was even happier than when he broke through to the martial king realm. "Father, I'm here today to ask you about an old matter," Lu Ming said. "An old matter?" Lu Yuntian was puzzled. Father, Mother, come with me." Lu Ming waved his hand and a true essence light screen enveloped Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in front of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. So fast? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were shocked. That mountain was dozens of miles away from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, but they arrived in an instant. In their eyes, such means were no different from the means of a god. But this person was their son, so they were even happier. Greetings, Master Lu, Madam Lu. Lin Shui and the others hurriedly bowed when they saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. They didn't dare to slight them. Sect leader Lin, seniors, you're too polite. Lu Yuntian bowed back. Qiu Changkong? Chapter 485. Lu Yuntian, no, old Master Lu, no, Uncle Lu, I beg you, please spare me, ah. Qiu Changkong screamed hysterically when he saw Lu Yuntian. Haha, Qiu Changkong, you still have the face to ask me to spare you? Haha, you've finally fallen to this state, the heavens have eyes, ah. Lu Yuntian laughed loudly. Uncle Lu, it was my fault in the past. I was blinded by greed. I was wrong, ah. Please spare my dog life for the sake of my ignorance. Qiu Changkong wailed again and again, tears and snot dripping down his face. Lu Ming admired Qiu Changkong for this. Tears and snot flowed down his face as he wished. Qiu Changkong, shut up. You're a disgrace to my Qiu family. Qiu Wuyang bellowed from the side. Old man, you're the one who should shut up. What is the Qiu family? How much is it worth? Don't mention the Qiu family to me. Qiu Changkong shouted. Qiu Wuyang almost vomited blood from anger. His chest heaved up and down as disappointment filled his eyes. Was this still the Qiu family's once-in-a-thousand-years genius? What a disgrace. Old man. Suddenly, Qiu Changkong's eyes hardened. He struggled to get up, took out a dagger from his robe, and walked towards Qiu Wuyang. Lu Ming, Lin Shui, and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not make a move. Bastard! What are you trying to do? Qiu Wuyang roared. What am I trying to do? It's all your fault, go to hell. Qiu Changkong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as the dagger in his hand pierced towards Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang roared and rolled to the side, dodging the dagger. However, Qiu Changkong immediately followed up with another stab. This time, Qiu Wuyang couldn't avoid it. The dagger pierced through his back, causing blood to spurt out. Bastard, you bastard! Qiu Wuyang screamed. His eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, and disbelief. He couldn't believe that Qiu Changkong would kill him. In the end, he let out an unwilling roar and breathed his last breath. At the side, Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others had complicated expressions in their eyes. Qiu Wuyang, the overlord of the Burning Sun Empire, the half-step king of his generation, the hero who had almost unified the entire Burning Sun Empire, was killed by the junior he thought highly of. It was truly tragic. Lu Ming, Uncle Lu, look, I'm truly remorseful. I've even killed Qiu Wuyang. I beg you, please let me go. Qiu Changkong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Even the heavens wouldn't allow me to spare someone like you. Lu Yuntian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming flicked his finger and condensed his true essence into 4 long spears. They flew out and nailed Qiu Changkong's limbs to the ground. Qiu Changkong let out a miserable shriek. Lu Ming waved his hand and a battle sword appeared. He said, Father, I'll leave Qiu Changkong's life to you. Lu Yuntian was once captured by Qiu Changkong and tortured for 8 years. In this world, the one who should kill Qiu Changkong the most was Lu Yuntian. Moreover, Lu Ming also knew that Lu Yuntian had a knot in his heart. All right. Lu Yuntian took the battle sword and strode towards Qiu Changkong. No, Uncle Lu, don't kill me. Qiu Changkong was still begging for mercy. Shut up, Uncle Lu. You're not worthy to call me that. Die. Lu Yuntian snorted and slashed out with his battle sword. Qiu Wuyang's head flew high into the air. Who, after killing Qiu Changkong with a single slash, Lu Yuntian seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden, and let out a long sigh. Minger, thank you for letting me kill Qiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian said to Lu Ming. Father, you and I are father and son. There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Unfortunately, I still couldn't find a treasure that can help you recover. Lu Ming sighed. Haha Ming, or there's no need to force yourself. Father is already very satisfied with your current achievements. Lu Yuntian laughed. Father, mother, why don't I see the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming asked curiously. From the very beginning, Lu Ming didn't see the mid-autumn moon. This was very strange. After such a big battle, the mid-autumn moon shouldn't have left Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's side. At the mention of the mid-autumn moon, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's expressions changed slightly. Lu Ming naturally noticed the changes in their expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened to the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel anxious. Father, mother, what happened to the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming asked. Ming, don't worry. The mid-autumn moon is fine. Li Ping quickly said. Then why don't I see her? Sai, this is a long story. Ming, let's go back to our residence first and talk about it in detail. Lu Yuntian sighed. All right. Then Lu Ming waved his hand and returned to their residence with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The matters outside were temporarily left to Lin Shui and the rest. Back in the residence, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Ming, 3 months ago the mid-autumn moon left. Li Ping sighed, her eyes were filled with reluctance. Left? Where did she go? Lu Ming asked. Ming, it's like this. About 3 months ago, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared. She said that she took a fancy to the mid-autumn moon's talent, and that the mid-autumn moon's bloodline was suitable to inherit her legacy. She wanted to take the mid-autumn moon as her disciple, and take her away from here. Lu Yuntian explained. There's such a thing? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yes, according to the middle-aged woman. She was traveling the world to find a suitable successor to inherit her legacy. She found the mid-autumn moon based on the resonance of the bloodline, and insisted on taking the mid-autumn moon as her disciple. In the beginning, we and the mid-autumn moon didn't agree, but later on, the middle-aged woman displayed shocking means. With a wave of her hand, the day suddenly turned into night. The most shocking thing was that she could tear apart space and travel. It's simply the means of a deity. Seeing her incredible means, I decided to let the mid-autumn moon follow her. After all, it's good for the mid-autumn moon too. Lu Yuntian said. What? With a wave of her hand, the day turned into night and she could tear apart space? Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of means was this? It was too terrifying. Yes, but the mid-autumn moon girl wanted to wait for your return, and was unwilling to acknowledge you as her master. In the end, she was forcefully taken away by the middle-aged woman. Lu Yuntian said. Forcefully taken away? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Yes, but Ming, you don't have to worry. I think that the middle-aged woman sincerely wants to take the mid-autumn moon as her disciple. She shouldn't make things difficult for the mid-autumn moon. Lu Yuntian said. Although Lu Ming said so, he still felt uncomfortable. Would he never see the mid-autumn moon again? Father, mother, did the other party leave any news? Did she say which sect she's from? Lu Ming asked. The other party only left a sentence. The only one above the divine wilderness. Lu Yuntian said. The only one above the divine wilderness? What does that mean? Chapter 486. Above the divine wilderness? Could it be above the divine wilderness? It was said that there were other continents above the divine wilderness, but that was too far away and was just a legend. Also, what did it mean to be the only one in the world? Lu Ming was puzzled. Ming, don't worry. Autumn moon will be fine. When she's done cultivating, she might come back to find you. That girl can't bear to part with you. Seeing that Lu Ming was a little unhappy, Lu Yuntian comforted him. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and calmed himself down. Then he started chatting with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. An hour later, Lu Ming bade farewell and left. Lu Ming strode into the meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lin Shui and the others were inside. When they saw Lu Ming enter, they quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, King. We're all familiar with each other, so there's no need to be so polite. Hua Qi, I promised you that I would let you flatten the Shifeng Sword Sect. Now the time has come. Lu Ming waved his hand and said directly. There was a look of ecstasy on Hua Qi's face. He came before Lu Ming and bowed deeply, saying, Brother Lu, I will definitely remember this in my heart, and be eternally grateful. Haha, Hua Qi, with our relationship, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go, we'll go to the imperial capital, and help you take back the imperial capital. Then we'll kill the Shifang sword sect. Lu Ming said. Let's go together. Lin Shui, Ling Patian and the others said. Alright, sect leader Lin, Hua Qi and I will go first. You guys lead the experts above martial ancestor realm, and follow behind. Lu Ming said. After all, Lin Shui and the others had to take care of the aftermath. With that, Lu Ming's true essence swirled and disappeared with Hua Qi. Gather the experts above martial ancestor realm, and we'll set off. Lin Shui ordered. Lu Ming brought Hua Qi with him. Like lightning, they left the Mystic Essence Sword sect and rushed toward the imperial capital. More than 10,000 miles away from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, an army was rushing towards the sect at top speed. This army looked crimson red and had a terrifying aura. It was Lu Ming's crimson blood-scaled wolves. Oh, oh, the scarlet blood-scaled wolves were howling. Every single one of them was covered in blood. Quick, quick. Earlier, the Decimo Sword sect's army of 100,000 and the Solar Legion broke through the encirclement and charged towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They're using the other armies to delay us. They're definitely going to surround the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Huang was extremely anxious and kept yelling. A lieutenant said. Even if it's useless, we still have to go. The 8th prince is in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Even if we die, we still have to go. Huang scolded. Yes, General. The lieutenant replied. What's that? Suddenly, one of the lieutenants looked at the sky. Hua Ying and the others also looked over. At the end of the horizon, there was a bolt of lightning that was rapidly approaching them. In the next moment, the lightning arrived in the sky above them. When the lightning dissipated, 2 young figures appeared in the sky. That's the Marquis Champion? It's really the Marquis Champion. The Marquis Champion is back with the 8th prince. Cries of alarm rang out from the Qixia cavalry. Greetings to the Marquis Champion and the 8th prince. Huang rushed into the sky and bowed. Greetings to the Marquis Champion and the 8th prince. All the scarlet blood-scaled wolves bowed to Lu Ming and Hua Qi. However, the first person they greeted was Lu Ming, followed by the 8th prince. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves were built by Lu Ming. In the hearts of the scarlet blood-scaled wolves, Lu Ming was the supreme existence. They immediately followed Lu Ming's orders. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves were Lu Ming's scarlet blood-scaled wolves, the Marquis Champion's scarlet blood-scaled wolves. Even though Hua Ying was a member of the imperial family, they still put Lu Ming first. No need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand. Marquis Champion, 8th Prince, it's great that you're fine. We're on our way to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, but we didn't expect to meet you here. Could it be that the Mystic Essence Sword sect has been defeated? Huang said with a dignified expression. He wondered if the Mystic Essence Sword sect had been defeated and Lu Ming had rescued Hua Qi and broken out of the siege. Yes, the Mystic Essence Sword sect's battle is over. Hua Qi nodded. What? The Mystic Essence Sword sect has been annihilated? Hua Ying's expression changed drastically. If that was really the case, then the situation was really over. With just the few of them, there was no way they could make any waves. They could only retreat to the border as soon as possible. You're wrong. The Mystic Essence Sword sect's battle is over. The Decimo Sword sect and the Solar Core were annihilated. The Marquis Champion and I are heading to the imperial capital to kill the traitor, sky-suppressing king. Hua Qi said. What? Hua Ying and the others were dumbfounded. They had never expected such an outcome. I forgot to tell you that the Marquis Champion has reached the King Realm. How could those clowns from the Decimo Sword sect be a match for the Marquis Champion? Hua Qi said. What? King? King? All the scarlet blood-scaled wolves were stunned as they stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. King, this word seemed to have some kind of magical power, shocking all of them. After a while, all of them were trembling with excitement. They looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of crazy reverence. The Marquis Champion is mighty. The Marquis Champion is invincible. Tens of thousands of scarlet blood-scaled wolves shouted crazily. They were extremely excited. Their general, their commander, had actually broken through to the king realm. They were extremely excited. They were the army that Lu Ming had created. They shared honor and disgrace. Lu Ming's glory was their glory. They were naturally excited and excited. From now on, the Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolves would not only be famous in the Burning Sun Empire, but also in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolves, listen to my order, Lu Ming shouted. Yes, sir. Tens of thousands of Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolves roared as they felt their blood boiling. The 8th Prince and I will head to the Imperial capital first. You guys will follow us and attack the Imperial capital, Lu Ming ordered. Yes, attack the Imperial capital. The Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolves roared. Let's go. Then Lu Ming and Huaqi continued their journey to the Imperial capital. In the Imperial capital, people were singing and dancing in the Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Garden of the Imperial capital, Sky-Suppressing King was wearing a dragon robe as he sat on the dragon throne. Beside him were a few beautiful concubines. Below him, Huajie was wearing a dragon robe as he sat there with a bored expression on his face. Below him sat the civil and military officials. In the center of the Imperial Garden, many girls were dancing. Sky-Suppressing King was enraptured. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Right now, the Decimo Sword faction and the Sun Legion are attacking the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect will fall soon, and the Burning Sun Empire will be unified. Your Majesty will be the ruler of the Burning Sun Empire. A crafty-looking minister was trying to flatter Heavenly King Suppression. Ha. You are right. Chapter 487. Then the other officials started to flatter the Heavenly King one after another. The Heavenly King couldn't stop smiling. He felt like he was about to fly into the sky. Now that the Burning Sun Empire had no more suspense, his position as the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire was more or less secured. Who cared if he was a puppet of the Decimo Sword faction? As long as he was sitting on the throne, he could enjoy himself without restraint. Heavenly King Suppression hugged the two beauties on his left and right. His palms wandered around the two beautiful girls. Just as he was enjoying himself, a burly man in iron armor rushed in anxiously. Your Majesty, bad news. Bad news. The burly man shouted. Heavenly King Suppression was instantly displeased. His face darkened as he shouted coldly. Su Feng, why are you in such a panic? Can't you see that I am holding a banquet for the officials to discuss important matters of the empire? If you are so flustered, how are you going to follow me to conquer the empire and dominate the world? You are a disgrace to me. Men drag Su Feng away and flog him 100 times as a warning to others. Heavenly King Suppression waved his hand. Two tall guards strode forward and walked toward Su Feng. Your Majesty, let me finish. There is urgent news from the front lines. The Decimo Sword faction and the Sun Legion were annihilated in the battle with the Mystic Essence Sword faction. Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Changkong are dead. Su Feng hurriedly roared. Silence. Everyone fell silent. The dancing girls seemed to have frozen in their movements. The civil and military officials were about the same. Their movements froze. Some of them were drinking wine, but the wine almost poured into their nostrils. Heavenly King Suppression opened his mouth and looked at Su Feng in a daze. Then his pupils dilated and his body began to tremble. He asked with a trembling voice, Su Feng, are you serious? If I find out that you are lying to me, I will kill your entire family. It's true, Your Majesty. A general of the Decimo Sword faction was lucky enough to survive. The news reached me through multiple voice transmission talismans. Su Feng said loudly. Clang. The purple jade cup in Heavenly King Suppression's hand fell to the ground and shattered. His face was pale without a trace of blood. First, his lips began to tremble. Then his entire body began to tremble. How could this be? How could this be? With the Decimo Sword faction's strength, how could they kill Qiu Wuyang and the others? Heavenly King kept muttering in disbelief. It's the Marquis Champion. The Marquis Champion is back. He easily killed all the experts from Omnidirectional Sword faction and Solar Core. Su Feng said. Lu Ming, it's actually him. I knew it long ago. I can't let him live. Heavenly King Suppression. Heavenly King. Retreat, count the troops. Take all the treasures and bring. Take all the treasures all. Heavenly another. Don't you think it's too late to leave? They were Lu Ming and Hua Qi. Heavenly King Suppression's face turned pale when he saw Hua Qi and Lu Ming. He looked at the two people in the sky in horror. Old man, today is the day you die. I'll take your head and offer it to my father's soul in heaven. Hua Qi's eyes turned red when he saw Heavenly King Suppression. He was filled with hatred. Kill, kill. Kill them. Heavenly King Suppression roared. Whoosh. Whoosh. 6 figures rushed out from the crowd. Each of them exuded the aura of a martial ancestor realm 9th realm. Heavenly King Suppression had secretly recruited 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts. He was extraordinary. What champion marquis? That. A middle-aged man with a cold and vicious face slashed at Lu Ming with his saber. At the same time, the other 5 people appeared. In an instant, the world became extremely violent. Spiritual qi was boiling. Various sword qi and saber energy blasted at Lu Ming. 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts joining forces. Even a large city would be destroyed in an instant. Die. Heavenly King Suppression's eyes were filled with hope. Clown, Lu Ming said calmly. He stood in the air motionless. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Then 6 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. Bang. Bang. 6 crisp sounds were heard. The 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts under Heavenly King Suppression turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Bang! Heavenly King Suppression sat on the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, and it was several times more intense than before. The other civil and military officials were not much different. They looked at Lu Ming in horror. In their eyes, the invincible martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts were turned into ashes by Lu Ming's glare. It was unbelievable. It was the work of a deity. It was not something that could be defeated by a human. The champion marquis is invincible. Your servant Gao Chuan welcomes the champion marquis and the 8th prince back to the palace. Suddenly, a crafty-looking official shouted from below. He looked at Lu Ming and Hua Qi flatteringly. Lu Ming and Hua Qi were slightly startled. The champion marquis, 8th prince, you don't know. I've always been loyal to the late emperor. I endured the humiliation and stayed by Heavenly King Suppression's side. My goal was to wait for the 8th prince to come back one day. The heavens have eyes. 8th prince, you're finally back. Gao Chuan shouted with a flattering face. Damn it, this Gao Chuan is really quick to change his mind. The other civil and military officials gritted their teeth. Oh, from what I know, you were the first to surrender when Heavenly King Suppression attacked the imperial capital. You even opened the city gates and let Heavenly King Suppression's army in. Hua Qi sneered. Gao Chuan's expression changed drastically. He forced a smile and said, 8th prince, you've misunderstood. There's no need to explain to me. Go and explain to my father. Hua Qi unsheathed his sword and cut Gao Chuan in half. Old man, it's your turn now. Hua Qi looked at Heavenly King Suppression. Chuchir, I'm your uncle. We're related by blood. I beg you, please let me go this time. Heavenly King Suppression shouted. Let you go? Ha ha, what a joke. Back then, when you killed my father, why didn't you think that he was your blood relative? Now, you're actually saying the word, blood relative. You're simply shameless. Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he pointed his sword at Heavenly King Suppression. No, protect me. Guards, protect me. Heavenly King Suppression shouted crazily. However, no one moved. Everyone sat there in silence, not moving at all. Chapter 488. Hua Qi, kill him. Lu Ming nodded at Hua Qi at the same time. A surge of true qi flowed into Hua Qi's body. Instantly, Hua Qi felt his body brimming with energy. Go to hell, you old man. Hua Qi shouted as he charged at Heavenly King Suppression. You're the one who's going to die. Heavenly King Suppression saw that there was no way out. He waved his hand and a broad battle sword appeared in his hand as he slashed at Hua Qi. Heavenly King Suppression's cultivation was not weak. He had reached the 7th martial ancestor realm. Hua Qi was only a 9th martial grandmaster, and had not reached the martial ancestor realm. However, Hua Qi's sword contained Lu Ming's true qi. True qi was many times stronger than true qi. Furthermore, it was Lu Ming's true qi. Hua Qi's sword had destroyed all of Heavenly King Suppression's attacks. He had split Heavenly King Suppression's sword and body in half. Heavenly King Suppression was dead. Haha, father, did you see that? I've finally avenged you. Hua Qi knelt on the ground and laughed. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he laughed. It was as if he wanted to release all of the hatred that had accumulated in his heart. Lu Ming did not say anything as he watched quietly from the side. Hua Jie, don't go. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Lu Ming smiled when he saw it. It turned out that Hua Jie wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but was caught by some ministers. Now that Heavenly King Suppression was dead, how could these officials be loyal to him? They wanted nothing more than to dig out their hearts and confess to Hua Qi. How could they let Hua Jie escape? No, let me go, let me go. Hua Jie screamed in horror. Hua Jie, I'll send you to accompany your father. Hua Qi's sword dripped with blood as he walked towards Hua Jie. Don't kill me, no. Hua Jie screamed. Then a stench filled the air. This guy was so scared that he peed his pants again. Hua Qi's eyes were filled with killing intent. The sword in his hand flashed and Hua Jie stopped screaming. Eighth Prince, I welcome the Eighth Prince back to the palace. I welcome the Eighth Prince back to the palace. All of the civil and military officials knelt down. Hua Qi's gaze was like lightning as he looked around. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. They were afraid that Hua Qi would kill them. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to have frozen. After a while, Hua Qi said, You guys gather the troops and capture all of Heavenly King Suppressing's allies, troops and families. Hua Qi didn't kill these people. Although these people were despicable, they still needed to rely on them if he wanted the Burning Sun Empire to continue running. If he killed them all, who would help him? Yes, I will do it right away. Eighth Prince, leave this matter to me. The civil and military officials scrambled to agree, and then hurriedly went to carry out the orders. What a joke. This was a good opportunity to express her feelings to Hua Qi, who would miss it. Very soon, some of the ministers with large military forces retreated. The rest of the people were weak civil officials. They looked at Hua Qi and Lu Ming anxiously. Marquis Champion, please. Hua Qi waved his hand and said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and sat at a table casually. As for Hua Qi, he sat at Heavenly King Suppressing's seat. The women knelt at the side and trembled. The civil officials also knelt on the ground and waited. Time passed and the imperial capital was in chaos. Countless troops ran and surrounded Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. There were battles everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, Lin Shui and the others arrived and appeared in the sky. Sect leader Lin, send people to help clear out Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. Lu Ming said to Lin Shui. Okay. Lin Shui nodded. Then, hundreds of martial ancestor experts scattered around the imperial capital to help clear out Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. With the help of these experts, Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen, and those loyal to him were quickly killed. The entire imperial capital was filled with killing. Many ordinary people knew that the imperial capital was going to change again. From now on, the imperial capital was going to have a new ruler. When many people knew that it was the Eighth Prince who had returned, they were very happy. They didn't have a good time under Heavenly King Suppressing's rule. One day later, the battle in the imperial capital was over. The imperial capital had completely fallen into Hua Qi's hands. 2 days later, the Red Blood Cavalry arrived and helped Hua Qi take control of the imperial capital. He would leave the rest to Hua Qi. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. Sect leader Lin, it's time to go to the Shifang Sword Sect. Lu Ming said to Lin Shui in a courtyard. Okay. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with madness and anticipation. He had waited for this day for too long. 1 hour later, nearly 100 people led by Lu Ming flew to the Shifang Sword Sect. The Shifang Sword Sect wasn't far from the imperial capital. It was about 10,000 miles away. They arrived after an hour. More than 100 people floated above the Shifang mountain. Activate the sect protection array. Hurry up and activate the sect protection array. As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, a loud roar came from the Shifang Sword Sect. Buzz buzz, light shone everywhere in the Shifang Sword Sect. Inscriptions flashed and formed a sect protection array that enveloped the Shifang sword sect. Countless sword chi swam around. This sect protection array was similar to the Mystic Essence sword sect's sect protection array. However, it was more powerful and mysterious. Obviously, the Shifang sword sect had already received the news. It seems like there are still many experts in the Shifang sword sect. There's even a half-step king among them, Lin Shui and the others said. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. They could only rely on Lu Ming to break the sect protection array of the Shifang sword sect. If they were to go, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. Whoosh! Lu Ming clenched his fist and a long spear condensed in the air. Then the long spear slashed down at the Shifang sword sect. At the same time, the long spear rapidly enlarged to the size of a mountain and blasted towards the Shifang sword sect. Block it! Block it! Angry roars came from the Shifang sword sect. The sect protection array of the Shifang sword sect flickered crazily. At the same time, a few huge sword chi soared into the sky and blasted towards Lu Ming's spear light. However, under the pressure of the spear light, the sword chi collapsed like tofu. Boom! The spear light blasted heavily on the sect protection array of the Shifang sword sect. Bang! Bang! Almost immediately, the formation bases of the sect's grand defensive formation in the Decimo sword sect exploded. Screams came out one after another. Those who controlled the array were directly shocked to death by the backlash. With one move, the sect protection array of the Shifang sword sect was broken. Although they had long known that Lu Ming's battle strength was shocking, and that he was a peerless king, Lin Shui and the others were still shocked when they saw this scene with their own eyes. Sect leader Lin, I'll leave the rest to you, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming no longer had the slightest interest in the following battles. Okay, don't worry. Lin Shui nodded. Then they charged in. It was a completely one-sided massacre. 90% of the experts of the Shifang sword sect had died in the battle at the Mystic Essence sword sect. How could the remaining be a match for Lin Shui and the others? Chapter 489. However, Lin Shui and the rest did not kill the innocent. They only killed the higher-ups of the Shifang sword sect. Most of them were martial grandmasters and above. They did not kill anyone below that. That was because those below the martial grandmaster level were not much of a threat. Soon the Shifang sword sect quieted down. Lu Ming looked at the Shifang sword sect calmly without any expression on his face. In the world of martial arts, killings were carried out every day. Every day, there would be sects destroyed and sects rising. It was very normal. Lu Ming was silent for a while, then turned around and left. There was no need for him to do anything. Lin Shui and the rest were enough to destroy the Sky Fiend sect. The higher-ups of the Sky Fiend sect were almost all dead in the Mystic Essence sword sect. They could not stop Lin Shui and the rest. Lu Ming stepped on the air and traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. He headed towards the Mystic Essence sword sect. Soon he returned to the Mystic Essence sword sect. Goldeneye, after this evolution, he will probably enter the King realm. In the air in front of the Mystic Essence sword sect, Lu Ming looked at the blood cocoon floating in the air, and thought to himself. Then Lu Ming moved and flew towards the depths of the Mystic Essence sword sect. Lu Ming came to the courtyard of Lu Yintian, and the rest. Lu Yintian and Li Ping were drinking tea and chatting. Now that Lu Ming had become a king, his name was well known in the world. Both of them were very happy and always had smiles on their faces. Father, mother. Lu Ming pushed the door open and called out softly. Ming, you're back? Take a seat. Li Ping said with a smile. Lu Ming sat down. Ming, why didn't I see Miss Nianqing this time? Li Ping asked. In the past, Xian Nianqing was by Lu Ming's side every day. This was a well-known fact. Later, Xian Nianqing followed Lu Ming to participate in the assessment of the Imperial Divine Guards. Many people thought that Lu Ming and Xian Nianqing were a couple. Li Ping and Lu Yintian were also quite fond of Xian Nianqing, so they were naturally very concerned about him. Father, mother, Miss Xie has other matters to attend to. She did not return to the Burning Sun Empire. Lu Ming said. At the mention of Xian Nianqing, Lu Ming had a complicated look in his eyes. He was also very worried. Unfortunately, there were no clues at all. Ming, did you guys quarrel? As a man, sometimes you should let a girl have her way. You should learn from your father about this. Li Ping said earnestly. Cough cough. Lu Yintian coughed dryly. Father, mother, it's nothing. Miss Xie is just busy. Oh right. Having said that, Lu Ming waved his hands and more than 10 jade bottles appeared on the table. Father, mother, these pills can nourish your body, replenish your blood, and prolong your life. Although they can't mend your meridians, they can still nourish your body. Lu Ming said. Lu Yintian and Li Ping happily kept the pills. They knew that Lu Ming had reached the martial king realm. These pills were no longer of much use to Lu Ming. In the following days, Lu Ming would take time to visit Lu Yintian and Li Ping every day. He would spend the rest of his time cultivating. After reaching the martial emperor realm, his comprehension of the martial path and his understanding of the martial path had improved tremendously. His comprehension of martial skills had also greatly increased. Lu Ming had already reached the limit of the second step of the 9 dragons sky-stomping steps. 7 days later, Lu Ming had successfully reached the third step. With 3 consecutive steps, the power of the 9 dragons sky-stomping steps had increased by more than 10-fold. It had reached the 6th level of a lower heaven-class martial skill. In terms of power, it was no weaker than the 3rd level of the 3 skills of Dragon Mountain. Lu Ming had gained another trump card. In these 7 days, the Burning Sun Empire was shaken. The Simo Sword faction and Sky Demon sect were destroyed. The 8th prince killed Sky Suppressing King and took back the imperial capital. Every piece of news was enough to shake the Burning Sun Empire. The most shocking news was that the Marquis of Champion Lu Ming had made a strong return and had reached the martial king realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then, wherever the Mystic Essence Sword faction, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family's army passed, the Decimo Sword faction and Sky Demon sect's forces surrendered. There were almost no fierce battles. Half a month later, the entire Burning Sun Empire was under the control of the Mystic Essence Sword faction, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. The Burning Sun Empire was unified like never before. As the saying went, a country could not be without a ruler. At this time, many people suggested that Hua Qi should inherit the throne and become the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire. But Hua Qi did not agree. He refused with the reason that the Burning Sun Empire had just gone through a great war. 2 days later, people tried again, but Hua Qi still refused. At this time, someone found Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming could persuade Hua Qi to ascend the throne. Lu Ming nodded and went to the imperial capital. Then, the imperial family announced to the world that Hua Qi would officially ascend the throne in a month's time in the imperial capital. At the same time, the Mystic Essence Sword faction and Crimson Cloud Valley were made the 2 sacred grounds of the Burning Sun Empire. In addition, Lu Ming was made the champion king and the commander-in-chief of the empire. The Lu family was made a first-class family, on the same level as the noble families. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of the world. Countless forces were preparing to go to the imperial capital to celebrate the ascension of the new emperor. This was because everyone knew that Lu Ming was the one behind Hua Qi, a king who was not even 20 years old. That was the main point. As long as Lu Ming was alive, Hua Qi's power would be impregnable. The entire Burning Sun Empire was looking forward to the arrival of the new emperor. Even the other 35 empires were paying attention. However, Lu Ming did not care about any of this. He took Lu Yintian and Li Ping back to the Lu family in Firestorm City. The Lu family was filled with red lights. It was a joyous scene. Countless people came in and out. It was very lively. The Lu family was now a first-class family, similar to the noble families. In the past few days, all the forces in a few hundred cities had come to congratulate them. The young master is back, and so is the family head and madam. A loud roar caused the entire Lu family to boil. Family head, madam, the young master is back. The news spread throughout the Lu family. When Lu Ming and the others walked to the front door of the Lu family, they were stunned to see countless people rushing out. At the front were the few remaining core elders of the Lu family, and the branch masters of a few branches. Behind them, there were at least a few hundred people that Lu Ming did not know. Greetings to the family head, madam, young master, and family head. It has been many years since we last met. I can die without regrets. One of the core elders bowed in greeting. Looking at Lu Yuntian, tears almost fell from his eyes. Everyone please rise. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After so many years, he had finally returned to the Lu family. I am the city lord of Flowing Light City. Greetings to the champion king, family head Lu, and Madam Lu. A stout man squeezed out of the crowd and bowed to Lu Ming. I am the family head of Lu family of Wutong City. Greetings to the champion king. Family head Lu, do you still recognize me? I am Lucio, the city lord of Fragrance City. Behind them, a group of people came over to greet them. Alright everyone, let us in first. Lu Ming waved his hand and shouted. Chapter 490. After Lu Ming's group entered, the Lu family's core elders and the various lineages leaders followed closely behind. The various lineages leaders secretly rejoiced that Lu Yunxiong had failed to kill Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Lu family wouldn't be where it was today. The stronger the Lu family was, the more benefits they would reap. Now, as a mere lineage's leader, they had more authority than some of the major cities' city lords. Those city lords had to listen to them, which made them extremely happy. Naturally, they treated Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and the others with even more respect. The group arrived at the Lu family's courtyard. There were already dozens of banquet tables in the courtyard. Everyone invited Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping to the highest table. Everyone, thank you for coming. This Lu hasn't been back for many years. Now let me propose a toast to everyone. Lu Yuntian raised his wine cup and said loudly. Back then, Lu Yuntian had been quite famous in many major cities. Many of his old friends were present as well. Brother Yuntian, it's been many years. I didn't expect to see you again. Suddenly a voice sounded. Lu Yuntian looked over and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Brother Zhou, haha, I trust you've been well since we last met. Lu Ming also looked over, and a smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke just now was actually Zhou Linshan. Lu Ming still remembered clearly that when he first joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he met Zhou Linshan on his first mission. It was also from Zhou Linshan that he learned that Lu Yuntian was still alive. Uncle Zhou, please take a seat. Lu Ming also stood up and cupped his fists. Champion King, there's no need to be so polite. I don't dare, I don't dare. Zhou Linshan quickly waved his hand. His heart was filled with complicated emotions as he sighed inwardly. When he first met Lu Ming was only a little guy in the martial master realm. In just a few years, Lu Ming had already become a king whose name shook the world. That was a king. Just thinking of that word made his heart tremble. Brother Zhou, there's no need to be so polite. Come. Lu Yuntian waved his hand. Back then Lu Yuntian had entrusted the Heavenly Star Sword and 2 other important items to Zhou Linshan. This was enough to show their relationship. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed to see his old friend again. At this time, Zhou Linshan did not decline and walked towards Lu Ming and the other seats. Haha, Brother Zhou, long time no see. You and I have both aged. Come, let's drink 3 big bowls. Lu Yuntian laughed heartily. Instead of using cups, he poured 2 bowls full of wine. Haha, good. Infected by Lu Yuntian's heroic spirit, Zhou Linshan also let loose. Laughing heartily, he downed 3 bowls of wine with Lu Yuntian. The surrounding castellans and aristocratic families' patriarchs cast envious gazes at Zhou Linshan. Zhou Linshan was actually on such good terms with the Lu clan? What kind of honor was it to be able to sit at the same table as Lu Ming and Lu Yuntian? Many people were even thinking about building a good relationship with Zhou Linshan in the future. Immediately, Lu Ming also toasted Zhou Linshan. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping retreated. The others continued to drink. In the next few days, people came to the Lu clan to congratulate them. Lu Ming did not meet any of them as he focused on cultivating. As for Lu Yuntian, he met some of his acquaintances. Time slowly passed, and Lu Ming's comprehension of concept grew deeper. However, there was still a long way to go before he could condense concept runes for his wind and fire concept. On the other hand, due to the existence of the lightning cauldron, his lightning concept improved at lightning speed, advancing by leaps and bounds every day. As for the 3 ultimates of the dragon god, they had completely stabilized at the 3rd level. However, in order to reach the 4th level, he needed to condense concept runes for all 3 concepts. Soon more than 10 days passed. At this time, the Lu clan's people were preparing to depart for the capital city. The Lu clan was an important guest this time. Lu Ming, Li Ping, and Lu Yintian arrived at the capital city one step ahead of them. On the second day in the capital city, Lu Ming went to the Hall of General and headed towards the Earth Essence Cave. During this time, the Hall of General had started operating again. Some of the students who did not die in battle had also returned to the Hall of General. In the Blazing Sun Empire, the only thing that Lu Ming was curious about was the Earth Essence Cave. The Earth Essence Cave had a total of 13 levels. It was said that it was opened by the former king of the royal family. It was said that only kings could enter the 12th and 13th levels. Moreover, there was another saying that the 13th level opened by the king of the royal family was not the limit. Because with that king's strength he could only open up the 13th level. Beyond that, even the king could not do it. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Earth Essence Cave. Champion. The few burly men guarding the door were shocked at the sight of Lu Ming. They stuttered for a long time and could not utter a complete sentence. Lu Ming smiled and walked in without consulting anyone. Only then did the guards realize what was going on. Nestle, who is that? He actually walked in just like that. He seems very arrogant. There were some other young men around. A young man with an arrogant face said indignantly, "Are you fucking blind? That is Lu Ming, the champion king. Don't you know him? Are you a new student who just joined?" Someone at the side said with disdain. "What? That is Lu Ming? No, that is the champion king? My idol, my idol. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh my god. I missed my idol just like that. No, I will wait for him here." The arrogance on the face of the arrogant young man disappeared. It was replaced by admiration. The news of Lu Ming's arrival at the Earth Essence Cave spread throughout the Hall of General. Countless people gathered around the Earth Essence Cave. Some of the young men who were in closed-door training also ended their training and rushed to the Earth Essence Cave when they heard the news. Among them, the majority were girls. Lu Ming had reached the Martial King realm before the age of 20. Not to mention the Blazing Sun Empire, he was unprecedented even in the Cloud Empire's 36 countries. Young girls worshipped heroes and loved geniuses. Lu Ming was such a peerless genius. Naturally, there were many girls who adored and loved him. Countless people gathered outside the Earth Essence Cave and waited. Lu Ming naturally did not know how big of a commotion he had caused. He went all the way down and did not stop. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 9th floor. At this point, the spiritual qi of fire was extremely dense and violent. Ordinary people could not cultivate here at all. The violent fire spiritual qi would burn their meridians and damage them. However, to Lu Ming, the fire spiritual qi was like a spring breeze. He did not feel anything. He continued going down. When he arrived at the 10th floor, he felt that the fire spiritual qi on the 10th floor was several times richer and more violent than the 9th floor. Lu Ming did not stop and continued going down. 11th floor, 12th floor. When Lu Ming arrived at the 12th floor, his expression changed slightly. The fire spiritual qi here had reached an exaggerated level. Endless fire spiritual qi was incomparably violent, wantonly ravaging everything. The surrounding walls were completely crystallized and were extremely hard. Lu Ming felt that even if a half-step king were to cultivate here, he would be killed by the fire spirit energy here. Chapter 491. Lu Ming was amazed. This place was really strange. The deeper he went, the denser and more violent the fire spiritual qi became. What was down there? How could such a strange place be formed? Lu Ming was curious. He continued to go down to the 13th floor. Boom. Surging fire spiritual qi rushed toward him. Lu Ming felt as if he had walked into a volcano. An extremely hot aura spread throughout his body. This fire spiritual qi is too abnormal. Lu Ming activated the fire intent realm to resist the fire spiritual qi outside. Then he looked around. The 13th floor was very small. It was only the size of an ordinary secret room. The surrounding walls had completely turned into fiery red crystals. The stone room was empty. There was nothing in it. Lu Ming could sense that the raging fire spirit energy was emanating from beneath his feet. It seems that the martial king of the imperial family could only dig up to this point and did not have the strength to continue. That's right, the fire spiritual chi here is too strong for an ordinary martial king to bear. Lu Ming thought. However, although he was only an early-stage martial king, he was not an ordinary martial king. His strength was so strong that he could kill a third-stage martial king expert. With the protection of 3 intents and the eruption of true yuan, the fire spiritual chi here could not do anything to him. Then I'll continue to dig and see what's down there? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A LV5 spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Lu Ming slashed at the ground with the saber. 3 intents were entwined on the saber. Clang clang. The saber hit the ground as if it had hit a piece of iron. Sparks flew everywhere. However, pieces of glass-like stones were still cut off from the ground. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and put away the stones. Then he continued to slash at the ground. Very soon, Lu Ming cut a big hole in the ground and continued downward. After about 10 meters, Lu Ming began to expand the hole. 2 hours later, a stone room appeared. The 14th floor. The fire spiritual chi here had reached a terrifying level. However, he still could not see what was emitting it. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The reason for that was because this was his limit. If he were to continue down with his strength, he might not be able to withstand it. This was too terrifying. Incredible. No matter what is down there, it must be incredible. Forget it, I'm not strong enough now. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll dig to the bottom and see what's down there. Lu Ming secretly decided. Now there are only a few days left before the flower pond. I should be able to cultivate here. The fire spiritual chi here was extremely dense. Moreover, it contained a powerful fire mentality. It was perfect to cultivate and comprehend the fire mentality here. It would definitely be many times better than the outside world. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged, and the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth, and fire elemental spiritual chi gathered in his dragon mouth. The raging fire spiritual chi was directly converted into vital essence after being refined by the 9 dragon bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming extended his mind and began comprehending the concept of fire. As expected, comprehending the concept of fire here was many times faster than outside. Lu Ming's understanding of the concept of fire gradually deepened. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. There were only 2 days left before the flower pond's coronation. Lu Ming finished his cultivation and walked out of the Earth Essence Cave. Look, Lu Ming is out. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the Earth Essence Cave, he heard a scream. Then Lu Ming saw a large group of girls looking at him with shining eyes. Is that the champion Lu Ming? He's so handsome. Oh no, I'm tempted. What should I do? I want to marry him. At least a few hundred girls were looking at him with shining eyes. Are you kidding me? I've been cultivating for a few days. Why are there still people waiting here? Lu Ming was speechless. He moved his body and left the place, leaving behind a group of sighing girls. The imperial capital was getting more and more lively. Tens of thousands of cities in the Burning Sun Empire had sent envoys to congratulate him. Not only that, but envoys from other empires had also come. The imperial capital was filled with a joyous atmosphere. In the imperial garden of the imperial palace, 3 figures sat facing each other in a pavilion. Come, Big Stone, the 3 of us haven't drunk together for a long time. Come drink with me and 3 big bowls. Hua Qi raised a big bowl of wine and said to a tall young man. The 3 of them were Lu Ming, Hua Qi and Pang Shi. A few days ago, Pang Shi had followed the Mystic Essence Sword Sex team to the imperial capital. When Lu Ming came out of seclusion, Hua Qi pulled Lu Ming and Pang Shi to drink. Lu Ming also smiled. He and Pang Shi had not seen each other for a long time. The scene of the 3 of them drinking together in the dormitory was still vivid in his mind. Okay, I'll drink with you. Pang Shi raised the big bowl and drank it all in one gulp. He then scratched his head and said with a silly smile, I didn't expect that among the 3 of us, one of us is going to become the emperor, one of us is going to become the emperor, and one of us is going to become a world-famous emperor. I'm the only one who's still at the 9th layer martial master realm. Big Stone, don't be discouraged. Your specialty is to be steady and have a solid foundation. Your future is limitless. In the future, I might have to give up my position as the kingdom's commander-in-chief to you. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said, Haha, senior brother Lu Ming, I'm not discouraged. I'm happy for the two of you. When I return to the village in the future, and say that I know the two of you, I wonder how many people will envy me. Pang Shi smiled. Yes, right. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a few books and jade bottles appeared on the table. Lu Ming picked up 3 books and passed them to Pang Shi, saying, Big Stone, there are 3 cultivation technique manuals here. All of them belong to the earth-level inferior grade. They are very suitable for you to cultivate. What? Earth? Earth-rank martial skill manuals? Senior brother Lu Ming, these are too precious. I can't take them. Pang Shi waved his hand. Big Stone, take them. To be honest, I don't have any use for these martial skill manuals. It would be a waste to keep them. You should take them and cultivate. Lu Ming smiled. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Pang Shi accepted them. He was very grateful to Lu Ming. Lower Earth rank martial skill manuals were definitely the best in the Blazing Sun Empire. Huaqi, these are for you. Lu Ming handed the other books to Huaqi. Thank you. Huaqi did not stand on ceremony and accepted them. He knew that with Lu Ming's cultivation, these martial skill manuals were not useful to Lu Ming. Also, these elixirs can help you break through the shackles and increase your cultivation. Lu Ming pointed at the elixirs and said to the two of them. Then he divided the elixirs into 2 portions and gave one each to Huaqi and Pang Shi. Many of these elixirs were obtained from the storage rings of martial kings. They were definitely of high quality. Chapter 492. With Lu Ming's secret manuals and pills, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Then the two of them chatted as they drank. They drank for a few hours before dispersing. 2 days later, in front of the imperial palace, there was a spacious plaza filled with tables. Around the square, there were countless armored soldiers guarding the square, making it so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. In the middle of the plaza, there was an altar. Huaqi was wearing a dragon robe. Surrounded by civil and military officials, as well as city lords, he prayed to the heavens and ancestors, officially ascending to the throne as the Blazing Sun Empire's emperor. After the meeting, it was time for a grand banquet. The champion king and grand marshal have arrived. Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu have arrived. A loud shout reverberated throughout the plaza. Lu Ming, Lu Yintian, and Li Ping walked in from the outside. This humble subject greets your majesty. This humble subject greets your majesty. Lu Ming, Lu Yintian, and Lu Yintian cupped their fists at Huaqi and bowed. Champion king, Uncle Lu, Auntie Lu, rise, rise. Men, give them a seat. Huaqi hurried to welcome them, helping Lu Ming, Lu Yintian, and Lu Yintian up. Then he welcomed the 3 of them and sat down next to him. It was the seat closest to him. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master has arrived. The Crimson Cloud Valley's Valley Master has arrived. Then Lin Shuai and Ling Patian led the 2 sects' golden-robed elders and several young elites into the plaza. Everyone first greeted Huaqi, then presented their congratulatory gifts. Then some of the smaller forces of the Blazing Sun Empire also entered the plaza to greet the new emperor and present their gifts. Bloodjiao Empire's Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord has arrived. Suddenly, a shout made the whole place quiet down. Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord? Lin Shuai, Ling Patian, and the others were shocked. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face. It was said that the Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord was one of the 2 kings of the Bloodjiao Empire, and he had lived for several hundred years. Outside the plaza, an old man in a sun robe walked in with dozens of elders and burly men. Great Sun Prefecture Lord Jin Yang greets the new Emperor Blazing Sun. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord led the crowd and bowed to Huaqi before shifting his gaze to Lu Ming. Great Sun Constabulary, hee. I haven't even gone to look for you and you've already delivered yourselves to me. Lu Ming slowly got up and the aura emanating from his body rose rapidly. Champion King, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The Great Sun Mansion Lord's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Oh, misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that your Great Sun Palace's 100,000 Sun Legion is attacking the Burning Sun Empire? Lu Ming sneered. Champion King, it's a misunderstanding. I was in seclusion at the time, and had no idea that such a thing had happened. It was all because my subordinates were bewitched. When I came out of seclusion and learned of this, I killed the general of the Sun Corps. I'm here today to apologize to Champion King and everyone else. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord quickly explained in an honest manner, without the dignity of a king. Everyone knew that it was all because of Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord wouldn't have come to congratulate Hua Qi. Even if he did, he would have come to avenge the 100,000 Sun Corps. However, because of Lu Ming, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord didn't even dare to say a word about the death of the 100,000 Sun Corps. Instead, he came to apologize pitifully. After the Great Sun Prefecture's lord finished speaking, he waved his hand and boxes appeared on the ground. Inside the boxes were various spiritual weapons, elixirs, and smithing materials. Furthermore, they were all of high grades, most of them being LV4. Champion King, these are a little gift from me, please accept it. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord said with a smile. He was indeed afraid. Previously, when Lu Ming killed the kings, he was afraid that Lu Ming would attack the Great Sun Prefecture in a fit of rage. If that happened, he would be finished. He was only a first-layer martial emperor realm cultivator, thus it was unlikely that he could survive a single attack from Lu Ming. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord wore a flattering smile as he stared at Lu Ming. This caused the crowd to be astounded. In the past, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord was a legendary figure, standing high above the masses. Even if they wanted to meet him, they wouldn't be able to. Now, such a figure was behaving like a junior in front of Lu Ming, cautiously putting on a flattering smile, causing the crowd to feel strange. Some of the young cultivators were trembling in excitement, clenching their fists tightly and yelling in their hearts. This is what a real cultivator should be like in the future, so that I won't waste my life. Lu Ming did not answer immediately, but closed his eyes as if he was in deep thought. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord stared at Qin Nan without daring to utter a word. A moment later, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said, Today is a joyous day for the Blazing Sun Empire, so I won't hold it against you. However, remember this, if you dare to offend the Blazing Sun Empire again, I will personally flatten the Great Sun Prefecture. Murderous intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes as he said the last sentence. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord and the other higher-ups broke out in cold sweat, their hearts turning cold. Thank you, Champion King. The people of the Great Sun Prefecture cupped their fists together and expressed their gratitude. You're a guest, have a seat. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. The people of the Great Sun Prefecture heaved a sigh of relief as if they had been granted amnesty, and sat down at the side. Jiuyi Empire's Night Moon Emperor has arrived. At that moment, a loud shout could be heard. The crowd fell into silence once again. The Night Moon Emperor of the Jiuyi Empire was a famous martial emperor expert in the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, the strongest expert in the Jiuyi Empire. Who would have thought that such a person would be here? Hua Qi, Lin Xue, and the others were overjoyed, and quickly stood up to welcome the arrival. A tall and thin middle-aged man walked in with a group of people. Haha, Night Moon congratulates the new emperor of the Blazing Sun Prefecture, and greets the Champion King. The Night Moon Emperor bowed slightly to Hua Qi, and then solemnly bowed to Lu Ming. Everyone knew that the Night Moon Emperor had come for Lu Ming. Night Moon Emperor, please take a seat. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, The Patriarch of the Wuhui sect has arrived. The Grand Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect has arrived. The Jinkei King has arrived. Then, one after another, loud shouts could be heard. Everyone at the scene was shocked to the extreme, because the people who came were all overlords of the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, and they were all martial emperor experts. Every one of them was an invincible figure in the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, and they were all legendary almighties. Most of the time, they were extremely elusive. Yet at this very moment, they were actually gathered here together. Finally, almost all the martial emperors of the 8 intermediate countries in the Imperial Cloud Mountain Range had arrived, and there were a total of 15 of them. One should know that there were no more than 20 martial emperors of the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire. It could be said that most of the martial emperors were here. At the scene, everyone from the Blazing Sun Empire was excited. This was a kind of glory, and this glory was brought by Lu Ming. Everyone knew that these experts were here for Lu Ming. A martial emperor who was less than 20 years old was too amazing, and his future was limitless. Naturally, they wanted to curry favor and befriend him as soon as possible. Chapter 493. Champion King, I think the scar on your father's face should have been left within the past 10 years. I have a portion of crystal mourning ointment here. Although it cannot heal your father's meridian injuries, it should be enough to heal this scar. The one who spoke was a white-haired old man. He was one of the retired emperors of the Cloud Desolate Empire. He was a mid-third level martial king, and was known as one of the top 3 experts of the 36 countries. At this moment, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed and took it without hesitation. Although it couldn't heal Lu Yuntian's meridians, it could heal the scar on his face. Lu Ming was also very happy. Thank you, Senior. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping also bowed to the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire. Haha, no need to be so polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation. The Cloud Desolate Empire's retired emperor laughed. Then everyone sat down. At this moment, almost everyone who should be here had arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Sir, you have been watching for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself?" What? When Lu Ming said this, everyone was shocked and looked towards the sky. But the sky was very clear. There was not a single cloud. How could there be anyone? Without clouds, how could anyone hide? Lu Ming couldn't have sensed wrongly, right? At this moment hee, as expected of the champion king. Becoming a king at such a young age is indeed extraordinary. You can actually sense me. A cold laugh rang out from the sky. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was a white-haired old man wearing a black robe. His face was cold. It's you, Hell King Manor's old ghost Yu Ming. When the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire saw this old man, he roared. On the field, the other kings were also shocked. Could this old man be the strongest assassin of the Hell King Manor? The one who was as famous as the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire? One of the top 3 experts of the 36 countries of the Cloud Desolate Empire, Yu Ming? This was a name that would make people pale. Hell King Manor was the #1 assassin organization in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. It had branches in every empire. In the Burning Sun Empire, there was also a branch of the King of Hell Mansion. It was also known as one of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Burning Sun Empire. Hell King Manor could be said to be the enemy of all the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor. Almost every powerful force had people assassinated by Hell King Manor. At this moment, Yu Ming's appearance caused many people's expressions to change. You've been hiding in the sky, sneaking around. Do you think I don't know? If you're here to congratulate me, I'll welcome you. If not, scram. Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Yu Ming. Hee, Champion King, you are indeed young and full of vigor. What a big tone. Yu Ming sneered and continued. Lu Ming, the one who shouldn't have appeared is you. Once you appear, the balance of the 36 countries will be broken sooner or later. Therefore, it's best that you disappear from this world. You want to kill me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, I heard that some time ago, you killed a warrior in the early 3rd level of Martial King Realm. I can only say that rumors are really powerful. Those who spread these rumors are also brainless people who don't understand the mystery of the Martial King Realm. In the Martial King Realm, a warrior who has just broken through to the Martial King Realm can't kill a warrior in the 3rd level of Martial King Realm. So many people are really stupid. How can they believe such words? Yu Ming sneered and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's rise made Hell King Manor feel threatened. Now, Hell King Manor could call for wind and rain in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Many forces were in awe of them. He was used to such a life. However, Lu Ming had appeared. Such a young king would definitely surpass him in the future. At that time, Hell King Manor would have a hard time. Therefore, he decided to kill Lu Ming before he grew up. Then you can try. Lu Ming said. Try, I'll try. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly burst out from Yu Ming's hand. This sword light was extremely sharp and unbelievably fast. It silently pierced towards Lu Ming's throat. Fast, too fast. It passed through a few thousand meters of the void. Yu Ming was fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Whoosh! The long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hand out of nowhere. He stabbed the sword light with the spear. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sword light was knocked away. Whoosh! The sword light flew back to Yu Ming's hand. Not bad, Yu Ming said faintly. Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming rushed up to the sky. Boom! Lu Ming didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He directly stepped out. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps erupted with 3 different wills at the same time. Incomparably terrifying energy erupted and blasted towards Nether Spirit. Break for me! With a sword cry, a sword light burst out from Yu Ming's hand. It was even stronger than before. However, this sword light collapsed under Lu Ming's foot. Under the pressure of the powerful force, Yu Ming was forced to take 5 or 6 steps back. Boom! Then Lu Ming took a second step. A force several times stronger than before suddenly burst out. So strong? Yu Ming's expression changed for the first time. He became extremely serious. His body flashed with silver light as the power of his bloodline burst out. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled as a black sword light pierced forward. As the sword light pierced out, countless ghostly shadows could be seen flickering. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion between heaven and earth. The entire imperial capital shook. Puff! In the next moment, Yu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated wildly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. He's even stronger than the rumors said. He now believed that Lu Ming had really killed an early-stage Martial King realm expert. However, it was too late to believe it now, because Lu Ming had already taken his 3rd step. The 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. 3 steps in a row, the power kept increasing. This step was as powerful as the vast ocean. It was endless and drowned Yu Ming. No. No. Yu Ming roared wildly. He burst out with all his strength, trying to rush out of the range of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. However, it was all in vain. As the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps landed, Yu Ming's body cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he exploded in the air. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour Yu Ming's essence and blood. At the same time, he took off Yu Ming's storage ring. Then he waved his hand and a flame appeared, burning Yu Ming's body to ashes. Below, countless people were dumbfounded. Especially those kings. They kept gasping and felt cold all over. Their backs were wet with cold sweat. Lu Ming's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Yu Ming, who had been famous in the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor for hundreds of years, who made countless people pale at the mention of his name, had actually been killed by Lu Ming so easily. Chapter 494. As a matter of fact, most of the martial emperors had the same thought as Yu Ming. They did not believe that Lu Ming had managed to kill a 3rd-layer martial emperor realm cultivator, not long after he had broken through to the martial emperor realm. After all, a 3rd-layer martial emperor was much stronger than a 1st-layer martial emperor. They had come to befriend Lu Ming mainly because of Lu Ming's potential. They valued his future instead of his current strength. Now they finally realized that Lu Ming's strength had reached a terrifying level. Killing Yu Ming in just a few moves meant that he was the strongest person in the 36 kingdoms of the Cloud Emperor. The Patriarch of the Great Sun Prefecture, in particular, began to tremble. Lu Ming's combat ability was beyond his imagination. If he wanted to kill him, he did not need one move. Half a move would be enough. Impressive, truly impressive. It seems like I'm getting old. The retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire exclaimed as he collected his thoughts. That's right. The Champion King is truly a rare genius. In the future, he will definitely become a famous powerhouse on the continent, and his name will shake the world. Immediately, the dozen or so martial kings revealed smiles and flattered Lu Ming. Everyone else at the scene was dumbfounded. They realized that the martial emperors who used to be superior were now acting like ordinary people, flattering the stronger ones. Everyone, the problem has been solved. Please take a seat and continue drinking. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. After cultivating in the earth element cave for more than 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the mid-first layer martial emperor realm. His strength had improved once again. Lu Ming was not surprised that he was able to kill Yu Ming with the third step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Immediately, the banquet continued. However, everyone was in a different mood at the feast. The people of the Blazing Sun Empire were excited. With an expert like Lu Ming in charge, the Blazing Sun Empire would surely prosper. Meanwhile, the people of the other empires were having different thoughts. The feast lasted for 5 hours before it was announced that it was over. The crowd slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping stayed in the imperial city for 2 days before returning to the Lu clan. On this day, Lu Ming sensed something and flew towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. When Lu Ming arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword sect, the air above the sect was filled with the smell of blood. It was the blood cocoon formed by the golden-eyed blood zombie. It seemed that the evolution was complete. 1. The blood cocoon trembled, and the surrounding blood chi was so dense that it could not be dispersed. After a long while, the blood chi gathered toward the blood cocoon and disappeared into it. Gotcha! Then the blood cocoon cracked open, and a muscular figure walked out from it. The golden-eyed blood zombie's body was covered in a blood-red mist, and its skin had turned pale gold. Moreover, the hair on its body and the fangs in its mouth had disappeared. It looked very similar to a normal person. A terrifying aura emanated from the golden-eyed blood zombie. This was the aura of a king. The golden-eyed blood zombie had successfully evolved into a true king after absorbing the blood of 5 or 6 kings and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Master! When the golden-eyed blood zombie saw Lu Ming, a trace of excitement flashed across its face. It bowed to Lu Ming. Golden-eyed, you can speak? Lu Ming was taken aback. Yes, I can speak as soon as I become a king. The golden-eyed blood zombie bowed. As expected, it said that once a monster reaches the king level, it can speak as well. It seems that the king level is indeed a hurdle. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took out a set of clothes and tossed it to the golden-eyed blood zombie. Put these on. Yes, master. The golden-eyed blood zombie took the clothes and put them on. Golden-eyed, follow me back to the Lu family. From now on, you'll be responsible for the safety of my parents. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. The golden-eyed blood zombie bowed. Lu Ming was overjoyed that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king. Initially, he was worried about Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's safety. Now that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king, he felt more at ease with it protecting Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. In a flash, they headed back to the Lu family. Not long after, they arrived at the Lu family. When Lu Yuntian found out that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king, he was shocked at first. Then he was pleasantly surprised. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In 7 days, the scars on Lu Yuntian's face had completely disappeared. Not a single trace was left behind. He had regained his former handsomeness and resembled Lu Ming by 60 to 70%. Lu Ming, Li Ping, and the rest were overjoyed. At this time, Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. It was time to return to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. After Li Ping's reminder, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left in a flash. However, he did not head to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace immediately. Instead, he went to the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial capital. This was because there was still one thing that had not been resolved. Although Lu Ming had killed Yu Ming in the King of Hell Manor, there were still some experts below. If Lu Ming left, there was no guarantee that these experts would harm Lu Ming's family. He had to deal with this scourge first. In the 36 countries of the Cloud Wilderness Empire, the one who understood the King of Hell Manor the most was undoubtedly the retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Lu Ming's arrival shook the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial family. Naturally, he was able to meet the retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. The retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire was named Huang Su. When he heard that Lu Ming was going to deal with the King of Hell Manor, he was naturally overjoyed. King Champion, my Cloud Wilderness Empire has been investigating the King of Hell Manor for close to 100 years. Although the King of Hell Manor's headquarters is extremely secretive and no one knows about it, I have already known about it. In the past, I was afraid of Yu Ming's strength. That was why I did not attack the King of Hell Manor's headquarters. Now that Yu Ming is dead, it's time to get rid of this scourge. Huang Su was overjoyed. Senior Huang, there's no need for too many people. Just the two of us is enough. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll bring you there immediately, Huang Su said. After that, Lu Ming and Huang Su flew out of the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial capital and headed towards the north. The north of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was incomparably desolate. There were mountains everywhere and powerful demonic beasts roamed about. There was no empire here and not many people lived here. Lu Ming and the ruins came to the top of a wide lake. As far as I know, there's another world under this lake. The King of Hell Manor's headquarters is under this lake, Huang Su said. It's really secretive. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's go. After that, Lu Ming and Huang Su rushed into the lake. True essence covered their bodies as the two silently headed towards the bottom of the lake. The lake was very deep. The deepest part was actually 1,000 meters. At the bottom of the lake, there wasn't much silt. Most of it was smooth rocks. In the middle of the rocks, there was a 2-meter wide crack. This crack was inscribed with inscriptions, blocking the lake water, so that the lake water couldn't flow down. Obviously, the King of Hell Manor's headquarters was below. The two restrained their auras and silently passed through the inscriptions. After passing through the inscriptions, their eyes suddenly opened up. Below, there were some naturally formed underground caverns that extended in all directions and were incomparably wide. In front of them, there was a faint sound of talking. The two of them moved and moved forward. In a small cave, several Hell King Manor's assassins dressed in black robes were conversing. Chapter 495. Then, the two of them continued to go deeper and more assassins from the King of Hell Mansion were killed. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. The hands of the assassins from the King of Hell Mansion were stained with blood. They were paid to kill and many innocent people had died in their hands. Every one of them deserved to be killed. In a short while, more than 100 people had died in their hands. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Finally, someone discovered Lu Ming and the ruins. Horrified shouts could be heard in the underground cave. Boom! Boom! Since they had been discovered, there was no need for them to hide their auras. The two of them unleashed their full strength and killed their way in. No one could stop the two of them. He had to admit that the King of Hell Mansion was indeed very powerful. There were actually 6 Martial King Realm experts in this underground cave. However, the most powerful of the 6 Martial King Realm experts was only at the peak of LV2 Martial King Realm. They could not resist Lu Ming and Huang Su and were easily killed. There was a loud explosion in the underground cave, and it started to shake violently. Rumble! In the end, the entire underground cave collapsed. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures rushed out from the bottom of the lake and stood in the air. They were Lu Ming and Huang Su. Below them, the lake water surged. As the underground cave collapsed, it formed a huge whirlpool. The lake water flowed down and flooded the underground cave. No one from the King of Hell Mansion escaped. Haha, great! Champion King, thanks to you, we can get rid of the tumor in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Huang Su laughed heartily. Senior Huang, you are too polite. I just did it out of convenience. By the way, I will have to trouble you to take care of the remaining branches of the King of Hell Mansion. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, ha, no problem. Once I return, I will summon all the countries to kill the people from the King of Hell Mansion. Huang Su laughed. That's great. I will take my leave then. After saying that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. He is a genius. I wonder what heights he will reach in the future. I am looking forward to it. Huang Su muttered to himself as he looked in the direction Lu Ming had left. Lu Ming headed towards the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The distance from the Cloud Emperor mountain range to the Myriad Star City was shorter. Lu Ming only spent 3 days to return to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Then he reported his mission and returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. In a large hall of the Thunder Palace, the Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy as he sat on the highest chair. What's going on? It's been so long. Why aren't Chao and Changkong back yet? Also, those 5 guys didn't send me any messages either. The Thunder Palace master muttered, feeling a little anxious. It had been so long, but Chiu Changkong and Xue Chao still hadn't come back, which gave him a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming really didn't die? That's impossible. According to Su Zhong and the others, Lu Ming should be dead for sure. Even if he didn't die, he would still die when he reached the Burning Sun Empire. But why aren't Changkong and the others back yet? What happened? Damn it, I'm being watched closely by strange old Feng and the others. I can't even send people to get information. The Thunder Palace master roared in his heart. When Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others returned to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, they immediately reported the matter of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the bald man attacking Lu Ming. This caused an uproar, especially the Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and the others. They were furious, and they immediately suspected the Thunder Palace Master. However, the Thunder Palace Master naturally denied it. The other Palace Masters didn't have any evidence, so they couldn't do anything to the Thunder Palace Master. However, they sent people to keep an eye on the Thunder Palace Master to see what he would do. Therefore, during this period, the Thunder Palace Master didn't know what had happened in the Burning Sun Empire. He also didn't know that the people he sent had been killed by Lu Ming. Palace Master, Palace Master. At this moment, a young man hurriedly ran in. What's the matter? Speak. The Thunder Palace Master frowned. Palace Master Lu Ming has returned. The young man shouted. What? Lu Ming didn't die? How is that possible? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Thunder Palace Master abruptly stood up from his chair, almost roaring out loud. It's true. I saw him submitting the mission with my own eyes. He has already returned to the East Sky Yard. The young man reported. Damn it. Why isn't that little bastard dead yet? How is that possible? The Thunder Palace Master roared. According to his plan, Lu Ming should be dead for sure. Even if he had escaped from the Heavenly Corpse sect, he would still die when he returned to the Burning Sun Empire. However, Lu Ming had returned alive. Could it be that someone is secretly helping him? It's possible, very possible. Those Palace Masters and the Palace Master might have sent people to help him secretly. That must be it. The Thunder Palace Master's eyes flickered. Lu Ming, that little bastard, can't be left alive. I must find a way to get rid of him. A cold killing intent flashed across the Thunder Palace Master's eyes. At this moment, his expression changed, and a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his mind. At first, he was slightly stunned, but then he was overjoyed. The Sheng family actually sent people here at this time. Good. Doesn't Lu Ming have a grudge with Sheng Wushuang? I can use this opportunity to provoke the Sheng family, and use them to kill Lu Ming. The Thunder Palace Master was overjoyed. Go welcome the Sheng family. Then the Thunder Palace Master strode out. In the west of the Myriad Star City, 5 figures were heading towards the Myriad Star City. One of them was a white-haired burly old man, while the other 4 were young people. They were all in their 20s, and there were 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 of them had one thing in common, and that was a cold and arrogant expression. At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the Myriad Star City and greeted the 5 people. One of them was Sheng Wushuang, and the other was the Thunder Palace Master. Ha, so it's Brother Xing Yao. What brings Brother Xing Yao to the east of the Tianxian domain? The Thunder Palace Master cupped his fists and laughed. Brother Zheng, I hope you've been well since we last met. I'm here for a small matter. The white-haired old man smiled. Sheng Wushuang greets Elder Xing Yao. Sheng Wushuang stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Sheng Yao looked at Sheng Wushuang, and his face turned cold. He nodded slightly in response. Hee, Sheng Wushuang. I heard that you were badly beaten up by a divine guard from the same batch. Sheng Wushuang, you're a disgrace to the Sheng family. A young man from the Sheng family mocked. That's right, Sheng Wushuang. You're really a piece of trash. You were beaten up in the east of the Tianxian domain. If you return to the central region, you're worse than trash. Another young man sneered. Chapter 496. He was furious, but he dared not say anything. In the Sheng family, he was just a side branch disciple. The young men in front of him were direct disciples of the Sheng family. They were much higher than him in terms of status and cultivation. He could not be compared to them at all. The Sheng family was the oldest family in Tianxian domain. It was also one of the two strongest families of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in Tianxian domain. One was the Sheng family, and the other was the Mu family. The Sheng family was located in the central region of Tianxian domain. The central region was the most fertile and vast place in Tianxian domain. It was also the place with the richest spiritual qi. The central region of the Tianxian domain was 10 times the size of the eastern region. There were countless geniuses and monstrous geniuses. It was the core of Tianxian domain. The young men in front of him were direct disciples of the Sheng family. Sheng Wushuang could not afford to offend them. Sheng Wushuang, don't worry. Although you're trash, you're still a member of the Sheng family. Even if you're a dog of the Sheng family, we'll make you pay 10 times the price. Don't worry, we'll avenge you. One of the young men smiled faintly. Sheng Wushuang's face darkened. What did they mean? Did they compare him to a dog? Lu Ming, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this. I won't let you off. Sheng Wushuang roared in his heart. He did not dare to offend the direct disciples of the Sheng family. He could only blame it on Lu Ming. Haha, brother Sheng and the rest of you, let's go in and have a chat. Temple Master Lei said with a smile. All right. Sheng Yao nodded. They immediately went into Temple Master Lei. Someone had already prepared spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. They took their seats. Brother Sheng, may I know why you're here? Perhaps I can be of some help. Temple Master Lei spoke first. I'm sorry, Brother Zheng. I've been asked by the young master of Star Palace to do something. Sheng Yao said. What? The young master of Star Palace? Hearing that, both the Thunder Hall Master and Sheng Wushuang's expressions changed greatly. Sheng Xingqian was the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Sheng family. Reaching Martial King at the age of 21 had shaken the entire Tianxian domain. In the eastern region of the Tianxian domain, what is it that has caught the young master's attention? Thunder Palace Master asked. It's not a big deal. Young Master Xingqian mainly wants to find someone, and then he wants us to bring this person to the central region. Holy Glory said. Looking for someone? Young Master of Stars, who are you looking for? Thunder Palace Master asked. We don't know either. Therefore, we still need the help of the Thunder Palace Master. Holy Glory said. I will do my best. I wonder if there are any clues? The Thunder Palace Master immediately looked like he was going all out. Brother Zheng, you should know Palace Lord Mu's daughter, Miss Mulin's, right? Xing Yao asked. Palace Master Lei's expression changed once again as he said. Palace Master Mu's daughter, young Lady Mulin's? Of course I know her. Moreover, I heard that young Lady Mulin's was engaged to young Master Xingqian since she was young. The Palace Lord they were talking about was not the Palace Lord of the eastern region of the Tianxian domain, but the Palace Lord of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's branches in the entire Tianxian domain. That's right. However, that girl Mulin's did not want to marry young Master Xingqian. She even ran away from home, and hid in a remote place like the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, she actually went back some time ago. Young Master Xingqian has already sent people to investigate. That girl Mulin's went back to ask for an invitation to the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection on behalf of someone else. Young Master Xingqian is looking for this person. The person that Mulin's asked for an invitation is from the Burning Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I heard that he has already joined the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Sheng Yao explained once more. Hearing this, Thunder Palace Master's face was filled with joy. Brother Sheng, I know this person. His name is Lu Ming. There were 2 Emperor Sky Divine Guards from the Burning Sun Empire. Qiu Changkong was definitely not one of them. The only one left was Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Hearing this, Sheng Wushuang's expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Is this Lu Ming famous? A young man from the Sheng family asked. To be honest, this Lu Ming is an Eastern Sky Divine Guard from the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the Tianxian domain. Moreover, he is the one who injured Sheng Wushuang. Thunder Palace Master explained. He was overjoyed. He was still thinking about how to use the Sheng family to get rid of Lu Ming. Now he realized that he did not need to do anything. The Sheng family would not let Lu Ming go. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Thunder Palace Master thought to himself coldly. So it's the same person. Haha, that's good. It saves us some trouble. Let me teach him a lesson. I'll destroy Lu Ming's cultivation and bring him back to the central region for young Master Xingchen to deal with. A young man with dashing eyebrows laughed. Everyone, don't underestimate Lu Ming. His combat strength is terrifying. Not long ago, he defeated a genius who had just broken through to the Martial King realm as a half-step to Martial King realm. Thunder Palace Master said. Of course, he did not mention that the Martial King who was defeated was his disciple, as it would be too embarrassing. What? A half-emperor defeated a Martial King? Sheng Yao and the 4 geniuses of the Sheng family were astounded. How is this possible? How could a half-emperor defeat a real Martial King? The young man with dashing eyebrows could not believe it. It's true. Sheng Wushuang was there too. He saw it too. Thunder Palace Master said. That's right, it's true. Lu Ming's combat strength is terrifying. Sheng Wushuang said in a cold tone. A half-step king can actually defeat a king. Although he has just broken through to the king level, it is still incredible. Since that is the case, all the more we can't let him live. Sheng Kong, Sheng Wei, both of you go and destroy Lu Ming's cultivation. Then, take him down and bring him back to the central region. Sheng Yao said. Don't worry, Elder. No matter how strong Lu Ming's combat strength is, he's only a half-emperor. I've already reached the early second-layer Martial King realm, and Sheng Wei's cultivation has reached the peak second-layer Martial King realm. Taking down Lu Ming will be a piece of cake. Sheng Kong said confidently. Furthermore, they were all geniuses. Their combat strength was unmatched among their peers, and they could even fight those with higher cultivation levels. Lu Ming should be at the East Sky Courtyard. I'll bring you there. Sheng Wushuang immediately said. His heart trembled with excitement as soon as he imagined seeing Lu Ming being beaten like a dead dog. Lu Ming, you dared to injure me and take 30,000 peak spirit crystals from me. I'll make you pay 10 times the amount. Sheng Wushuang roared in his heart. He immediately brought Sheng Kong and Sheng Wei to the East Sky Courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the East Sky Courtyard, he sat down cross-legged and thought about the direction of his cultivation. My thunder intent is progressing rapidly. It's almost at the middle stage of lesser success. However, my wind-fire intent is progressing too slowly. I need to speed it up. Chapter 497. It's still too slow for me to improve these 2 essences quickly, even in the Enlightenment Palace. Only ultimacy crystals can help me improve these 2 essences quickly. But it's not realistic to buy a large amount of ultimacy crystals. Let's go to the mystical treasure house later. Ultimacy crystals were consumables that had miraculous effects on the comprehension of essences. It was too difficult to buy them, because everyone needed them and they would not save up. Once they bought them, they would use them up. It might be possible to buy a small amount, but it would be difficult to buy a large amount. The supreme spiritual crystals I have now should be enough for me to break through to LV2 Martial King realm. During this period of time, Lu Ming had obtained the storage ring of the bald burly man, and the storage rings of the 6 kings, including Xue Chao, during the battle at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. He had obtained a lot of supreme spiritual crystals. Now Lu Ming had another 150,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The most important thing in the Martial King realm was to comprehend the essences of heaven and earth. Only when the essences of heaven and earth had a breakthrough could one's cultivation break through. Once the essences of heaven and earth had a breakthrough, it would be much easier to improve one's cultivation. As long as one had enough resources and refined enough energy, they could break through their cultivation. Supreme spiritual crystals were undoubtedly the most suitable for this. Lu Ming had an advantage, which was the 9 dragons bloodline. The speed at which he refined the supreme spiritual crystals was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than others. Now let's improve my cultivation first. Lu Ming's thunder essence had already reached the initial success of level 1 essence. In other words, as long as Lu Ming had enough resources, he could break through to LV4 Martial King realm without any bottlenecks. Lu Ming waved his hands and 10,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals appeared. Explode. Lu Ming's genuine essence spread out, and the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the courtyard was extremely dense. Devour. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and inhaled. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was swallowed by the 9 dragons' bloodline like water. The 9 dragons' bloodline began to refine rapidly. Even supreme spiritual crystals had impurities and required time to refine. At most, one could refine a few dozen or 100 spiritual crystals. However, Lu Ming refined tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit crystals at the same time at a terrifying speed. If others saw this, they would be scared to death. Huff huff, the 9 dragons' bloodline seemed to be breathing. With each breath, an incomparably pure energy would flow into Lu Ming's body, being absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly, approaching the late stage of LV1 Martial King realm. Soon, 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and began to refine them. When Lu Ming refined 30,000 spirit crystals, Lu Ming's body shook and a dragon's roar could be heard. He had broken through to the late stage of Martial King realm. My God, it took me 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals to reach the late stage of the first layer Martial Emperor realm from the middle stage of the first layer Martial Emperor realm. That's too much of a consumption of top-grade spiritual crystals. I still have 120,000 top-grade spiritual crystals left. I guess I can only reach the early stage of the second layer Martial Emperor realm at most. Lu Ming was speechless at the consumption of spiritual crystals. This consumption was too terrifying. How could ordinary people afford it? It doesn't matter. No matter how much resources I consume, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Afterward, Lu Ming took out another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, exploded them, and began to devour and refine them. At this moment, Sheng Wushuang, Sheng Kong, and Sheng Wei arrived outside the East Sky Courtyard. Brothers, this is the East Sky Courtyard where Lu Ming lives. Lu Ming has just returned and should be inside. However, there is an inscription array outside the courtyard. Sheng Wushuang showed a flattering smile as he spoke to Sheng Kong and Sheng Wei. In the Sheng family, the difference between the status of a direct descendant and a branch descendant was too great. The Sheng family had been in the Tianxian domain for too long, and had countless branch descendants. Many of them were no different from servants. Although Sheng Wushuang was extremely talented, he was nothing in the eyes of the Sheng family's direct descendant. Sheng Kong nodded slightly and said, "So what if there is an inscription array? Just blast it out." Having said that, Sheng Kong thrust out his palm. Between heaven and earth, the spiritual qi of the earth gathered in a frenzy, forming a large yellow hand. The hand was the size of a small mountain as it directly slammed down on the East Sky Courtyard. Buzz. The East Sky Courtyard flickered with light as inscriptions appeared, forming a light screen. Boom. The yellow hand slammed into the light screen. Although it didn't shatter the light screen, it still caused the East Sky Courtyard to violently shake. At this moment, Lu Ming was in the middle of refining the spiritual qi of the spiritual crystals when the entire courtyard shook violently as if it was about to explode. This was too sudden. Lu Ming was shocked. In his shock, the vital essence in his body involuntarily went on a rampage. PFFF. Lu Ming's face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, who is it? How dare they attack the East Sky Courtyard? Lu Ming roared inwardly, and then circulated the true dragon battle art to stabilize his chaotic true yuan. Outside, Sheng Kong's palm shook the entire mountain. One figure after another flew up into the sky. Who is it? How dare they attack the East Sky Courtyard? This is a violation of the rules. Look, that's Sheng Wushuang. Who is that person with him? The others burst into discussion. Who is it? How dare they attack the courtyard of another Empyrean Divine Guard? This is a violation of the rules. Follow me to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. A deacon flew over angrily and berated loudly. You're the one who's bold. The Sheng family's direct descendant is here to handle matters. Get lost. Sheng Kong shouted and then waved his hand. A purple gold jade token flew out and rapidly expanded. It flashed with light and 2 golden words were engraved in the middle. Sheng Tian. The Sheng family Sheng Tian token. The deacon's expression changed drastically. In the Sheng family, only the direct descendants of the Sheng family had the Sheng Tian token. Moreover, only the most outstanding of the Sheng family's direct descendants had it. It represented their status. The scene was in an uproar. A direct descendant of the Sheng family had appeared here? Was he here to stand up for Sheng Wushuang? How could Sheng Wushuang be so capable to invite a direct descendant of the Sheng family? Humph, now get lost. Sheng Kong shouted. The deacon squeezed out an ugly smile. He glanced at the East Sky courtyard, clenched his teeth, and turned to leave. The rules were useful for ordinary people, but the Sheng family was one of the 2 strongest families of the Empyrean Divine Palace in the Tianxian region. Continue. Let's see if you can come out or not. Sheng Kong sent out another palm, and a huge palm smashed down on the East Sky courtyard, causing it to shake violently. Within the East Sky courtyard, killing intent exploded from Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately focused on stabilizing his true yuan. Boom. Boom. Sheng Kong's palms were constantly smashing down. The Eastern Sky Monastery was like a small boat in a storm, constantly shaking. Lu Ming is done for. Sheng Wushuang actually managed to invite a direct descendant of the Sheng family. Look at their auras. They're unfathomable. They're definitely not ordinary kings. The way I see it, there's definitely something else. Just Sheng Wushuang alone wouldn't make a direct descendant of the Sheng family come so far to cause trouble for Lu Ming. Chapter 498. Sheng Kong sent out 9 palms in a row. Just as he was about to send out the 10th palm, a roar came from the Eastern Sky Monastery. A crack appeared in the barrier, and a figure charged out. It's Lu Ming. He's charged out. Foolish, truly foolish. The Eastern Sky Monastery's grand formation can't be broken. If I were Lu Ming, I would hide in the Eastern Sky Monastery. That way, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Charging out now is just courting death. Lu Ming is young and full of vigor and talent. Now that he is being bullied, of course he can't hold it in. It's a pity that his opponent this time is a direct descendant of the Sheng family, a powerful king. Xueqiao can't be compared to him at all. Standing in the void, Lu Ming spotted Sheng Wushuang, Sheng Kong, and Sheng Wei at a glance. Sheng Wushuang, it's you again. You're courting death. Roared Lu Ming, his eyes emitting icy killing intent. Haha Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. This time, the one to die is you. Sneered Sheng Wushuang without the slightest fear. Sheng Kong stepped forward, arrogantly looking at Lu Ming. So you're Lu Ming. Very good. I thought you would be like a coward hiding inside. Since you've come out, then cripple your own cultivation, and follow me to the central region of the Tianxian region. Sheng Kong clasped his hands behind his back, speaking in a commanding tone. Lu Ming looked at Sheng Kong like he was looking at an idiot. Who was this fellow? Did he have a problem with his head? As soon as he came out, he told Lu Ming to cripple his own cultivation and follow him. Who did he think he was? And so Lu Ming indifferently said, "Where did this wild dog come from? Why are you barking in front of my door? Do you want to be my guard dog?" What? What did you say? As soon as Lu Ming said that, Sheng Kong was stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner? Bastard, do you know who I am? Listen carefully. I'm a member of the Sheng family, a direct descendant of the Sheng family. Now kneel down and admit your mistake, slap yourself 100 times, and cripple your own cultivation. Sheng Kong shouted. What bullshit Sheng family? I've never heard of it. Just now it was you who attacked the Eastern Sky Monastery, right? Very well. You attacked me with 9 palms just now. I will slap you 9 times before you can leave. Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone nearby was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's arrogance knew no bounds. To think that he would be so arrogant in front of a direct descendant of the Saint family. This was practically courting death. Even without the name of the sacred clan, the other party was still a powerful martial king. Lu Ming was simply courting death. However, they didn't know that Lu Ming had never heard of the Holy Clan. Moreover, with Lu Ming's character, even if he knew, he would still have the same attitude. Sheng Kong, Sheng Wei, and the others were also dumbfounded. especially Sheng Kong, whose face was flushed red and his body was emitting an extremely strong killing intent. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He glared at Lu Ming and shouted, "Little bastard, you're courting death. You're courting death. No one can save you." Boom. A tsunami-like aura burst out from Sheng Kong's body. A terrifying pressure spread out for 10 miles. What a strong aura. That's a second-level martial king. Who is it? Who dares to attack the residents of the Ditian Divine Guards? Figures rushed out from a mountain in the distance. Those who lived in the mountain were the previous generation of Ditian Divine Guards. Many of them had even broken through to the martial king realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! These Ditian Divine Guards also flew over. When they found out that it was a direct descendant of the Sheng family, they were all shocked. No one dared to interfere. "Now kneel down." Sheng Kong roared and took a step forward. With a wave of his palm, a huge khaki-colored palm pressed down on Lu Ming. How strong! That's a second-level martial king. His strength is definitely at the top among the second-level martial kings. He's a peerless genius. Lu Ming is done for. This person is more than 10 times stronger than Xue Chao. As soon as Sheng Kong attacked, various thoughts flashed through the minds of the people around him. What's there to be proud of with a mere second-level martial king? Just as the giant yellow palm was about to hit Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Then Lu Ming threw a punch and the huge khaki-colored palm exploded as though it was made of tofu. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Sheng Kong in a flash. Sheng Kong had never imagined that Lu Ming would be able to break his attack so easily and appear before him so quickly. According to Palace Master Lei and Sheng Wushuang, wasn't Lu Ming just a half-step martial king 2 months ago? How could a half-step martial king be so strong? Therefore it was too late for him to dodge. Lu Ming raised his hand and threw out a slap. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap could be heard from afar. Sheng Kong was slapped so hard that he spun more than 10 rounds on the spot. He then looked at Lu Ming with a dumbstruck expression. He was completely dumbfounded. The others were dumbfounded too. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Sheng Kong. Lu Ming had slapped Sheng Kong. How did he do it? Sheng Kong's aura had reached the second-level martial king realm. Everyone thought they were dreaming. First slap, 8 more to go. The crowd only woke up when Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Hiss, then, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Martial king, martial king. To be able to break Sheng Kong's attack and slap him. He was definitely a martial king. Lu Ming had reached the martial king realm. How was this possible? Wasn't this speed too fast? Not long ago, when Lu Ming had challenged Xue Chao, he was only a half-step martial king. In less than 2 months, Lu Ming had reached the martial king realm. He was simply a monster. One should know that even peerless geniuses had to stay in the half-step martial king realm for a period of time. The shortest was a year, and the longest was several years before they could break through to the martial king realm. Moreover, the success rate was not high. Now Lu Ming had achieved the emperor realm in just a few months' time. Furthermore, he had slapped a second-layer martial emperor realm genius in the face. This was unbelievable. Sheng Wushuang was so shocked that his eyes were about to explode. His body was trembling violently. A few months ago, his words of reprimanding Lu Ming were still vivid in his mind. Now, Lu Ming had completely left him in the dust. HHHH, you're courting death, you're courting death. Sheng Kong finally reacted and let out a frenzied cry. Pa! Lu Ming waved his hand and slapped Sheng Kong's face again. Sheng Kong's cry came to an abrupt stop as his body was sent flying into the distance. Courting death. On the side, Sheng Wei let out a furious roar as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Around his body, wisps of crimson flames filled the air as a blazing aura spread out, burning the space until it was distorted. The aura of a second-level martial king. Fiery dragon fist. Sheng Wei roared and threw a punch. A flaming dragon pounced toward Lu Ming, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its power was terrifying. Even an early-stage third-level martial king would not dare to take this attack head-on. Without a doubt, Sheng Wei was a peerless genius. Even at the martial king realm, he was able to fight those above his level. True dragon strike. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He thrust out the spear and a three-colored dragon danced in the air. Chapter 499. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and a dragon's roar resounded throughout the area. In the end, the fiery dragon was no match for the dragon. It exploded and disappeared into thin air. Roar. Although the tricolor dragon had shrunk significantly, it still charged toward Sheng Wei. Sheng Wei's body shook violently as he retreated frantically. There was dead silence at the scene. Lu Ming was too powerful. Not only had he broken through to the Martial King realm, but Sheng Wei, who was at the peak of LV2 Martial King realm, was no match for him. This was unbelievable. Boom. Lu Ming strode forward and waved his hand. A huge palm print shrouded Sheng Kong. Let's attack together. Sheng Kong roared. On the other side, Sheng Wei had also recovered his breath. He unleashed his full strength and charged toward Lu Ming. The combined power of the two was extremely terrifying. However, it was all in vain. Boom. Boom. After a few explosions, Sheng Wei coughed out blood and retreated like a cannonball. Then there was another crisp slap. Lu Ming had slapped Sheng Kong's face again. The third slap. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Die, die, you little bastard. I want you to die without a burial place. Sheng Kong roared like a madman. He was about to lose his mind. Who was he? He was a direct descendant of the Sheng family and a peerless genius. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Who dared to treat him like this? Right now he had been slapped 3 times by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was simply more unbearable than death. You talk too much. Fight. Lu Ming moved and charged toward Sheng Kong again. Sheng Kong roared in anger and attacked Lu Ming like a madman. However, it was useless. Slap. He was slapped hard on the face again. It was crisp and clear. The fourth slap. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard again. Ah! Sheng Kong roared wildly. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The others felt a chill in their gums. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. Lu Ming, quickly release Sheng Kong. Do you know that you've already caused a disaster? Sheng Wei roared from the side. His face was filled with shock, and he didn't dare to help. What a joke. I just gave him a few slaps, and it's a disaster? Just now he attacked the Eastern Sky Monastery. Why don't you say he caused a calamity? Lu Ming sneered and chided. Lu Ming, do you know that we are direct descendants of the Sheng family? We are different from you. Sheng Wei roared. Especially the direct descendants of the Sheng family. What bullshit direct descendant of the Holy Family? In my eyes he's worthless. Pa. As soon as Lu Ming said that, Lu Ming slapped Sheng Kong's face again. The 5th slap. Pa. The 6th slap. The 7th slap. The applause continued. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the scene. Especially Sheng Wushuang. His face was completely drained of blood, and his body was trembling from fear. At this moment, Sheng Kong's face was swollen like a pig's head. His meridians were sealed, and he had lost all ability to resist. Stop! When Lu Ming finished his 8th slap, and was about to deliver his 9th slap, an earth-shaking roar came from afar. Haha, Lu Ming, you're dead for sure. Why haven't you released Sheng Kong yet? Sheng Wei was overjoyed when he heard that voice. That voice belonged to Elder Xing Yao. Lu Ming frowned, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. His palm didn't stop as he delivered his 9th slap. Pa. Sheng Kong was sent flying by the impact. How dare you? You're courting death. That voice rang out again, filled with rage and incomparably cold killing intent. Shua. Shua. 2 figures appeared at the scene. One was the Thunder Hall Master, and the other was the Sheng family's elder, Sheng Yao. At this moment, their eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Damn it, that little bastard Lu Ming has broken through to the Martial King realm, and his battle strength is so strong. Chao Changkong and the others must be in deep trouble. The Thunder Hall Master roared in his heart. Previously, he had thought that someone was helping Lu Ming, but now it was proven that Lu Ming didn't need anyone's help. The experts he had sent were no match for Lu Ming. He had already tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. He had set up a series of traps and even sent a 3rd-level Martial King and 4 2nd-level Martial King experts to deal with Lu Ming, a half-step king. This was simply a trap that was impossible to fail, but it had failed. Little bastard, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Sheng Yao stared coldly at Lu Ming. Didn't I stop? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, do you know who this is? This is the Sheng family's elder. You dare to quibble in front of the Sheng family's elder? You're courting death. Furthermore, you dared to injure the Sheng family's elites. You've already committed a great crime. Why don't you kneel down and cripple your own cultivation, and admit your guilt? The Thunder Hall Master berated. Admit my guilt? Hee, that guy attacked the East Sky Courtyard without any reason. According to the rules, he should be punished. I only retaliated. What crime am I guilty of? Lu Ming replied indifferently without any fear. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How can a lowly life be compared to the Sheng family's direct descendant? Kneel down and admit your guilt. The Thunder Hall Master yelled. I'll kneel down to your mother. Old man, if you treat yourself as a dog, don't treat others as dogs. If you want to kneel down and lick the Sheng family's elders' feet, go back and slowly kneel down. Lu Ming yelled. He was originally filled with killing intent towards the Thunder Hall Master. Now that the Thunder Hall Master was calling him a little bastard, and asking him to kneel down and admit his guilt, Lu Ming was infuriated. He didn't give him any face. The other Empyrean Divine Guards were dumbfounded. This Lu Ming was simply too daring. He actually dared to curse the Thunder Hall Master in front of so many people. As expected, the Thunder Hall Master's face flushed red. His body trembled with rage. He pointed at Lu Ming and roared. Disgraceful! Disgraceful! Brother Zheng, why waste words with him? Take him down and cripple his cultivation. Sheng Yao coldly shouted. He raised his hand, and a terrifying concept of fire erupted. It formed a giant flaming hand that grabbed at Lu Ming. The world was scorching hot. They were both using the concept of fire, but Sheng Wei was trash when compared to Sheng Yao. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was simply no way to compare them. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could feel a terrifying aura of death approaching him. This aura was too strong. It wasn't something he could resist. The difference was too great. Let's go. The Divine Guard token glowed. Behind Lu Ming, the East Sky Courtyard's protective light screen cracked open. Lu Ming directly rushed in. Then the light screen reformed. Hide. Is it useful to hide in there? Break for me. Sheng Yao coldly shouted. Boom. The giant flaming hand slammed into the East Sky Courtyard's light screen. The light screen shook violently. The entire mountain shook violently as if it was about to explode. But in the end, the light screen still managed to block this attack. Again. Chapter 500. The giant flaming palm was as big as a mountain as it slammed down on the East Sky Courtyard. Boom. The East Sky Courtyard shook violently. The light screen outside was also shaking violently as if it would explode at any moment. Although the light screen blocked the giant flaming palm, there was still a terrifying force that seeped into the light screen. In the courtyard, Lu Ming felt a strong impact. Bam! The terrifying force hit Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to cough up blood. Sheng Yao was too strong. Although only a trace of force had seeped into the light screen, it was enough to injure Lu Ming. This old man. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He wanted to enter the Temple of Paragon, but he realized that he couldn't. Damn, is there a need to do this? This old man is not someone I can fight against. Why can't I enter? Lu Ming was speechless. Little bastard, I can still cripple you even if you hide inside. Sheng Yao shouted coldly outside and slammed his palm out again. This time, it formed a giant palm that was several times bigger than before. It grabbed the entire East Sky Courtyard and pulled it out forcefully. He wanted to uproot the entire East Sky Courtyard. Rumble. The East Sky Courtyard shook violently as waves of force seeped in. Lu Ming's body was under great pressure, and cracking sounds could be heard. All the bones in his body were about to break. Stop! Stop now! At this moment, a few figures flew over at an incredible speed. Before they could finish their words, they had already appeared not far away. Palace Masters, 3 Palace Masters. Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and Metal Palace Master. Many Dtion Divine Guards shouted. Sheng Yao, stop. Attacking other Dtion Divine Guards like this has already violated the rules of the Dtion Divine Palace. Stop now. The palace masters shouted one after another. How can you interrupt the Sheng family's matters? Get lost. Sheng Yao was extremely domineering. He still shouted at the palace masters. You. The three palace masters looked at the east sky courtyard that was covered by the giant flaming palm and looked worried. Sheng Yao, you have already broken the rules. As the palace masters of the Tianxian domain's eastern branch palace, we have the responsibility to stop you. The palace master of wind shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The wind, fire and metal palace masters struck out at the same time. Three mighty attacks blasted towards holy glory. You overestimate yourself. Sheng Yao's eyes turned cold. A fiery red saber appeared in his other hand, and he slashed out. 1,000-meter-long flaming saber radiance slashed out violently, as if it could split open the sky. The attacks of the three palace masters crumbled under the blazing saber radiance. The expressions of the three palace masters changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. Peking. Sheng Yao, you've broken through to the Peking level. The Wind Hall leader and the others exclaimed. That's right. Do you still want to stop me? Sheng Yao said coldly. The Wind Hall leader and the others wore unpleasant expressions. A Peking was already half a step into the first level of the Spirit God realm, the Spirit Ocean realm. Although the three of them were all kings, even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for a Peking. Rumble. Although the inscription array around the eastern sky courtyard was profound, it was on the verge of collapsing under Sheng Yao's attacks, and was about to be pulled out. Lu Ming. Although the Wind Palace Master and the others were extremely anxious, there was nothing they could do against Sheng Yao, who had already broken through to the Peak King level. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. You dare disrespect this old man? Only death awaits you. The Wind Palace Master sneered inwardly. As for Sheng Wushuang, he was also ecstatic. Dai. Lu Ming, no matter how arrogant you are, what use is it in front of the Sheng family? In the Tianxian domain, apart from the Mu family, the Sheng family is the sky. They are everything. Sheng Wushuang laughed wildly in his heart. Just at this moment, a light breeze blew by, and the flame hand covering the eastern sky monastery dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into nothingness. The eastern sky courtyard regained its calm. Puff. Within the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His clothes were stained with blood, and his face was pale and his aura weak. Just a moment ago, he had already been heavily injured. Old man. Lu Ming cursed as he lay on the ground. Outside the eastern sky courtyard, Sheng Yao's expression changed. Muzheng. A solemn voice sounded from Sheng Yao's mouth. Without a sound, an old man in a green robe appeared with a faint smile on his face. This subordinate greets the palace master. The Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and the others, including the Thunder Palace Master, immediately bowed when they saw this elder. What? Palace Master? Could it be the Palace Master of the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian domain? At this moment, many of the Empyrean Divine Guards were shocked. The Palace Master of the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian domain was extremely elusive, and very few people had seen him before. Who would have thought that he would appear today? This subordinate greets the Palace Master. The Empyrean Divine Guards present all bowed to the elder in green robes. Damn it, wasn't Muzheng in seclusion? Why did he come out? Damn it. The Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. You don't have to be so polite. Muzheng waved his sleeves and a breeze blew. Everyone felt a gentle force supporting them as they straightened their bodies. Palace Master? Is the Palace Master here? In the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming naturally heard the commotion outside, and his expression changed. Thereafter, he struggled to get up and walked out of the eastern sky courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming walked out, everyone's eyes turned to look at Lu Ming. This little bastard is still alive? He can still move. The Thunder Palace Master thought to himself. The Wind Palace Master and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As for Sheng Yao, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Muzheng, you came at the right time. This little bastard offended his superiors, contradicted his elders, and even injured the elites of the Sheng family. He deserves to die. Now, take him down and hand him over to me for punishment in the central region. Sheng Yao said coldly. Hee hee, Sheng Yao, don't try to act like this in front of me. Do you think I don't know the face of the Sheng family? Lu Ming beat up the people of the Sheng family. That was your own fault. Who can you blame for your own incompetence? Do you have to contradict your elders? As an elder, if you don't do what an elder should do, shouldn't you contradict them? You can even hit them. Mu Zheng smiled faintly and glanced at the Thunder Palace Master. The Thunder Palace Master's face immediately turned pale, and his heart turned cold. Mu Zheng, it seems like you must interfere today? Sheng Yao's face turned ugly as he shouted. This is the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian domain, and it is under my jurisdiction. What do you think if you cause trouble here? Mu Zheng said. Good, very good. Mu Zheng, I heard that you are about to open your spiritual sea and break through to the Sea of Soul Realm. Today I will give it a try. Sheng Yao's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. Let's fight in the sky. Mu Zheng's reply was simple. Swish, swish. Mu Zheng and Sheng Yao's figures flashed as they rushed into the sky. Boom. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion sounded in the sky, and a powerful pressure spread out for hundreds of miles. Chapter 501. High up in the sky, it was as if a sun had exploded. A blazing storm descended from high up in the sky. Not good. The Wind Hall Master, Fire Hall Master, and several others moved and appeared above the crowd. With a wave of their hands, they formed a light screen that blocked the raging firestorm in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Following which, terrifying explosions rang out continuously in the sky. Those with lower cultivations could only feel their eardrums ringing. Their faces turned pale, and they almost vomited blood. Those who were martial kings and above stared at the sky. However, most of them could not see the figures clearly. They could only see a ball of green energy and a ball of red energy clashing against each other. Every time they clashed, there would be an earth-shattering explosion. The blazing light even covered the sun in the sky. Fortunately, the two of them were fighting in the sky. If they were fighting on the ground within 100 miles would have been cracked. Is this the strength of a peak king? They are indeed very strong. Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the sky, clenching his fists tightly. This strength was indeed much stronger than his current strength. However, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, there was a burning desire to fight in his eyes. Give me 2 years and I will definitely surpass that old man. Lu Ming muttered. The battle in the sky continued, and it became more and more intense. In the end, green and red light filled the entire sky. The people below could no longer see what was happening above. About 2 minutes later, the green and red light dissipated and 2 figures flew down from the sky. They were Mu Zheng and Sheng Yao. However, Sheng Yao was in a sorry state now. He was panting heavily and his face was pale. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Mu Zheng was breathing calmly. His face was rosy and his clothes were neat. He was completely fine. Sheng Yao, I will let you off this time. Let's go. Leave the east of Tianxian region. Mu Zheng said. Haha, good. Very good. Mu Zheng, do you think you can protect this little bastard? You are too naive. If my Sheng family wants him dead, he will die. Sheng Yao shouted. Sheng Yao, do you think that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace belongs to your Sheng clan? The ruler of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace is Emperor De. We're just helping Emperor De manage his territory. If the Holy Clan acts like this, sooner or later, you'll get into trouble. Mu Zheng shouted. Mu Zheng, my Sheng clan is loyal and devoted. You don't need to use Martial Emperor De to pressure me. I'll say it right here. You can help him once, but you can't help him a second time. Offending my Sheng clan, your fate is already sealed. Sheng Yao shouted coldly. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Little bastard, just you wait. You won't live for long. Old man, I was just about to say this to you. I'll remember what happened today. You better wash your neck clean and wait. Sooner or later, I'll chop off your head. Lu Ming retorted sarcastically, giving tit for tat. Haha. Sheng Yao laughed out of anger. Cold killing intent burst out from his body as he stared at Lu Ming and said, It's useless to be sharp-tongued. Just you wait. Let's go back to the Sheng clan. Sheng Yao waved his hand, and led the way to the exit of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Sheng Kong and Sheng Wei glanced at Lu Ming viciously. Then they followed Sheng Yao and left in an instant. "Elder, wait for me." Sheng Wushuang's face turned pale with fright. He didn't dare to stay here. If Sheng Yao and the others left, he would be in trouble. Therefore he left with Sheng Yao and the others. That little bastard, he managed to escape again. Palace Master lay cursed in his heart. Then he left the place. The storm ended with Mu Zheng's arrival. Junior Lu Ming greets the Palace Master. "Thank you for saving my life." Lu Ming came to Mu Zheng and cupped his fists. However, his mind was spinning rapidly. Mu Zheng's surname is also Mu. I wonder how he is related to Mulan's. Mu Zheng revealed a gentle smile and said, "You don't have to thank me. This is the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian Domain, and you are my Emperor Heaven Divine Guard. I should help you." At this moment, Palace Master Feng, Palace Master Hua, and Palace Master Jin also came forward. "Lu Ming, are you all right?" Palace Master Feng asked worriedly. "Thank you for your concern, Palace Master Feng. It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious," Lu Ming said. "That's good." Palace Master Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief. "Lu Ming, this spirit-enhancing pill is good for healing. Take it and go back to heal your injuries. Also, you have to increase your strength as soon as possible. I reckon that the Sheng clan won't let this go." Mu Zheng looked at Lu Ming and said, "Thank you, Palace Master." Lu Ming didn't refuse. He took the pill and bowed. Then he turned around and returned to the East Sky Courtyard. "Everyone go back and cultivate." Mu Zheng waved his hand. The onlookers all dispersed. In the end, only Mu Zheng was left. At this moment, a young man in a white robe stepped in the air and appeared beside Mu Zheng. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this young man. This young man was Mu Shuyuan, the one who had warned Lu Ming when he had just joined the Emperor God Palace. "Sixth uncle." Mu Shuyuan bowed beside Mu Zheng. Mu Zheng looked at the East Sky Courtyard and frowned. After a while he sighed. "There's a limit to how much we can help that girl. The rest is up to them." "Sixth uncle, you don't have to worry too much. I think that Lu Ming's talent is extremely terrifying. In a few years, he might be able to fight against the Sheng clan," Mu Shuyuan said. "I'm afraid that he won't be able to wait for a few years." Mu Zheng sighed. Mu Shuyuan remained silent. "Forget it. Let's leave it to their luck. Let's go." Mu Zheng sighed and left with Mu Shuyuan. Lu Ming walked into the East Sky Courtyard and sat down cross-legged. He took out the elixir that Mu Zheng had given him and swallowed it. Once the elixir entered his mouth, it turned into a crystal-clear liquid and slid down his throat. Then, it turned into a warm energy that spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's injured body rapidly recovered. His cracked bones were also healing rapidly. What a mysterious healing elixir. This healing elixir is probably an upper-grade LV5 elixir. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he circulated the true dragon battle art and combined it with the elixir's medicinal power to heal his injured body. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering rapidly. A day later, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. Lu Ming took a bath in the small stream in the courtyard. He washed off the blood scabs on his body, revealing his bronze skin. Then Lu Ming changed into a black robe and looked energetic. Why did the Sheng clan do this? Why did they suddenly find trouble with me and want to bring me to the central region? Is it because I beat up Sheng Wushuang? Lu Ming sat cross-legged and thought to himself. This matter was a little strange. If it was because of a grudge with Sheng Wushuang, the Sheng clan wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Even a Peak King was involved. How was that possible? Lu Ming was a little confused about this matter. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Now I'll continue to refine the spiritual crystals and increase my cultivation. Lu Ming took out another 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals and exploded them. He began to devour the spiritual qi within the crystals to increase his cultivation. Soon, he finished devouring the 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. He took out another 10,000 and continued to devour them. Chapter 502. In addition to the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals he had wasted due to Sheng Kong's interruption, Lu Ming had spent a total of 70,000 supreme spiritual crystals to raise his cultivation from the mid-first layer Martial King realm to the peak first layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming was left with 80,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. Now let's break through to the second layer Martial King realm. With a wave of his hand, another dense pile of spiritual crystals appeared in the air. This time, Lu Ming took out 20,000 supreme grade spirit crystals at one go. Bang! Bang! The supreme spiritual crystals exploded one after another like fireworks. Rich qi filled the air and was absorbed by the Nine Dragons' bloodline. The vast energy turned into rolling true yuan as Lu Ming began to break through to the second layer Martial King realm. Soon, all 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Almost there, almost there. Just one more step, and I'll be able to break through to the second layer Martial King realm. This time, Lu Ming waved his hands and took out 30,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals. 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals were extremely powerful as he began to break through to the second layer Martial King realm. Half a day later, boom! With a loud explosion, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. He had broken through to the second layer Martial King realm. Such powerful true yuan. It's 3 times more powerful than the first layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming pondered as he felt the powerful true yuan in his body. No wonder there was a huge gap between each layer of the Martial King realm. Now, I only have 10,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals left. This is really a big expense. Lu Ming exclaimed. Of course, this was only for him. Other people would not need so many supreme spiritual crystals. Furthermore, Lu Ming's thunder will had already reached the first layer lesser success, which was why he could break through to the next level without any worries. Normally, people would have to work hard to comprehend the will of heaven and earth. As the will of heaven and earth improved, their cultivation would also improve. However, Lu Ming's will of heaven and earth improved so much. If only I had enough supreme spiritual crystals, my cultivation could reach the fourth layer Martial King realm and become a lesser success Martial King realm. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he immediately shook his head. Leveling up to LV1 Martial King realm required so many supreme spiritual crystals. Leveling up to LV2 Martial King realm and LV3 Martial King realm would require a terrifying amount of supreme spiritual crystals. Looks like I'll have to think of a way to get more resources. And that Dandan, ever since it ate the heavenly tribulation last time, it hasn't done anything. I wonder how it's doing. Lu Ming picked up the Dandan hanging in his hair and looked at it carefully. If it wasn't for the layer of sparkling luster on the eggshell and the life force that was seeping out of the stone egg, Lu Ming was really afraid that something had happened to the Dandan. After all, it had eaten a heavenly tribulation. Right at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared on the ground. Inside the jade box, there were 2 pieces of pitch-black withered branches. There was also half a box of spring water. There was originally a whole box of spring water, but now there was only half a box left. Among the 2 pieces of pitch-black withered branches soaked in the spring water, one of them had a bud growing on one end. Yes, one of the pieces of withered branches had come alive and grown a bud. The bud was shining with a little luster, making it look crystal clear. However, what surprised Lu Ming the most was that the bud was emitting a mysterious aura. Under this aura, Lu Ming's mind was extraordinarily clear, as if he had abandoned everything and was immersed in the Tao of heaven and earth. In the past, he was able to figure out some of the things that he didn't understand about martial arts very quickly. Comprehending Tao. In this state, Lu Ming seemed to be comprehending Tao. Amazing to amazing. What's the origin of this withered branch? It's only a bud, but it can help me comprehend Tao. Lu Ming was astonished. Now let's comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. Immediately, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Tao of wind. Immediately, Lu Ming felt that his perception of the Tao of wind was very clear. The speed of his comprehension was at least 10 times faster than before. Heavens, this is too amazing. Lu Ming's eyes stared at the bud. At this time, Lu Ming saw that on the bud, there was a mysterious pattern. It looked like a real dragon, a phoenix, a qilin and other ancient divine beasts. It was incomparably mysterious. According to the legends, in the ancient times, there was a kind of spiritual root of heaven and earth called the Tao comprehending spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root grew into spiritual trees of different shapes. This kind of spiritual tree was called the Tao comprehending ancient tree. According to the legends, in the ancient times, the most powerful people in the world would plant a Tao comprehending ancient tree beside them to help with their cultivation. Could it be that this withered branch fell from one of the Tao comprehending ancient trees? Lu Ming suddenly thought of a legend. Thinking of this legend, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. It can't be true, right? If it's true, then I'm going to be rich. Lu Ming found it hard to believe. After all, there were too few Tao comprehending ancient trees. In the ancient times, only the most powerful people in the world could control one. Those powerful people were unbelievably strong. Today's martial emperors were like ants in front of those powerful people. Secret, it must be a secret. No matter if it's true or not, I can't let anyone know. Otherwise, I'll be dead. Lu Ming knew that if this branch was really the Tao comprehending ancient tree, the whole divine region would be in an uproar. Those martial emperors would definitely seize the Tao comprehending ancient tree at all costs. Right now, he had only grown one bud and his comprehension speed had increased by 10 times. What would happen if he grew 2, 3, or even more? How much help would it be to Lu Ming? Immediately, Lu Ming put the jade box into the Temple of Paragon and entered the Temple of Paragon. No matter if it's the real Tao comprehending ancient tree, it can increase one's comprehension speed by 10 times. This alone is invaluable. Haha, I'm going to be rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then Lu Ming began to comprehend various martial techniques. Indeed, under the cover of the mysterious aura of the bud, Lu Ming's mind was very clear. Whether it was comprehending martial techniques or the essence of heaven and earth, his comprehension speed was increased by 10 times. Cultivate, let's start cultivating. Lu Ming put the jade box beside him and began to comprehend the essence of wind. He planned to condense the essence of wind into an essence rune. In terms of attack, he had the thunder essence for now. As long as he could condense the essence of wind into an essence rune, his speed would increase greatly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Ming's comprehension of the essence of wind increased rapidly. It was equivalent to the result of 1 month's comprehension in the past. However, Lu Ming still felt that it was too slow. If I use the Tao comprehending ancient tree in the Tao comprehending palace, won't my comprehension speed be even faster? Lu Ming couldn't help but think. Regardless of whether it was the real Tao comprehending ancient tree, Lu Ming called it the Tao comprehending ancient tree. It felt good to call it that. Chapter 503. The Tao Enlightenment Palace costs 100 supreme-grade spirit crystals a day. Lu Ming booked it for 2 months and spent 6,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. After entering Tao Enlightenment Palace, the Tao of heaven and earth floated. Finally, the 3 essences of wind, fire, and thunder appeared. Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment ancient tree and placed it in front of him. Then, he threw away the fire and thunder essences and focused on comprehending the wind essence. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes and joy flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, the Enlightenment ancient tree could be combined with the essences here. It made Lu Ming's comprehension speed faster. It was at least 30 times faster than before. 30 times. That was to say, Lu Ming comprehended it for 1 day, which was equivalent to 1 month in the past. 1 day was equivalent to 1 month. How amazing was that? Immediately, Lu Ming raced against time to comprehend it. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's comprehension of the wind essence increased rapidly. 1 month later, it was equivalent to 2.5 years of Lu Ming's previous cultivation time. After 2.5 years of comprehending the wind essence, he finally comprehended the wind essence to the point where he could condense essence runes. Condense the essence runes. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Buzz. The wind essence spread out, and then completely converged. It began to condense in Lu Ming's mind. 2 hours later, an inch-long cyan rune was condensed successfully. This time, there were no heavenly tribulations. It was calm. Just like that, Lu Ming successfully condensed the second essence rune. So cool. It's so cool to comprehend here. If I have enough top-grade spirit crystals, I can cultivate in seclusion here for a few years. Then, I'll be able to comprehend a concept to the completion of the first level. Lu Ming sighed secretly. However, it's still too slow. I don't have much time left. It's been a year and a half, almost 2 years. Even at this speed, I won't be able to fight against Martial Emperor De when the 10 years are up. It still needs to be faster. The more leaves the Tree of Enlightenment grows, the stronger its ability to help people comprehend the Tao. It seems that in the future, I have to find more treasures like spiritual liquid that can cultivate spiritual herbs to speed up the growth of the Tree of Enlightenment. Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. Shaking his head, Lu Ming temporarily suppressed these thoughts and continued to comprehend. This time he began to comprehend the Fire Essence Rune. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days Fire Spiritual Essence Rune and Spiritual Fire Essence Rune. On this day the surrounding space started trembling slightly. You want to teleport me out? What's going on? There's still a few more days runes rune? Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the martial Tao ancient tree, full of doubts. Wang. After a dozen breaths, the space trembled and Lu Ming's figure disappeared. In the next moment he appeared outside the Tao Comprehension Palace. Lu Ming, the envoy of the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace is here. He has something important to discuss with you. So we can only let you come out early. You still have 6 days. I'll return these 600 spiritual crystals to you. One of the guardian elders of the Tao Comprehension Palace waved his hand, and the 600 spiritual crystals flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to catch them, but his heart was filled with doubts. The envoy of the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace? Lu Ming frowned. The Heavenly Profound Branch Palace was the headquarters of the Heavenly Divine Palace in the Tianxian region. It was said that in the beginning, a large region only had one Heavenly Divine Palace branch palace. For example, in the Tianxian region, there was only one Heavenly Divine Palace branch palace in the center of the Tianxian region, the most prosperous place. Later, because a large region was too vast, they set up some smaller Heavenly Divine Palaces in various places. In the Tianxian region, there was a small Heavenly Divine Palace branch palace in the east, south, west, and north. However, the real core was still in the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace. The 4 Heavenly Profound Branch Palaces had to listen to the orders of the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace. Now the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace had sent an envoy to find him? Could it be the Sheng family? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He thought of the Sheng family. This was the only possibility. Is the Sheng family finally going to make a move? I would like to see what kind of methods you will use. A sharp light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you have finally come out of seclusion. Go to the mission hall now. There is a mission for you. The person who came was a middle-aged deacon of the mission hall. He spoke at this moment. Senior, I wonder what kind of mission it is for me to come out of seclusion in such a hurry. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Sigh. Lu Ming, I will not hide it from you. A few months ago, the Heavenly Corpse sect invaded the Tianxian region. In the central region of the Tianxian region, they had many battles with the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace and suffered heavy losses. This time, the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace issued an order to the other 4 branches to transfer a portion of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards to the central region. This time, your name is on the list. The middle-aged deacon had a good impression of Lu Ming and explained to Lu Ming in detail. My name is on the list? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace only needed to give the Eastern Branch Palace a specific number and number of experts for the Eastern Branch Palace to arrange. Why would they specify his name? This was obviously intentional. Lu Ming was certain that this was the doing of the Sheng family. Then, the 2 of them headed to the mission hall. Lu Ming. In front of the mission hall, Lu Ming saw the Hall Master of Wind. Hall Master. The middle-aged deacon bowed to the Hall Master of Wind. The Hall Master of Wind nodded and said, You can go in first. I have something to say to Lu Ming. Yes. The middle-aged deacon bowed and walked into the mission hall. Lu Ming, I'm sure you have a rough idea of what happened. The Hallmaster of Wind said. I have a rough idea. Lu Ming nodded and said. This time you must be careful. The Heavenly Profound Branch Palace wants you to go with them. This is definitely the doing of the Sheng family. Moreover, the Sheng family wants to support the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace and eliminate the Heavenly Corpse sect. Even the Palace Master can't reject this. In the Central region, the Sheng family is extremely powerful. They just want you to go to the Central region. At that time, they can do whatever they want to you. The Hall Master of Wind said with a solemn expression. They won't ask a few seniors to kill me, right? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Although the Sheng family is powerful, they still have scruples. However, the younger generation doesn't have such scruples. Moreover, it's impossible to guard against any schemes. The Hall Master of Wind said. Lu Ming nodded. The seniors wouldn't make a move openly. It was much easier to deal with the younger generation. Then Lu Ming thanked the Hall Master of Wind. The Hall Master of Wind reminded Lu Ming to be careful and keep a low profile when he went to the Central region. Chapter 504. The middle-aged deacon led Lu Ming to complete the mission procedures. Lu Ming, come to the mission hall tomorrow morning and meet up with the others. You will form the first batch of reinforcements and head to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. There will be several batches of reinforcements heading to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. The middle-aged deacon said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and left the mission hall, returning to the East Sky courtyard. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Lu Ming's thoughts were flying. The Tianxian Branch Palace, the Sheng family, senior sister Mulan, should also be in the Tianxian Branch Palace. All right, the Tianxian Branch Palace. Even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I, Lu Ming, have to barge in. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the fire concept. After this period of comprehension, the fire concept had almost reached the level of condensing concept runes. As long as the fire concept condensed concept runes, then the wind, fire, and thunder concepts would all condense concept runes. Lu Ming's battle strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. Moreover, he could cultivate the fourth level of the three ultimates of the dragon god. Beside a small lake, Mu Zheng stood with his hands behind his back. Mu Shuyuan stood beside him. Sixth uncle, the Sheng family is really fast. They actually used this method to recruit Lu Ming to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. What should we do now? Mu Shuyuan said. The Sheng family's method is really brilliant. Even I can't refuse. Lu Ming going to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace is no doubt trespassing into a tiger's den. Mu Zheng sighed. How about this, Shuyuan? You immediately head to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace and wait for an opportunity to take care of Lu Ming. Mu Zheng continued. All right, I will leave immediately. Mu Shuyuan nodded and his figure flashed, disappearing without a trace. In the Thunder Hall, the Thunder Hall Master laughed wildly, extremely carefree. Haha, Lu Ming, when you reach the mysterious Sky Branch Palace, you still won't die. I will wait here for your good news. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Lu Ming came to the mission hall. Some people had already gathered in the mission hall. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them. Among these people, there were men and women, old and young. However, they were all martial king realm cultivators. Among them, there were a few whose auras were terrifyingly powerful and unfathomable. Small success king. Those people were definitely kings at the small success stage. The number of people was still increasing. 10 minutes later, including Lu Ming, there were exactly 50 people in the mission hall. At this moment, an old man walked into the mission hall. Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. Everyone bowed respectfully. This old man was Palace Master Mu Zheng of the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region. Mu Zheng revealed a gentle smile as he swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Lu Ming for a moment before he said, All right, now that the first batch of 50 people to head to the Tianxian Branch Palace has arrived, you can set off immediately. Remember, you must try your best to ensure your own safety in the process of killing the enemy. This old man will wait here for your return. Thank you, Asgard Master. We will definitely do our best to protect ourselves, and then kill as many enemies as we can to display the might of our Eastern Profound Sky Continent. Everyone replied. All right, let's go then. Mu Zheng waved his hand. Immediately after, Lu Ming and the rest bade farewell to Mu Zheng and set off for the Tianxian Branch Palace. The Tianxian Branch Palace was located in the central region of the Tianxian region. Its territory was boundless, and it was 10 times larger than the eastern region of the Tianxian region. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. There were many geniuses, and experts were as common as clouds. That place was the core of the Tianxian region. There was no doubt that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was the overlord there, and they controlled everything. There were also some small factions that relied on the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Within the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, there were 2 great clans that controlled everything. One was the Sheng clan. The Sheng clan had a long history, and they had already existed before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They were fully deserving of being the overlord of the Tianxian region. The other patriarch was the Mu clan. The current palace master of the Tianxian Branch Palace was the Mu clan's patriarch. The Mu clan could be said to be a rising clan in the Tianxian region. They had only risen for less than 100 years, but they were extremely powerful. The 2 great clans stood at the peak of the Tianxian region. The eastern region of the Tianxian region was extremely far from the Tianxian Branch Palace. Even if everyone was a martial king, it would still take them a month to reach the Tianxian Branch Palace. Everyone moved as fast as lightning towards the Tianxian Branch Palace. Among them, there were some who were smarter, and they guessed that the reason why Lu Ming was summoned to the Tianxian Branch Palace was most likely related to the Sheng clan. Hence, they stayed far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about them, and he continued on his journey. Every 3 days, everyone would stop to rest and recover their true yuan. Soon half a month had passed. Everyone had already left the eastern region of the Tianxian region and entered the central region. However, there was still a long way to go before they could reach the Tianxian Branch Palace. On this night, everyone stopped in a valley. Someone lit a bonfire, caught a demonic beast, and roasted it. Lu Ming was alone at the side, and he also lit a bonfire. Then, he rushed into a mountain and returned with a sturdy horned sheep. After cleaning the sheep, he started to roast it. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The horned sheep became glossy and shiny. Lu Ming took out a jar of wine and ate and drank alone. Haha, good wine, really good wine. Brother Lu, can you let me, old Zhuang, have a taste of the meat and wine as well? A tall and sturdy man with strong arms walked to the bonfire and grinned. Of course, please. Lu Ming smiled. This man was called Zhuang Hong, and he was extremely powerful. He was one of the 3 kings in Lu Ming's group that had reached the king realm. However, he was honest and sincere, and didn't have many thoughts. Along the way, he was the only one who would occasionally talk to Lu Ming. Zhuang Hong grinned, sat down, and tore off a leg of the horned sheep without any hesitation, and started to eat it. So fragrant, so fragrant. The meat is fat but not greasy. Out of all the meat roasted by so many people, I still like Brother Lu's the most. Zhuang Hong's mouth was filled with oil as he praised loudly. Lu Ming smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a jar of wine appeared, and he threw it to Zhuang Hong. Zhuang Hong caught it, opened the lid, and took a big gulp. He praised, "Good wine, really good wine. Please." Lu Ming smiled and started to eat as well. Brother Lu, in fact, I, old Zhuang, really admire you. Even in the face of the Saint family, you can still hold your head high. You can say whatever you want and scold whatever you want. This is what a true martial artist is like. I, old Zhuang, admire you. Come, let me toast you. Zhuang Hong yelled as he ate. Lu Ming clinked glasses with Zhuang Hong and took a big gulp of the wine. Brother Lu, I have faith in you. With your talent, I'm sure you'll be able to beat those arrogant geniuses of the Sheng family in the future. Zhuang Hong yelled again. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned, and his face changed slightly. There's a smell of blood. Lu Ming whispered. Zhuang Hong was dazed and said doubtfully, Brother Lu, we killed so many demonic beasts just now. Of course there's a smell of blood. It's not the blood of demonic beasts, it's the blood of humans. Lu Ming said with a frown. The 9 dragons' bloodline had devoured a large amount of blood essence of humans and demonic beasts. Therefore, Lu Ming could easily distinguish the difference between the smell of blood of humans and demonic beasts. Ah. Chapter 505. Everyone's expression changed. That's Suechio's voice. He went to hunt demonic beasts. What happened? What danger did he encounter? Someone yelled. Ah! At this moment, another scream was heard. It's Zhao Er. He is also hunting demonic beasts. Someone exclaimed. Let's go and take a look. Someone yelled. Then 7 or 8 voices flew in that direction. They stood high in the sky and looked down. However, it was night after all. Their vision was obstructed and they could not see clearly. Then they flew down. The next moment, screams were heard. In just a few breaths, there were no more sounds. 7 or 8 experts of the martial king realm had suddenly disappeared. There are enemies. Gather together. Quick, don't be defeated one by one. A few shouts were heard. It was the other 2 martial kings. Lu Ming and Zhuang Hong also gathered together. 40 or so people gathered together. What on earth is there? 8 martial kings were taken care of so quickly. Someone said solemnly. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, everyone heard a rustling sound. It was particularly eerie in the forest at night. What's that? Everyone focused their attention, opened their eyes wide, and looked around. Oh no, it's under our feet. Lu Ming suddenly yelled. What? The others were stunned. Bang! Suddenly, under the feet of one of the Dtian Divine Guards, a pitch-black beast's claw stretched out and grabbed one of the Dtian Divine Guard's feet. What's that? The Dtian Divine Guard yelled in horror. He was a mid-stage martial king realm expert. At this moment, he exerted all his strength and slashed at the beast's claw with his saber. However, an astonishing scene happened. When the saber slashed at the beast's claw, it was as if it had slashed at some kind of hard steel. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. It could not be cut. Roar. A beast roar came from underground. The beast's claw tore off one of the Dtian Divine Guard's legs. The Dtian Divine Guard screamed and fell to the ground. The next moment, another beast's claw reached out and grabbed at the young man's head. The Dtian Divine Guard's scream came to an abrupt end. All this happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, the Dtian Divine Guard was already dead. What demonic beast is that? Die. At the side, a few Dtian Divine Guards roared as they launched violent attacks at the demonic beast. Boom. After a few booms, a large crater was blasted into the ground, but there was no trace of the demonic beast. Ah! Suddenly, another scream came from another direction. A first-layer martial king realm Empyrean Divine Guard was clawed to death by a beast's claw that reached out from the ground. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why can't I sense any aura? Someone shouted in shock. Corpse. That's the corpse of a demonic beast. There's no sign of life. Finally, someone discovered the truth. Demonic beast's corpse? Everyone was shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Black shadows shot towards them from all directions. It was faster than an arrow. Be careful. A loud roar resounded, and everyone burst out with powerful Zhen Yuan. Their bodies were suffused with all kinds of lights, and one light after another burst out. Boom. Boom. With a loud explosion, those black shadows were sent flying back. That is. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that those black shadows were actually black chains. They are from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming shouted. What? The Heavenly Corpse sect? How did the Heavenly Corpse sect know that we are here? Someone yelled in disbelief. Although their departure was not a secret, the route they took first was very secretive. Not many people knew about it. How did the Heavenly Corpse sect find them? Was it a coincidence? Haha, I didn't expect the people from the eastern part of the Tianxian domain to recognize us so quickly. How unexpected. A cold voice came from the forest in the distance. Whoosh. Whoosh. Then, the crowd saw coffins flying out from the surrounding forest. These coffins were of different sizes and they floated in the air, blocking their escape route. There were at least 100 of them. Crack! These coffins opened, and figures walked out one after another. Refined corpses. The first to walk out were all refined corpses. Their faces were pale, and there was a hint of black in their paleness. Their bodies were wrapped with black chains. Apart from these human-shaped refined corpses, There were also beast-shaped ones. Roar. A few demonic beasts that looked like black panthers with red eyes and fangs in their mouths roared. However, there was no sign of life on them. They were all refined corpses. Other than human corpses, demonic beast corpses could also be refined into refined corpses. The refined corpses of demonic beasts were called demonic corpses. Obviously, the ones that were hiding underground and launching a sneak attack were these demonic corpses. Following closely behind these refined corpses were pale-faced zombie guards in black robes. There were more than 200 refined corpses, and close to 100 corpse guards. Haha, it is not a waste that we have been lying in ambush here for a few days. With 50 Martial King corpses, we can refine 50 powerful refined corpses. One of the corpse guards sneered. How is this possible? How did you know that we would pass by here? How did you ambush us in advance? One of the Divine guards shouted in disbelief. Haha, since you are about to die, there is no harm in telling you. Of course, someone informed us. One of the corpse guards sneered. What? Everyone was shocked. There was a traitor. A traitor leaked their information to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Damn it, who is it? Someone roared. Could it be the Shang clan? Lu Ming's mind raced. His first suspicion was the Shang clan. They knew that he was in this group, and wanted to use the Heavenly Corpse sect to get rid of him. However, was it necessary to sacrifice the lives of the other 49 Divine guards? This was too ruthless. Haha, go to hell. Close to 100 corpse guards began to control the refined corpses. More than 200 refined corpses were surging with corpse chi, and emitting a powerful aura. King level. These refined corpses were all king level corpses. 9 of them had extremely powerful auras. They were all at the king level. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was a terrifying force. 9 king level refined corpses, about 200 refined corpses from the first to the third layer of the Martial King realm, and close to 100 corpse guards. This force was several times stronger than Lu Ming's. In order to deal with them, the Heavenly Corpse sect had sent out so many experts. This was a sure kill. Lu Ming and the others didn't even have a chance to escape. With such a great disparity in strength, it was impossible to escape. Lu Ming's expression became extremely solemn. Go, team up and charge in the same direction. Zhuang Hong roared and rushed to the west first. Go, go. The other 2 king-level corpses cooperated with Zhuang Hong, and rushed in that direction. Chapter 506. Trying to break out? Dream on. Kill them all. A zombie guard with a powerful aura yelled. This zombie guard's cultivation was already at the early stage of the king realm. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sky was filled with chains. They were like black poisonous snakes that filled the void. The black chains either stabbed at the group like spears or wrapped around them like ropes. Dang. 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 Everyone's attacks were bounced back when they hit the chains. Only the attacks of the 3 early stage kings managed to break through dozens of chains. However, whoosh. Whoosh. The 9 early stage kings roared and waved their arms. A few chains flew out of each of their bodies and swept toward the 3 early stage kings. With a loud explosion, the 3 early stage kings were also knocked back, unable to break through. Damn it! What do we do? Some people panicked and couldn't break out at all. Kill! The zombie guard yelled. The refined corpses roared, and the chains swept across the sky. Someone screamed as the chains pierced through his body and killed him. In a few breaths, another 4 or 5 people were killed. Keep going. Zhuang Hong yelled and charged forward with all his might. However, the 3 of them were completely blocked by the 9 early stage kings. It was impossible for them to break out. At this moment, everyone was in a tough battle, and people were constantly being killed. What do we do? Lu Ming frowned and waved the spear in his hand to block the chains coming from all directions. The difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the Martial King realm was the dividing line between the low-level Martial King realm and the low-level Martial King realm. Therefore, the difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the Martial King realm was not simply a difference of 1 level, but 2. Therefore, although Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 2nd stage Martial King realm, he was definitely not a match for the 4th stage kings. Zhuanghong and the other two early stage kings were all at the fourth stage martial king realm. If they couldn't break through, Lu Ming would also have a hard time. Ah! Screams were heard as another person was killed, and his body was dragged out by the chains. At this moment, there were less than 30 of them left. Zhuanghong and the other two early stage kings were also in a tough battle. They were no match for a few refined corpses of the same cultivation realm, who were completely impervious to swords and spears. It had only been a short while, but there were already several wounds on their bodies. Whoosh! Whoosh! The chains danced in the air as a small success king was entangled by one of the chains. Damn it, break for me! This small success king roared, wanting to cut this iron chain. However, after several consecutive strikes, sparks flew in all directions, and only a shallow gap appeared on the iron chain. Whoosh! An iron chain pierced through his chest. His speed was as fast as lightning. This Tian Divine Guard roared and desperately moved his body to the side. Poochie! The iron chain was like a long spear. It pierced through his shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. Hee, don't even think about resisting. Die and become my refined corpse. From the side came the sinister laughter of the zombie guard. Dream on, you bastards from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Don't even think about refining my corpse into a refined corpse. Hurry up and leave. I'll hold them off. This Tian Divine Guard's eyes were red as he roared at Zhuanghong and the others. At the same time, the aura on his body began to surge violently. Damn it, he wants to self-destruct. Stop him. One of the Tian Divine Guard screamed. Ha ha. That Tian Divine Guard laughed loudly. Charge, charge, charge this way. Zhuanghong and the others gritted their teeth and suddenly changed their direction, charging madly in the other direction. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Berserk energy surged out in all directions. That Tian Divine Guard had self-destructed. The self-destruction of a fourth-stage martial king realm king was unimaginably powerful. 9 small success king-level refined corpses were sent flying. Some of the lower-level refined corpses were directly blown into pieces. With a large number of refined corpses blocked, the pressure on Zhuanghong and the others was greatly reduced. Boom. Boom. Zhuanghong, another small success king, Lu Ming, and some other powerful Tian Divine Guards joined forces and blasted a huge gap in the refined corpses' encirclement. Charge! Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, they rushed madly toward the gap. Lu Ming followed closely behind Zhuanghong and rushed out of the gap. Damn it! Block it! Block it! A large group of corpse guards roared. Iron chains flew across the sky and blocked the gap in an instant. There were still more than 10 people who did not manage to rush out and were trapped inside. In the next moment, screams rang out continuously. However, Lu Ming and the others could not care less. There was still a barrier in front of them, and that was the corpse guards. You want to leave? Impossible. Die. The corpse guards attacked. Corpse chi surged. All kinds of palm winds, claw lights, and saber lights that contained corpse chi blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. As long as the corpse guards blocked them for a while, they would be in danger. The refined corpses would soon surround them. Boom. Boom. Zhuanghong and the other small success king were blocked. The other side was also 2 small success king level corpse guards. If the refined corpses were removed, the corpse guards would be weaker than martial artists of the same level. However, it would not be a problem for them to stall for a short period of time. Hee die, you bastard. A zombie guard at LV3 Martial King Realm clawed at Lu Ming with its claws. You're the one who will die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He twisted his spine like a dragon and stabbed out with his spear. Extreme Dao Strike. After breaking through to the Martial King realm, the power of the Extreme Dao Strike was extremely terrifying. Poochie. The corpse guard's head was pierced through by the spear, and he died. As soon as the corpse guard died, the refined corpses under his control stopped moving in the air. However, there were too many refined corpses. The stopping of a few refined corpses did not affect the overall situation. Whoosh. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and it looked like he was about to break out of the encirclement. Stop right there. A cold shout was heard. A saber light filled with corpse chi slashed toward Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming raised his spear and blocked in front of him. Dang. A terrifying force surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he could not help but retreat. A pale-faced corpse guard holding a saber appeared in front of Lu Ming. Without a doubt, it was a small success king. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, 9 small success king-level refined corpses were crazily rushing toward him from behind. Iron chains flew through the air and rushed toward him. Dandan, smash it! At this moment Lu Ming shouted. Buzz. Dandan, which had been hanging on the end of his hair, shook slightly and flew out with a whoosh, smashing toward the corpse guard's face. Dandan seemed to have been digesting the heavenly tribulation since it ate it last time. It was only a few days ago that it was almost fully digested and had a reaction again. Lu Ming stared at Dandan. He wondered how it would be after it finished digesting the heavenly tribulation. It's just a stone. Break it. The corpse guard sneered and slashed out a saber light, wanting to smash Dandan into pieces. However, Dandan completely ignored the saber light. It rushed past and smashed toward the corpse guard's face. Bang! Chapter 507. Dandan accurately smashed into the face of the Empyrean Divine Guard. Ah! This Dtion Divine Guard screamed miserably and retreated frantically. Lu Ming saw that the other party's face had been smashed into a pulp. His facial features were completely deformed and he was smashed into a lump. Even his head had almost exploded. If it weren't for the vitality of a low-tier king, an ordinary person would have died from such an injury. Shwa. Shwa. At this moment, the 9 low-tier king corpses had already arrived. The iron chains flew through the air, and some of them were aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, run. I'll block them. Zhuang Hong appeared in front of the 9 corpses and roared. Old Zhuang, let's go together. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go together. No one can escape. Run. We've been betrayed this time. Someone must escape and find the mastermind to avenge us. Zhuang Hong roared. Boom. Immediately, the true yuan on Zhuang Hong's body violently surged. This move again. Damn it. Get out of the way and kill the others. Damn it. Get out of the way. The corpse guards all roared. Lu Ming, find the mastermind and avenge us. This was Zhuang Hong's last sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion resounded. Zhuang Hong had self-detonated. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and the corpse guards all retreated. Whoosh! Amidst the violent energy waves, a storage ring flew toward Lu Ming. It was Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Obviously, even if Zhuang Hong died, he didn't want the heavenly corpse sect to benefit from it. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Die. The heavenly corpse sect must die. And the mastermind must die as well. I, Lu Ming, swear that I will avenge you. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and an intense killing intent burst forth. Zhuang Hong, this straightforward man, had been drinking and eating meat with him not long ago. Now he had died a miserable death, and not even his bones were left. Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the heavens. Dandan. Lu Ming shouted again. Dandan was slightly shaken, and once again rushed out, smashing towards the zombie guard whose face had already been smashed. Bang. This time it was even worse. The zombie guard was almost smashed to death. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming turned into a spear light and disappeared in a flash. The zombie guard didn't even have time to react before it was killed by Lu Ming. A small completion king had died just like that. With the death of this zombie guard, there were no more obstacles in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the man's blood essence. At the same time, he took the man's storage ring. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few Empyrean Divine Guards also took the opportunity to rush out and run far away. Chase! Don't let any of them escape! A zombie guard roared. Nearly 100 zombie guards, along with the refined corpses, split into several groups and chased after the Empyrean Divine Guards. Die brat! There were also some zombie guards hiding behind the refined corpses and charging towards Lu Ming. Heavenly Corpse Sect, I'll remember this. Lu Ming said coldly, then turned around and stepped out. 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. Whoosh. After using the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. No matter how the zombie guards chased, they couldn't catch up. Damn it. That brat escaped. A zombie guard shouted unwillingly. Let's chase after the others. We can't let more people escape. Then these zombie guards chased in other directions. Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps was terrifyingly fast. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared 100,000 miles away. Whoosh! He rushed into a forest with an extremely cold gaze. This time, it was too miserable. Almost all of the 50 of them were wiped out. In the end, only a few of them managed to rush out. As for those few people, most of them were injured and might not be able to escape the heavenly corpse sex pursuit. Lu Ming had Dandan to thank this time. Otherwise, he might not have been able to break out of the encirclement. Also, with the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps extreme speed, he was able to successfully shake off the heavenly corpse sex pursuit. Heavenly corpse sect. This debt will be settled sooner or later. There's also the mastermind behind this. Who is the one who betrayed us? Is it the Sheng family? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. At present, the Sheng family seemed to be the biggest suspect. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon with a thought. Then he began to refine the essence blood. The zombie guard was a 4th-level martial king, a low-level martial king. Its essence blood was extremely rich. Lu Ming used all of it to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. Unfortunately, after completely refining the essence blood, the 9 dragons' bloodline was still at the 6th level of the martial king realm. It seems that it's too difficult to reach the 7th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming sighed. Until now, he had not seen anyone with the 7th level of the martial king realm bloodline, except for Xian Yanqing. Regardless of whether one was a genius or a monster, the 6th level of the martial king realm was the highest level. It seemed that there was a gap between the 6th and 7th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then, with a move of his finger, a few storage rings appeared in his palm. 2 of them belonged to the zombie guards killed by Lu Ming, and 1 belonged to Zhuang Hong. Elder Zhuang, I wonder if you have any relatives. When I return to the Eastern Branch Palace in the future, I will definitely give your storage ring to your relatives. Lu Ming moved his hand and put away Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Then he checked the storage rings of the 2 zombie guards. Of the 2 zombie guards, one was a 3rd-level martial king, while the other was a 4th-level martial king realm low-level martial king realm. There were quite a lot of wealth in their storage rings. There were 5 or 6 secret manuals. One of them was about how to refine corpses. Lu Ming flipped through them casually and put them away. Lu Ming valued the top-grade spiritual crystals the most. There were a total of 180,000 of them in the 2 storage rings. This was not a small amount. As for the ultimacy crystals, there was not a single one. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. After tidying up, Lu Ming waved his hand and 20,000 top-grade spiritual crystals floated in the air. Lu Ming wanted to continue improving his cultivation. His cultivation was still too weak. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could easily crush anyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. No one could survive a single attack from him. However, that was only the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was not enough on a bigger stage, like the entire Tianxian domain. For example, if Lu Ming's cultivation was at the low-level martial king realm, Zhuang Hong and the others would not have died, and they would not have been wiped out. Strength was the most important thing. Furthermore, the Tianxian domain was only a small domain within the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's sphere of influence. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was only one of the 4 strongest forces in the Eastern Wilderness. The Divine Wilderness continent was divided into the Central Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. The Eastern Wilderness was only one of the 5 vast regions in the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's current location could only be considered a small part of the Divine Wilderness continent. Bang! 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 Chapter 508. Lu Ming's cultivation started to increase rapidly. After reaching the 2nd layer Martial King realm, the amount of spiritual crystals needed to increase one's cultivation had increased significantly. When Lu Ming had refined 50,000 spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had only increased from the early 2nd layer Martial King realm to the mid-2nd layer Martial King realm. 50,000 spiritual crystals. When he was at the 1st layer Martial King realm, he only needed 30,000 spiritual crystals to increase his cultivation level. When he reached the second layer Martial King realm, it increased to 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to take out more spiritual crystals. Increase at a crazy rate. In less than a day, Lu Ming had refined all 180,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased to the peak of the second layer Martial King realm. If he wanted to reach the third layer Martial King realm, he would need more resources. In the next moment, Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon and looked to the west. Tianxian Branch Palace, Sheng family, I Lu Ming am coming. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the Tianxian Branch Palace. Not long after, he passed by the place where he had been ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect. At this moment, there were no other traces of the ambush except for some blood on the ground. The corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect must have been taken away by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming paused for a moment before he turned into a beam of light and continued to head toward the Tianxian Branch Palace. Lu Ming's speed was much faster since he was traveling alone. The journey that would have taken him half a month was completed in 7 days by Lu Ming. An ancient city appeared in front of him. The city was completely black and there were marks of swords and sabers on it. It was filled with an ancient aura as if it had traveled through time and space from the ancient era. The area of this city was not large. Compared to the Myriad Star City, it was much smaller. However, the reputation of this city was many times greater than that of the Myriad Star City. This was because the city was called Tianxian City. This Tianxian City was the branch palace of the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace in the Tianxian domain. Legend had it that Tianxian City had existed for countless years. It had been preserved from the primordial era and had existed for over 1 million years. This city had been built by human powerhouses in the ancient times. The entire city was built on a super-large spiritual eye and a Tao eye. Spiritual eye could provide an endless supply of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Therefore, the spiritual qi in Tianxian City was the densest in the Tianxian domain. The Tao eye contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that those who cultivated in Tianxian City would be able to comprehend force and intent faster than those who cultivated in other places. Growing up in Tianxian City, one could say that he was blessed by the heavens. Therefore, there were no ordinary people in Tianxian City. There were only people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. If people outside the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wanted to enter, they would have to pay a huge price. Within 1,000 miles around Tianxian City, there were 8 huge satellite cities. They surrounded Tianxian City like stars surrounding the moon, continuously providing resources to Tianxian City. Lu Ming watched for a while before flying towards Tianxian City. When Lu Ming was within 10 miles of Tianxian City, he suddenly felt a strong pressure pressing down on his body. Lu Ming could not help but land on the ground. Indeed, there is an inscription array in Tianxian City that restricts people from flying. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was already clear about this point. The entire Tianxian City had been inscribed with a powerful inscription array by ancient powerhouses. It was impenetrable and hard for outsiders to break through. At the same time, there was a flight restriction array. Not to mention a martial ancestor, even a martial king would find it hard to fly. Lu Ming had heard that if one wanted to fly in Tianxian City, one would have to be at least a peak king. Lu Ming walked towards Tianxian City on foot. The gates of Tianxian City were open, and there were people coming in and out occasionally. There was a group of soldiers guarding the entrance. Every soldier was emitting a powerful aura. So strong. There are 15 of them, and 5 of them are low-tier kings. The other 10 are all third-layer martial kings. When Lu Ming saw the group of soldiers at the gates, his heart skipped a beat. He was extremely shocked. This was just a group of soldiers guarding the gates. And yet they were already so terrifying. He wondered how many powerhouses were in Tianxian City. Without a doubt, there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds. 80% of the powerhouses of the Tianxian region's Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were here. Lu Ming walked towards the gates with large strides. Stop right there. Who are you? Only disciples of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace can enter this place. If you are not a member of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A soldier in metal armor stared at Lu Ming. His eyes were like two sharp swords, stabbing into Lu Ming's body. I am Lu Ming, a divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace. This is my divine guard token. Lu Ming took out his divine guard token and handed it to the soldier. Divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace? The soldier in metal armor was a little puzzled. He took the token and scanned it with his mind. Then his eyes calmed down. You are indeed a divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace. Furthermore, you are the newest Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Could it be that you are sent from the East as reinforcements? Why are you the only one here? The soldier in metal armor returned the divine guard token to Lu Ming as he muttered doubtfully. Can I enter the city now? Lu Ming asked. Since you are a divine guard, you can enter the city. The soldier in metal armor revealed a smile. Just as Lu Ming was about to enter the city, a discordant voice rang out at this moment. Little bastard, it's you? You are not dead yet? A gloomy voice rang out. Lu Ming was stunned and looked towards the city gates. A few figures walked out from the city gates. One of them stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. Shen Kong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect to meet Shen Kong the moment he arrived. There were two other young men besides Shen Kong that Lu Ming had never seen before. Shen Kong, is he the brat from the east that you were talking about? A tall young man looked coldly at Lu Ming. That's right, it's him. Shen Kong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Shen Kong, what do you mean by that? Did you know that I would be in danger? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. Could it be that the Sheng family had informed the Heavenly Corpse sect and betrayed them? Hee, what's so strange about that? We received the news 2 days ago that the first batch of reinforcements sent by the Eastern Sub-Palace had been ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect on the way. They were completely annihilated, and none of them managed to escape. You were among the first batch of reinforcements, right? Shen Kong sneered. That's right. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, how dare you betray the Heavenly Divine Palace and secretly contact the Heavenly Corpse sect? Dozens of Heavenly Divine Guards from the Heavenly Divine Palace were killed. You really deserve to die. Today, I will cripple you as a warning to others. Shen Kong suddenly shouted. Shen Kong, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming said coldly with a calm expression. Nonsense. Lu Ming, how did the Heavenly Corpse sect know about your whereabouts? If someone did not collude with the Heavenly Corpse sect, how could this have happened? Moreover, the first batch of reinforcements was completely annihilated. There were even 3 kings in the group. But what is your cultivation base? Yet you survived. If you are not a traitor, who else can you be? Chapter 509. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming burst into laughter. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Shen Kong yelled. Shen Kong, I'm laughing at you. Is there something wrong with your head? Am I a traitor just because I'm alive? What kind of twisted logic is that? Will you only feel better after we've all died in battle? I'm suspecting that you're the traitor who colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect to set us up. Lu Ming yelled. Nonsense. You're slandering me. Shen Kong yelled. At that moment, some people at the city gate were attracted by the two's voices and gathered around curiously. The guards clearly recognized the identities of Shen Kong and the others, but they didn't interfere. Slandering me? Humph, if I remember correctly, you returned to the central region after I beat you up in the Eastern Branch Palace. Not long after that, you sent a message to the Eastern region, asking me to come to the central region to provide support. Now, I suspect that all of this is a trap set up by your Saint clan. You leaked the news to the Heavenly Corpse sect with the purpose of killing me, right? Lu Ming bellowed. His aura was like a dragon, pressing hard on Shen Kong. You're slandering me. Shen Kong was stunned by Lu Ming's aura, and was momentarily stunned. He was almost speechless. How dare you slander the Shen clan? You're courting death. Shen Kong, step aside and let me cripple him. The tall young man stepped forward. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming coldly. A powerful aura burst out from the tall young man's body. It was terrifying. Peak 3rd layer Martial King Realm. The tall young man's cultivation had reached the peak 3rd layer Martial King Realm. Furthermore, he was no ordinary peak third-layer Martial King realm cultivator. He was definitely a genius among the Martial Kings. Who's that kid? I've never seen him before. How dare he offend the Shang clan? I vaguely heard it just now. It seems to be coming from the Eastern Branch Palace. What? How dare someone from the Eastern Branch Palace offend the Shang clan? They're courting death. Based on what that kid said, it seems like Holy Kong suffered a loss at his hands in the Eastern Branch Palace? I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. Easy to deal with? So what if he defeated Shang Kong? Shang Kong is merely one of the many direct descendants of the Shang family. Shang Feng is much stronger than him. On the side, the onlookers were whispering to each other. Brat, are you going to kneel down and cripple yourself? Or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you'll have to suffer. Shang Feng was tall, half a head taller than Lu Ming. His face was cold and arrogant as he looked down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming curled his lips. The members of the Shang family were probably used to being overlords in the Tianxian region. Every single one of them was the same. I advise you to scram. You probably don't know how badly Shang Kong was beaten up by me in the East. Be careful that you don't end up like him. Lu Ming glanced at Shang Feng and said. Arrogant. You're courting death. Shang Feng shouted. Bang. Shang Feng took a step forward like a giant beast, causing the earth to rumble. Then he struck out with his palm. Kneel. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth gathered and formed a palm print that slammed down on Lu Ming's head. Even a peak LV3 Martial King expert would not dare to take this attack head-on. Buzz. Lu Ming's hand flashed and a long spear appeared. Then he pulled it out. Boom. The long spear struck the palm print, causing it to crumble instantly. You're the one who should kneel. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the long spear in his hand became 10 meters long and as thick as a water tank. He then slammed it down on Shang Feng's head. Shang Feng's face changed. Apparently, he did not expect Lu Ming to destroy his palm print so easily. So, you're quite capable. However, this is not enough to defeat me. Boom. Shang Feng shouted coldly. A 10-meter-tall giant bear appeared above his head. The giant bear was covered in scales and emitted a fierce aura. At the same time, 6 silver chakras shone on the giant bear's body. In the next moment, the giant bear rushed into Shang Feng's body, causing his burly body to swell. Earth-shattering palm. Shang Feng jumped up and slammed his palm down on Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear upward and a tricolor true dragon flew out with an imposing aura. Now that Lu Ming's wind intent had formed a wind intent rune, the 3 skills of the dragon god had become even more powerful. Boom. The tricolor true dragon broke through Shang Feng's attack and continued to slam into Shang Feng's body. Shang Feng screamed as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew 100 meters into the air and then fell freely under the effect of the forbidden flight array. Catch me, hurry up and catch me. Shang Feng screamed in fright in the air. Shang Kong and another young man wanted to catch Shang Feng. However, Lu Ming used his long spear to block the two of them. Go away. The other young man yelled but did not dare to make a move. His cultivation was only at the early 3rd level of the Martial King realm, far weaker than Shang Feng. He was obviously no match for Lu Ming. As for Shang Kong, his face was pale and filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had become stronger again. He was definitely not this strong a few months ago when he was in the Eastern Branch Palace. Even Shang Feng, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, could not fight back against Lu Ming. How could this be? Bang. With this delay, sacred wind crashed into the ground. The ground at the entrance of the city was the same as the city walls of Tianxian City. They were both left behind from the ancient era and were extremely hard. They were a few hundred times harder than steel. Shang Feng's face hit the ground heavily and made a teeth-numbing sound. Blood splattered everywhere, and the crowd could see 7 or 8 teeth in the blood. Ah, little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Shang Feng struggled to get up and yelled crazily. He was a genius at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, but he was severely injured from the fall. It was a great humiliation. From today onward, no matter how brilliant his achievements were, it would be a stain on his record that he would never be able to get rid of. The anger in his heart was enough to set the 9 heavens ablaze. However, what greeted him was a long spear. Bang! A long spear struck one side of his face, and his body flew out. The other side of his face crashed heavily onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere as teeth flew. Sheng Feng was dumbfounded. The others were dumbfounded too. Lu Ming was ruthless. He attacked before Sheng Feng could finish his sentence. This time, Sheng Feng was lying on the ground, twitching continuously. He could not get up at all. Sheng Kong and the other young man from the Sheng clan were covered in cold sweat. Lu Ming reached out and sucked Sheng Feng's storage ring into his hand, keeping it without any reservation. He was currently in need of resources. How could he miss out on such a great opportunity? You too, hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each and I'll let you go. Hurry up, take the spiritual crystals. Chapter 510. When his voice rang out, the surrounding onlookers were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Where did this guy come from? How audacious! Not only did he severely injure Sheng Feng and snatch his storage ring, but he also wanted Sheng Kong and Sheng Feng to hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each. This was a blatant robbery. The crowd was in a mess. Sheng Kong and Sheng Kong were even more astonished. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. What did you say? What did you say? The other young man from the Sheng family suspected that he had heard wrongly. How dare someone do this to them in Tianxian City? Even the elites of the Mu family would not dare to do so. I don't want to repeat myself. Within 3 breaths, hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each. 1. Lu Ming started counting. You. Don't go overboard. This is Tianxian City, not the East Branch Palace. You are courting death. Sheng Kong yelled crazily. 2. Lu Ming did not stop and started counting to 2. Damn it. Damn it. Hurry up and take this guy down. Sheng Kong roared at the armored soldiers. However, the armored soldiers were indifferent. They were under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian Branch Palace and were only responsible for guarding the city gate. As for the personal grudges of the other Emperor Sky Divine Guards, they would not interfere. 3. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Retreat! Sheng Kong and the other young man from the Sheng family retreated as fast as lightning. However, even though they were fast, Lu Ming was faster. Whoosh! Lu Ming pulled out the long spear in his hand. Bam! Bam! The shaft of the long spear hit Sheng Kong and the other young man in the face. The two of them screamed and flew far away. Now, it's not about the 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming strode toward Sheng Kong and the other young man in the face. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Sheng Kong screamed hysterically. He felt that half of his face was no longer his. Audacious! Who dares to hit a member of the Sheng family? You are courting death. At this moment, a roar rang out from within the city gate. Then a figure swept over like a gust of wind. Swoosh! Before the figure arrived, a water sword formed by water currents pierced toward Lu Ming's glabella. The sword of flowing water contained a powerful concept of water. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of threat from this sword. In an instant, the true essence in his body burst out crazily. The intent realm converged, and he thrust his spear forward. Bam! A crisp sound could be heard. Lu Ming realized that the water sword was tougher than an ordinary level 4 spiritual weapon. At the same time, there was an explosion of vast power. Lu Ming's body shook, and he could not help but retreat. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Sheng Kong and Lin Ming. This was a young man in a blue robe. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was handsome, but there was a trace of arrogance between his eyebrows. The moment this youth appeared, cries of surprise rang out. I didn't expect Sheng Jiang to be so close. That kid's days are over. Sheng Jiang became a king a year ago. But then again, this kid is really bold. He even dared to hit a member of the Sheng family. I heard that he came from the east. I don't think he has heard of the Sheng family. Some people shook their heads. They felt that Lu Ming was doomed. Brother Jiang, you came at the right time. This kid dared to hit us and humiliate our Sheng family. This is unforgivable. Brother Jiang, you have to cripple him for me. When Sheng Kong saw Sheng Jiang, he was wild with joy and shouted excitedly. But what answered him was Sheng Jiang's kick. Sheng Jiang's kick landed on Sheng Kong's face, leaving him dumbfounded. Trash. You were beaten up so badly by a kid from the east. You are a disgrace to the Sheng family. Sheng Jiang glanced at Sheng Kong coldly. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, however, no matter how trash a member of the Sheng family is, he can't be beaten by an outsider. Kid, since you attacked us, you have to bear the consequences. His eyes were filled with disdain and he looked superior. Lu Ming curled his lips and sneered. Oh, are you saying that I can't fight back when they attack me? Is there such a logic in this world? Of course you can fight back. But if you fight back, you will have to pay a heavy price. Why? Do you need me to do it myself? Sheng Jiang said indifferently. Nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Lu Ming said coldly. Sheng Jiang's face darkened. He said coldly, stubborn. Don't think you can fight me just because you blocked one of my attacks. How naive. Now, I will show you the difference between a king in the lower realm and a king in the lower realm. As he spoke, a powerful aura burst out from Sheng Jiang's body. The aura of the peak 4th layer martial emperor realm and the 1st layer lesser success stage of water intent. Following this, Sheng Jiang waved his hand, causing a huge amount of water to appear in the sky. The water turned into swords of water. Kill. As Sheng Jiang waved his hand, at least 100 swords of water shot toward Lu Ming. The swords of water pierced through the sky, resulting in a shocking sonic boom. Lu Ming wore a stern look. He clenched his fist, causing the force of lightning to gather in the sky, forming spears of lightning. Go. Lu Ming waved his hand, causing the spears of lightning to fly forward and collide with the swords of water. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions could be heard in the sky, which lasted for over 100 times. This was a clash between two intents. In the end, the swords of water and the spears of lightning disappeared. The spectators opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Lu Ming was able to block Sheng Jiang's attack. How could this be possible? Intense. This Lu Ming has already reached the 1st layer lesser success stage of the thunder intent. His intent is not any weaker than the intent of a lesser success stage king. Impressive, impressive. This way, he won't have any bottlenecks before breaking through to the lesser success stage. I think that in less than 2 years, this Lu Ming will become a lesser success stage king. If one reached the intent stage first, they would be able to break through as long as they accumulated enough energy. However, normal people would need 1 or 2 years to break through even if they continuously refined supreme-grade spiritual crystals. This was already very fast. Kid, so your thunder intent has already reached the 1st layer lesser success stage. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, battle prowess is a combination. Only when all kinds of factors are added together can a powerful battle prowess be formed. You and I are still far from each other. Bang. Sheng Jiang stepped forward. The true yuan on his body seemed to have solidified and was pulsing like blue flames. Slash. A middle-grade level 5 spiritual weapon battle sword appeared in Sheng Jiang's hand. Boundless true yuan and the intent of water merged as he slashed out. A sparkling blue sword light that was 100 meters long slashed down at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Chapter 511. A tricolor dragon let out a furious roar and collided with Sheng Jiang's giant blue sword. Bang. Various colors of energy spread out in all directions. Shit. Back off. Some of the spectators with weaker cultivations backed off in fear. When the chi landed on the ground, inscriptions flashed across the ground. Not a single mark was left on the ground. Break! Sheng Jiang let out a roar as his aura grew stronger. The blue sword glow was even more powerful. The tricolor dragon only managed to resist for a brief moment, before it was split in half by the sword glow. The sword glow did not stop there as it continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming placed his spear in front of him. Dang! The sword glow struck the spear shaft. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging toward him. His body shuddered violently as he was sent flying backward. After flying for over 100 meters, Lu Ming's feet finally landed on the ground. He then took another 7 steps backward, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. Lesser Success King Realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming felt his chi and blood surging, as he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference between the 3rd layer Martial King Realm and the 4th layer Martial King Realm was huge. It was not just a difference of one level, but two. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the second-layer Martial King realm. With his strength, it was not difficult for him to kill a peak third-layer Martial King realm cultivator. However, there was still a gap between him and a fourth-layer Martial King realm cultivator. It was not something that could be made up with a mere intent. Little did he know that Sheng Jiang's heart was filled with astonishment. At the same time, a violent murderous intent was emitted from his body. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the second-layer Martial King realm, but he was able to block his attacks several times. This was unbelievable, causing him to feel humiliated. It was his first time being blocked by a low-level King Realm cultivator. Die! Sheng Jiang let out a roar as a murderous intent burst out from his body. His aura was fully unleashed as he slashed toward Lu Ming. The slash caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently, which combined with Sheng Jiang's sword aura, causing Sheng Jiang's attack to reach its peak. This slash was even more powerful than the previous one. Boom! Lu Ming's body faintly emitted a dragon's roar as he revolved his true essence to the limit. At the same time, the power of his bloodline fused into his body. He also exerted his full strength. Even if he couldn't win, he would still fight to the end. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and a white figure rushed over. Before he arrived, a resplendent sword light slashed toward Sheng Jiang. Its power was extremely shocking. Who? Sheng Jiang's expression changed. He had no choice but to change the direction of his sword momentum and blast towards the sword light. When the two sword lights collided, there was a loud explosion. Sword chi spread out in all directions. Sheng Jiang could not help but take 2 steps back. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the scene. He wore a snow-white robe, snow-white pants, and snow-white boots. His entire body was snow-white, and he looked like a divine jade. It's him! Lu Ming's expression changed. He recognized him. Wasn't this person Mu Xiuyuan? He had once kindly reminded Lu Ming. When did he come to the Central Region's Sky-Profound Branch Palace? Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. Mu Xiuyuan, it's you? When Sheng Jiang saw Mu Xiuyuan, his eyes narrowed slightly and he was somewhat surprised. Sheng Jiang, long time no see. I don't see any improvement in your skills. Mu Xiuyuan smiled slightly. Mu Xiuyuan, didn't you go to the Eastern region to train? When did you come back? Also, why did you stop me? Sheng Jiang asked coldly. I think it's none of your business when I come back. Also, Lu Ming is my friend. Of course, I have to intervene. Mu Xiuyuan said. This kid is your friend? Does that mean you have to intervene today? Sheng Jiang said with a gloomy face. He was quite wary of Mu Xiuyuan. Mu Xiuyuan's cultivation was higher than his, and he was a genius disciple of the Mu family. In the Tianxian domain, the Mu family's strength made the Sheng family wary. The Mu family would not give the Sheng family any face. That's right. Since I'm here today, you can't touch a single hair of his. If you want to fight, you can try. Don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Xiuyuan said with a smile. Good, very good. Mu Xiuyuan, you can protect him now. But can you protect him forever? There's plenty of time later. Let's wait and see. Sheng Jiang laughed out of anger. He then turned around and strode away. Sheng Kong, Sheng Feng, and the others hurriedly followed, disappearing into the city in the blink of an eye. This kid knows Mu Xiuyuan. He's lucky to have avoided a disaster. He's lucky to have avoided it once. It's not that easy to avoid offending the Sheng family. Based on my understanding of the Sheng family, they won't let it go so easily. That's right. I wonder what will happen to this kid in the end. Around them, some people started to discuss among themselves and slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, are you all right? At this moment, Mu Xiuyuan looked at Lu Ming. Brother Mu, thank you for saving me. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Haha, you're welcome. Since you're Lanner's friend, you're my friend. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Mu Xiuyuan laughed and was very forthright. Lana. Lu Ming was stunned. Oh. Lu Ming, it seems like you don't know? I'm Mulan's cousin. Mulan's once asked me to take care of you. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been of any help to you. Mu Xiuyuan said with a smile. Lu Ming suddenly realized that Mu Xiuyuan was Mulan's cousin. No wonder he was so kind to Lu Ming from the beginning. May I know where Senior Mulan's is? I haven't seen Senior Mullins since I joined the DTON Divine Guards. At this moment, Lu Ming naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to ask. Yanlan once told him that Mulin's father was a big shot in the DTON Divine Palace. However, Lu Ming had joined the DTON Divine Palace for so long, and had yet to see Mulin's. Logically speaking, Mulin's should have taken the initiative to look for him when she knew that he had joined the DTON Divine Guards. Lu Ming, it's not easy to see Mulin's. Mu Shuyuan sighed. Why? Lu Ming quickly asked. Lu Ming, it seems like there are many things that you don't know. Now let me explain it to you. First of all, Mulin's father is the current family head of the Mu family, and also the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace. Mu Shuyuan threw out a piece of important news. What? Senior Mulin's father is the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace? Lu Ming was taken aback. He was extremely surprised. Yanlan said that Mulin's father was a big shot in the DTON Divine Palace. He didn't expect him to be the #1 person in the Tianxian region branch palace, the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace. This was indeed out of Lu Ming's expectations. Then Mu Shuyuan explained in detail. Although the Mu family was known as one of the 2 major families in the Tianxian region, the Mu family had only risen for 100 years after all. Their foundation couldn't be compared to the Sheng family. If the Mu family wanted to continue to be strong and continue to be strong, they had to borrow the strength of the Sheng family. How could they borrow the strength of the Sheng family? Chapter 5:12. Mulin's had been betrothed to an elite from the Sheng family since she was young. However, Mulin's didn't seem to like such an arrangement. In her opinion, it was just an exchange of interests, even if the person she was betrothed to was extremely outstanding. Therefore, Mulin's had left the Tianxian branch palace very early on, and ran to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. However, some time ago, because of Lu Ming, she sent a message to her father, and agreed to return to the Emperor Sky Divine Palace in exchange for an invitation letter from Lu Ming. This matter was later found out by the elite from the Sheng family, so he sent people to the Eastern Branch Palace. That was how the conflict between Lu Ming and the Sheng family happened. After hearing this, Lu Ming was enlightened. Combined with what Yanlan had told him back then, everything was clear to him now. Sai, why did senior sister Mulin's do this? For an invitation letter of mine, she actually... Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, that girl Mulin's also knows that she can't avoid it. When the time comes, her father will definitely send people to bring her back. In that case, she might as well take the initiative to get an invitation letter for you. Mu Shuyuan said. However, Lu Ming still couldn't let it go. He frowned and said, What do you want me to do? How can I help senior sister Mulin's? It's very difficult to help her. Mu Shuyuan sighed. Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Lu Ming said. It's very simple. As long as you defeat the elite from the Sheng family, who is betrothed to Mulin's, and prove that your talent is stronger than his, things will naturally take a turn for the better. Mu Shuyuan said. As long as I defeat the other party? Lu Ming said. He was shocked. Lu Ming, it's very difficult to defeat the other party. Do you know who the other party is? He is known as the rare genius of the Sheng family, the elite of the Sheng family, Sheng Xingchen. Mu Shuyuan said. Oh, how strong is he? Lu Ming asked. Mu Shuyuan did not answer. Instead, he pondered for a moment before asking, Lu Ming, do you know about the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness? List of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness? Lu Ming was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this. Mu Shuyuan waved his hand, and a thick book appeared. There were 5 words written on it. List of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness is compiled by the top chamber of commerce in the continent, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. It includes the top 1,000 most powerful geniuses under the age of 30 in the Eastern Wilderness. This is the list of top 1,000 geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness. In the vast Eastern Wilderness, there are countless regions. However, there are only 1,000 geniuses. You can imagine that each of these 1,000 geniuses is a terrifying genius. The Saint Star is ranked 998 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's also the only genius in the Tianxian domain who made it onto the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. His cultivation has definitely reached the king realm. Mu Xiuyuan explained seriously. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He flipped to the last few pages of the list of top 1,000 talents and saw Saint Star's name. His cultivation was also at the king realm, but it did not specify which level of martial king he was at. Is the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness accurate? The Eastern Wilderness is so big, and there are so many geniuses. Can all of them really make it onto the list? Lu Ming asked doubtfully. Mu Xiuyuan nodded and said, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce is the top chamber of commerce in the continent. It's extremely powerful and has spread all over the continent. It's also the most well-informed. Therefore, although the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness is not 100% accurate, it's pretty close. Lu Ming nodded and muttered, list of top 1,000 talents. That's why it's too difficult to defeat Saint Star. Mu Xiuyuan sighed. I'll definitely defeat him. Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, he did not say it aloud. Before he had the strength, it was enough to keep it to himself. If he said it aloud, others would take it as a joke. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Lu Ming, you're new to Tianxian City. Let me show you around. Tianxian City is very different from other places. Mu Xiuyuan shook his head as if he wanted to get rid of his worries. A smile appeared on his face. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Then Lu Ming and Mu Xiuyuan headed to Tianxian City together. As soon as they entered Tianxian City, Lu Ming saw layers upon layers of houses. The houses were pitch black and made of black stones, and they were filled with an ancient aura. Most of these houses had been preserved from the ancient times, along with Tianxian City. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is so dense. And, is that the essence of heaven and earth? Lu Ming's expression changed and he was amazed. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in Tianxian City was much denser than in the Eastern Subsidiary Palace. Moreover, there was a faint essence of heaven and earth in the air, which surprised Lu Ming. Cultivating here would allow one to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth much faster than in the outside world. Mu Xiuyuan smiled and said, Tianxian City is built on a large spiritual qi and a Dao. It is filled with dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and a strong essence of heaven and earth. This is only the periphery of Tianxian City. The deeper you go, the more intense the spiritual qi and essence of heaven and earth will be. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then the two of them walked along the street and went deeper into Tianxian City. Along the way, Lu Ming looked around. There was not a single shop on either side of the street, which surprised Lu Ming. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a city without shops. Mu Xiuyuan seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. He smiled and said, Tianxian City is different from other cities. In Tianxian City, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Every mansion and room is a sacred place for cultivation. Therefore, most of the Tian Divine Guards have to rent a house in Tianxian City. Rent a house? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, rent a house. The entire Tianxian City is divided into 4 zones. The outermost zone is the first zone. Normally, renting a house will cost between 100,000 lower spiritual crystals and 1 million lower spiritual crystals a day. Most of the houses here are rented by martial ancestor realm martial artists. As you go deeper into the second zone, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and essence of heaven and earth will be even denser. The rental fee will also increase greatly. Renting a house for a day will cost between 1 and 10 spiritual crystals. In the third zone, renting a house for a day will cost between 10 and 100 spiritual crystals. Mu Xiuyuan explained. See, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. This price was too expensive. It was ridiculously expensive. One should know that the Dao Enlightenment Palace in the Eastern Palace only costs 100 spiritual crystals for a day of cultivation. However, in the third zone, the most expensive price was 100 spiritual crystals a day. What about the fourth zone? Lu Ming asked. The third zone was already so expensive. How many spiritual crystals would the fourth zone cost? Chapter 513. In addition, if you want to buy a house or a mansion in Tianxian City, you can do so. However, the price is ridiculously high. Therefore, there is a saying in Tianxian City: if anyone can get a house, they will become rich overnight and save decades of hard work. Mu Shuyuan said. Lu Ming was amazed. Indeed, every inch of land in Tianxian City was worth its weight in gold. If one could get a house, they would be rich even if they rented it to others. However, it is very difficult for ordinary Tian divine guards to get a house unless they have made a great contribution. Only the Mu family and the Sheng family will be able to get a house. Mu Shuyuan continued. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and could only be envious. No wonder there were so many geniuses in the Sheng family. One could imagine how strong the geniuses of the Sheng family would be after cultivating in such an environment. As for the other Tian divine guards, they would have to spend a large amount of spiritual crystals to rent a place to live and cultivate. That was the difference. The two chatted as they walked. Soon, the two arrived at the second district. The spiritual qi and concept of heaven and earth here were much richer than in the first district. Lu Ming, which district do you want to rent a house in? Mu Shuyuan asked. Let's go to the third district, Lu Ming said. He did not have many spiritual crystals on him, but didn't he get a storage ring from Shengfeng earlier? He believed that there would be a lot of supreme-grade spiritual crystals in it. Let's go. Soon the two arrived at the third district. The spiritual qi and concept of heaven and earth here had reached an astonishing level. Staying here for a day would cost at least 10 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The most expensive one would cost 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked around for a while and stopped in front of a mansion. Let's go to this one, Lu Ming said. Mu Shuyuan nodded and said, Lu Ming, in that case I will not accompany you. Oh right, this time, the Tian divine guards sent by the 4 branch palaces as reinforcements have only been here for half a month. They can take a good rest. There is no need for them to go out and fight the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, in half a month, they will depart to fight the Heavenly Corpse sect. Generally, there are 2 ways. The first way is that the mission hall will issue some missions related to killing members of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and there will be rewards for completing them. The second way is that if someone doesn't accept any missions, they will be arranged to go to the battlefield and participate in the war against the Heavenly Corpse sect. Thank you, Brother Mu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. All right then, I'll take my leave first. Mu Xiuyuan smiled and strode towards the depths of Tianxian City. Mu Shuyuan was a direct descendant of the Mu clan, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Naturally, he lived in the deepest area, the 4th area. After Mu Shuyuan left, Lu Ming walked towards the mansion on the side. Little brother, are you looking to rent a house? A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the mansion and smiled when he saw Lu Ming walk in. Yes, I'm here to rent a house. How many spiritual crystals per day? Lu Ming asked. 50 spiritual crystals per day. How long do you want to rent it for? The middle-aged man asked. 15 days. Lu Ming took out 750 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took them, and the smile on his face widened. He took out a jade token and said, Little brother, this is your key. Your room is room 19. All right. Lu Ming took the jade token and walked into the mansion. There were many rooms in the mansion, and a number was written on the outside of each room. Room 19. Lu Ming quickly found room 19. These rooms were made of stone, and even the door was made of stone. There was a pit on the stone door, and Lu Ming placed the jade token into the pit. Gotcha. The stone door opened automatically, and Lu Ming walked in. The room was very simple. There was only a bed and a table. Lu Ming closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With a thought, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with the heavens and earth, quietly comprehending the intent realm of heaven and earth. The intent realm of heaven and earth here is so clear. Lu Ming was a little shocked. He felt that although this place was not as good as the Tao Enlightenment Palace, it was much better than the outside world. Here, it was only 50 spiritual crystals per day. Even if the areas with 100 spiritual crystals were not as good as the Tao Enlightenment Palace, they were not far behind. What kind of scenery would the 4th region be like? It was no wonder that the Sheng family had such resources. It was no wonder that they had dominated the Tianxian domain for so many years. Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment ancient tree to speed up his comprehension of the intent realm of heaven and earth. Now he was mainly comprehending the fire intent realm. In the fourth area, in an elegant courtyard, more than a dozen young experts of the Sheng family gathered. Among them were Sheng Feng, Sheng Kong and Sheng Jiang. At this moment, Sheng Feng, Sheng Kong, and another young man were standing there with flushed faces. You guys are really trash. How could you be beaten up by a country bumpkin from the eastern region? You guys are really a disgrace to our Sheng family. If it wasn't for Sheng Jiang, our Sheng family would have been thoroughly humiliated. A young man in a purple robe with a purple jade ring on his finger said coldly. Among these young men, the purple-robed young man had a high status. Although Sheng Feng and Sheng Kong's faces were extremely ugly, they did not dare to refute. This time, if Mu Shuyuan had not interfered, I would have crippled that kid and taken him down. Sheng Jiang said coldly. Humph, this time it's not your fault. Mu Shuyuan will be taught a lesson sooner or later. Now the most important thing is to take down that kid called Lu Ming. This is not only related to the Sheng family's reputation, but also the young master of the Star Palace. The purple-robed young man said. When the purple-robed young man mentioned the sacred star, the other young men's faces immediately changed and became unusually serious. It was as if they were in awe of the sacred star. But that kid must have entered Tianxian City to rent a house. Tianxian City is so big, and there are so many houses. It will be difficult to find him. Another young man said. That's easy. That Lu Ming came from the east to provide support. He can rest for half a month at most. After half a month, he will definitely appear. At that time, he will either accept a mission or forcefully assign a mission to him. As long as we send people to keep an eye on the mission hall, we will know when he appears. The purple-robed young man said confidently. Brother Yu is so wise. The other young men flattered him. The purple-robed young man named Sheng Yu revealed a proud smile and said, some time ago, the young master of the Star Palace had a fortuitous encounter, and is now cultivating in seclusion. When he comes out, he will definitely be stronger. What we need to do is to take down Lu Ming before he comes out. That way, the young master of the Star Palace will definitely value us more. Yes, that's for sure. Lu Ming is dead meat. The others agreed. Of course, Lu Ming was unaware of all this. He was wholeheartedly cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Chapter 5:14. He felt a force obstructing him from condensing the concept of fire rune. This force actually came from the concept of thunder and concept of wind runes. These two concept runes were resisting, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the concept of fire rune. In fact, Lu Ming had already noticed this when he was condensing the concept of wind rune. At that time, the concept of thunder rune had also created a hindrance, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the concept of wind rune. However, it was just a single concept of thunder rune, so the hindrance was not very strong. Lu Ming had broken through it in one go. But now the hindrance from the two concept runes was too strong. Lu Ming could not break through it for the time being. No wonder others said that cultivating several concepts at the same time would get harder and harder, and there would be almost no achievements. Not only would this divert one's energy, but it would also be very difficult to break through. Lu Ming's 3 concepts, and the ones that he had successfully merged, could create such a strong hindrance. Then, the ones that he had not merged would create an even stronger hindrance. If I want to condense the concept of fire rune in one go, I'm afraid I will need a long time to polish it. Without 3 to 5 years, it will be impossible. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head. 3 to 5 years? That was too long. How could he have so much time to waste? If this path did not work, then he could only go with the second path. Using external forces, he could forcefully break through. Among the external forces, profound crystals were undoubtedly the most effective. However, ordinary profound crystals would not be very effective. He would need a mid-grade profound crystal to succeed in one go. But a mid-grade profound crystal? Thinking of this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Profound crystals were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and peak-grade. In the past, Lu Ming came into contact with inferior-grade profound crystals. The lowest price on the market was 1 billion low-grade spirit crystals, which was 1,000 peak-grade spirit crystals. However, a mid-grade profound crystal was 1,000 times more expensive than a low-grade profound crystal. Yes, 1,000 times. A mid-grade profound crystal was at least 1 million peak-grade spirit crystals. It was extremely frightening. The main reason was that mid-grade profound crystals were too rare. They could only be found by chance. However, the effect of a mid-grade profound crystal was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to a low-grade profound crystal. It was many times stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly. He only had 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals that he had obtained from Shengjiang. 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals might not even be enough for Lu Ming to reach the LV3 Martial King realm. Poor Lu Ming felt that he was really too poor. His crystal stones were far from enough. Also, the demon banishing spear was no longer useful. Lu Ming still wanted to find a king-level inscription master to refine a new spear. The price of finding a king-level inscription master to refine a long spear was definitely not cheap. All of this required spiritual crystals. Let's train for a few more days and see if there are any missions. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. This time, he mainly focused on comprehending the concept of lightning. Very quickly, 10 days passed. The progress of the concept of lightning was amazing. It was already at the middle stage of lower tier 1. At this time, Lu Ming had been staying here for 15 days. It was time for the house to be opened. Lu Ming returned the jade token and walked out of the mansion. He then walked towards the mission hall. The mission hall was not in the 3rd district, but in the 2nd district. In Tianxian City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the mission hall was not big. There were many people coming and going in the mission hall. There were young people and old people. There were all kinds of people, but every one of them had an extremely strong aura. They were all experts of the Martial King realm. Every one of them was a 2nd-grade Empyrean Divine Guard. There were even 3rd-grade Empyrean Divine Guards. LV3 Imperial Sky Divine Guards were usually lower-tier kings. Lu Ming walked into the mission hall and looked around. Lu Ming suddenly realized that there were many people under a stone tablet that was covered with inscriptions. Most of them were young people. Lu Ming was curious and walked over. On the stone tablet, there were lines of words. These words were all introductions to a mission. Lu Ming also looked at it. This mission. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This mission was very suitable for Lu Ming. Not long ago, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace discovered a brand new plane. It had never been discovered before, and no one had ever mined it before. The experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace found the weakest point of this plane's space and broke it, creating an entrance. However, they later discovered that the natural laws of this plane were actually time inscriptions. Cultivators above the age of 30 could not enter at all. Only cultivators above the age of 30 seemed to be compatible with the laws of that plane and could enter. Later on, cultivators below the age of 30 entered, and discovered that this plane was very vast and boundless. Not only were there natives of this plane, but there were also a large number of precious materials. For example, profound crystals. That's right. The profound crystals contained in this plane were dozens or even hundreds of times more than those outside. It was normal for a plane that had never been mined before to contain a large number of profound crystals. The profound crystal contained innate profound. For a time, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace sent a large number of cultivators below the age of 30 into this plane to mine the profound crystals and other precious materials. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace took a portion of the profits. However, at this time, they discovered that the Heavenly Corpse sect had also discovered this plane. They also opened an entrance and sent a large number of zombie guards below the age of 30 into this plane. Naturally, when the two sects met, it was inevitable that a fierce battle would break out. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the next few months, the two sides carried out a cruel hunt in this plane. A few months later, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace issued a mission. Any Emperor Heaven Divine Guard below the age of 30 could accept the mission and enter this plane to hunt down the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would not take any of the materials they excavated. They would only buy them at a high price. Moreover, killing the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect would give them generous rewards. Killing a zombie guard of the first layer Martial King realm would give them 2,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the second layer Martial King realm would give them 5,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the third layer Martial King realm would give them 10,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the fourth layer Martial King realm would give them 20,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the fifth layer Martial King realm would give them 50,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. The rewards were very generous. Lu Ming was very tempted. Not only would this mission give rewards, but it would also give him profound crystals. However, this mission was also very dangerous. The Emperor Heaven Divine Guards would be rewarded for killing the zombie guards. The Heavenly Corpse sect would also issue missions to the zombie guards. Killing the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards would also give them generous rewards. In addition, they also had to guard against the aboriginals of this plane. The aboriginals of this plane were called the Scaled Demons, and were also very dangerous. This is the mission. Lu Ming walked directly to the counter. I want to accept the mission of the Scaled Demon plane. Lu Ming said to an old man behind the counter.